Happy day 3 of the NFL draft. Brendan Boylan here with the Bayou Blitz podcast. Bob Rose will be joining us shortly. Jerry, thanks for tuning in and joining us. Third consecutive day of the draft. I'm sure you guys are as exhausted as we are, and you guys have been the ones who have had to put up with listening to us talk for multiple hours. So props to all of you guys. We are underway in round number 4. New Orleans holds the 10th pick of the 4th round. I think the big news and the big storyline has obviously been Shedeur Sanders. How far is he truly going to fall here in the draft? I think most of us are shocked that he has made it all the way to day 3 after not going in the first round. You know, there was some speculation that he was going to fall out of the first, but I don't know if there was any analyst anywhere that thought, hey, Shedeur Sanders going to be a 4th or 5th round pick. I would have called you crazy if you were saying that just a few days ago. So you guys in the chat, drop any questions you guys may have. Bob and I are going to discuss the first 3 rounds and how it pertains to the New Orleans Saints. Ultimately, I think the majority of Who Dat Nation is not extremely thrilled with how the draft has played so far for the Saints, especially with the drafting of Tyler Shuck out of Louisville. But going back to what I said yesterday, you know, if this is Kellen Moore's guy and Kellen Moore's pick, and this is the quarterback that Kellen Moore wants to develop his offense around, you got to at least give him a shot, right? You can't go in one day after the draft and completely lose your mind. I know there's going to be a lot of people out there that are still in the boat of, hey, play Spencer Rattler, see what Rattler has. He started 6 games last year, didn't look bad in all those games. One of those games came down to the wire against Washington. Remember, the Saints scored with no time remaining and decided to go for 2 and go for the win, opposed to sending the game to overtime. So you look at some of those things and you go, why isn't Rattler, you know, the pick? Ultimately, hey, look, it's Tyler Shuck. That's the guy they want to build around, but he's going to have to earn the starting job. It's not going to just be given to him. Spencer Rattler's certainly going to compete with him throughout training camp, OTAs, and what have you. Mark, thanks for joining. Cam Scatabo or Jack Sawyer, please. I think both of those picks would be really good for the Saints. I think it would be a lot of fun. As I mentioned yesterday on the stream, you know, Jack Sawyer is a guy with a relentless motor. And though he's not the biggest, fastest, strongest guy, he would certainly be a fan favorite in terms of just giving 110% effort, you know, snap after snap. And that's all you can ask for, right? Like, obviously, we all want results, but it's really easy to cheer for a guy who is laying everything on the line every single Sunday for your side. In terms of Cam Scatabo, I mean, you want to talk about a guy who would be a near perfect back to complement Alvin Kamara and do things that are entirely different from Kamara's skill set. Scatabo would be wonderful. Remember, he's the first running back in college football since Christian McCaffrey to record 1,000 yards on the ground and 500 receiving yards. You wouldn't look at Scatabo and think, hey, you know, this is a guy who is going to, you know, catch the ball out of the backfield and be extremely productive. But he has proven to do that at a high level. He's not something that's not something you want to do necessarily throughout his NFL career, but knowing that he has the capabilities of catching the ball in the backfield, it's going to be a huge plus. Whoever ends up with him, I think, is going to be extremely happy. I wouldn't necessarily say he's going to be like a number 1 feature option, but if you can get him into a running back room with multiple guys, I think that will be a great fit and a great spot for Scatabo. Mark also says Lewis Riddick, Todd McShay very high on Tyler Shuck. You know, he's got arm talent. He has some instincts. He had a great RAS score, as we talked about yesterday, at 9.7, which was a 32nd highest, I believe, since RAS scores came out in 1987. So that is something the Saints have historically drafted for, is guys who rank really high on that scale, and he does. As I mentioned, yesterday, biggest concerns for me, nothing of his tape really wowed me. Like, good quarterback, definitely a guy you could see being a third, fourth round pick. I didn't have him with a second round grade. So there's that. The other thing is the fact that him and I were in college at the same time. And jokingly, if he were to sit for a year, or Spencer Rattler beats him out for the starting job to start the season, by the time he starts the game, he might be about 55 years old. That's a concern as well. Now, yeah, 26 in September. You could poke fun, you could make the jokes. He still is a younger guy. He might be one of the most pro-ready guys out of these quarterback prospects because of the amount of years he's played. 7 collegiate seasons for him. Some due to injury. He had the COVID year. He transferred a handful of times. But like I said, you just got to kind of wait and see, and you got to give him a shot. You got to give him a fair shot. Like I said, if this is Kellen Moore's guy and this is the guy that Kellen Moore wants to build his offense around, as a fan, yeah, you can be frustrated. Yeah, you can say, I wanted this prospect or that prospect over him, but you got to give him a shot and ultimately see how it's going to go. Oh, and we're just talking about Cam Scatabo. Scatabo goes pick 105 to the New York Giants. And New York might be building something there, right? Scatabo in the backfield, drafting Jackson Dart in the first round. They get Abdul Carter at number 3, who I think may have been the best overall player available in the draft. So the Giants making some moves and getting a guy who really rose up boards because of his performance in the college football playoff. Let's all be honest. I'd say 80, 90% of football fans probably had no idea who he was until he put all the performance that he did in the college football playoffs. Physical runner, really fun to watch. Like I said, I think he's going to fit great in a system where it's a multi-back system where he doesn't have to be the feature guy. I think it's going to work really well for him. Virginia Tech running back taken at 104 by the Jags. So you might start seeing a little bit of a run on running backs. Remember, as we were closing up the show yesterday, you started to see a little bit of a run on corners. You saw a little bit of run on edge players, neither of which the Saints capitalized on. Bob and Allen were very adamant that the Saints need to address the edge position and could and should here with one of their 2 picks in round 4. We'll see how the board falls. 7 picks away from the New Orleans Saints, first pick in day 3. Let's look at some of the best available on the board and talk about some positions and some prospects the Saints could be looking at. I know a lot of you want a big-bodied receiver. Unfortunately, I don't know if in terms of value, there really is like a big-body receiver that the Saints could target here. Maybe Torrey Horton out of Colorado State, but I don't know if that's too much of a reach for a guy like that. There are some edge players available. Braden Swinson out of LSU. I know that's going to make a lot of the Louisiana natives happy if the Saints take an LSU Tiger, something they historically have not done. Mark wants to know my thoughts on the DB we got yesterday. Yeah, so the thing about him, he played like 900 snaps in the box during his time at Virginia, which tells you what? Box safety. It goes back to maybe some of the molds that the championship New Orleans Saints saw, using Malcolm Jenkins that way, certainly using Roman Harper that way. I don't know if it was the biggest need that the Saints had, but look, you throw on the tape, he's great in run support. He is a heat-seeking missile, and that's a really positive thing. He's not great in coverage, which is a concern. But if you're able to move him around, if you can get him to a point where you feel comfortable maybe playing him in the nickel, I think he's going to end up being a pretty solid player for the Saints. But as we kind of talked about a little bit yesterday, especially in rounds 1, 2, and 3, you're looking for immediate starters. And I don't know if the Saints necessarily got that with some of their picks yesterday. They got some guys that could probably get molded into starters. But in terms of being immediate impact players, I don't know if the Saints necessarily did that. Let's see. Lynette says Saints have not had a quality quarterback since Drew Brees. When was he drafted? Brees was drafted 2001, the first pick of the second round, to, at the time, the San Diego Chargers, signed with the Saints in 2006. But you're absolutely right. But you can't blame the Saints. Like, they've tried, right? They had Jameis Winston, didn't work. They went and they got Derek Carr. That certainly hasn't worked out. But it isn't lack of effort. But again, if Shuck's the guy for this offense and that's what they want to do, then that's the pick. And that's the guy. It looks like we have Bob Rose potentially in the background. You know what, chat? Should we let him in? Should we let Bob in? Are we going to gatekeep here? Are we going to make Bob like sing and dance before he gets on his own show? I'm just kidding. Hey, Bob.
Hey, I'm surprised you let the riff-raff in.
No, look, I was waiting for someone to suggest you karaokeing like Celine Dion, and that was going to be your way in. But I figured, your vocal cords are probably a little fried from as much talking as we've done the last 2 days. We're probably both a little sleep deprived. So I figured I'd be nice and we could just talk some NFL drafts. Hopefully your Will and his soccer game went well today. A big shout out to my former college roommate Christian Sessions for letting me crash in his guest room and allow me to use this space while I'm on the road back to North Carolina. So we'll get probably both Saints 4th round picks in before I hit the road, and then you guys will see a beautiful picture of me and hear my voice while I'm driving back to the Charlotte area. Bob, Mark just asked me my thoughts on the safety selected yesterday. We talked a little bit about this. It was late when we did. So to catch some people up who were not here, I think this player in particular is a guy who's going to be really good in run support. I mentioned he played over 900 snaps in the box at safety, but not a guy you really want in coverage. And I think at best you're able to maybe feel comfortable with him playing in some nickel packages. Outside of that, it's not a pick that I felt really fit an immediate need for the Saints. We spent a lot of time yesterday talking about your day 1 and day 2 picks should be like impact players, maybe not necessarily starters, but guys who are going to make an immediate impact for your team. And I think the Saints really missed the mark yesterday when you talk about their 3rd round picks.
Yeah, I agree with that. And Jonas Sanker, the safety from Virginia. It's not that he's a bad player, but like you said, and like we talked about last night with Alan Ulrich, if you're looking to fill a need for the New Orleans secondary, the Saints, they need a safety that can tackle, or at least has the willingness to tackle. Throwing shade on Tyrann Mathieu because it is what it is. And Sanker checks that box. But if you're looking for a safety with any kind of coverage range, any kind of agility to step up and play the slot, Jonas Sanker is not your guy. You absolutely do not want him in the slot. You absolutely do not want him as a single high safety. He just doesn't have the range. If he's in that responsibility, we're going to be seeing a lot of plays where Sanker is on the wrong end of a highlight reel, where we see the back of his jersey, and that's just fact. At least that's the player and the tape that I saw from his time with the Virginia Cavaliers. You want to bring him down into the box. He's a very good and very aggressive, very instinctive run defender. And you are talking about a defense that did finish 31st against the run last season. So that is certainly needed. Maybe, if depending on how many 3 safety sets that Brandon Staley likes to play, you can drop Sanker down into the box and move Matthew and Justin Reed around more in in coverage roles, whether it's in deep support or over in the slot. The key will be to find a way to use Sanker, that plays to his strengths rather than his vulnerabilities, and that's on coaching. If you're looking to check off a need, that third round pick didn't do it. The previous third round pick at 71st overall, the Vernon Broughton pick, big bodied run defender, no question about that. Brandon Staley's 3-4 alignments have always been predicated on, as we said last night, big fat guys. Is someone to plug in that nose tackle that's going to tie up multiple blockers, shut down interior running lanes. Vernon will be able to do that. But we all felt like that there were players that will be available today in day 3 that would fill that role. Because you're not talking about a guy that's going to fill up the stat sheet, and that's okay. But guys that don't fill up the stat sheet will typically drop to day 3 because of the value. We all thought that the Saints could and should address edge rusher or cornerback, if not both. And those positions remain completely untouched.
We'll see what the Saints do. We are now sitting at pick 7 of round 4. Vegas just took Dante Thornton Jr., receiver, out of Tennessee. Jack Kaiser, the linebacker from Notre Dame, went the pick prior to Jacksonville. Bob, you knew it wasn't going to be too long before this conversation happened and this conversation started. But Vegas has now passed on a quarterback, any quarterback for that matter, for the, 5th time, 6th time in the draft. How long is Shedeur going to wait today?
Man, I really don't know. Let me pull up the pick order for a minute. The Bills are on the clock. Our Bills have just made a selection, waiting for that announcement. The Jets are on the clock next at 110 overall. It could be the Jets. We talked about how fragile Justin Fields' confidence is. Whether he'd be able to emotionally handle the soap opera and pressure that comes along with a Shedeur Sanders in the building. Now, that pressure is sure to be a lot less if Shedeur Sanders is a 4th or 5th round pick. But it's going to come, he comes with the Deion Sanders pedigree. Somebody like Fields, who has been benched in Chicago multiple times, benched in Pittsburgh, not exactly highly sought after on the free agent market when the Jets grabbed him. So, big question whether Justin Fields would be able to handle that, whether the Jets feel like he would be a fit for whatever that they want to do. I think it could potentially still be a while before Shedeur Sanders comes off of the board.
I do too. A lot of it's fit, and we talked about it a little bit last night, like late last night, is where does he fit? Like, what team would he fit on at this point? However, I think you get to a point in the 4th, maybe the 5th round, where you look at it and you go, you know what? Like, he might not really fit with us, but value-wise, we should probably just pull the trigger. I look at a team like, you want another team that would make a lot of money off of Shedeur Sanders, but might not be the best for Shedeur Sanders. We talked about that with the Raiders a whole lot yesterday. How about the Dallas Cowboys? Like, that would be a spot as well. But could I see Jerry Jones going, let's do it? Like, yes, I absolutely could. Especially with the questions surrounding Dak Prescott and his availability the last few years. So that's a potential as well.
Yeah, and Sanders had such a decorated career as a Dallas Cowboy. That was before they changed the guidelines for the uniform rules, so Deion could not wear his college number 2, in games, but he wore the college number 2 in practices very famously. Shedeur Sanders, number 2 in Dallas. That's uniform sales, jersey sales. And notoriety for Jerry Jones, who craves that very much. So yeah, I can positively see the Dallas Cowboys taking a flyer on Shador. And as far as the Dion soap opera that would be taken to your franchise, attached to your franchise with that pick. Jerry Jones and Deion Sanders have been very close, and they have been for years since Deion was a player. So I don't think that would bother Jerry Jones at all. It might bother Brian Schottenheimer, the newly hired head coach, but we all know who makes the calls in that building.
Absolutely.
While we're waiting for the Saints pick, one of the guys that you wanted, Cam Scatteraboo, came off of the board. At 106, I think it was. Forget what team. So as we creep closer to the Saints pick, if you're looking for a running back, you still got Damian Martinez on the board. The Michigan duo of Kal-El Mullings. How cool would it be to have a player on your team by the name of Kal-El, by the way? Donovan Edwards, also from Michigan. And then more versatile backs. I hate the term scat back, but I'll use it. With Dylan Sampson, Trevor Etienne, and an underrated guy that I previewed a few days ago. In my small school piece, Quentin Cooley from Liberty. He's built like a bowling ball. He's 5'7", about 210, 220. And bowling ball describes his running style too. Inside runner, very powerful, runs with great leverage and tremendous force. So if you're looking for a small school contributor, Quentin Cooley, the running back from Liberty, and Nick Nash, the wide receiver from San Jose State, that we mentioned a few times last night, fits that bigger receiver role. That we hope the Saints fill through this draft. Converted quarterback, so he understands the route concepts, but needs more reps actually doing it. So Nick Nash is somebody that could be a developmental prospect as well.
Yeah, I was all on board till you said Liberty. Can't get behind it. Obviously, that was my rival, my school's rival, while I was in school. So I can't get behind a Liberty selection. Can't do it. Not in this round. Maybe late in the draft. Phil Maffa out of Clemson struggled with injuries throughout the year, but had a few games last year. Had a few games this year where he looked really impressive as a physical between the tackles type of a guy. And Maffa standing 6'1", 234, over 2,000 yards and 21 touchdowns in 2 years. Like I said, he's a big guy. He kind of fits that opposite Alvin Kamara, but struggled with injuries. He's not the fastest guy in the world, but that would be an interesting pick maybe later in the draft. Mark has a question for us. I think I want to put a pin in this until after the Saints select, but I definitely think it's a conversation to have. And I'll go ahead and ask the question. We'll take some time to mull it over. Mark wants to know if Derek Carr is healthy and can play, is there any chance they let Carr start over Shuck?
No. Yeah, two chances. Very slim and very, very slim. I'm not going to rule it out completely, but yeah, I think we all feel like Derek Carr has played his last game as a New Orleans Saint. Absolutely. It is pretty clear that Derek Carr doesn't want to be here, it's also pretty clear that the team is ready to move on from him. I'm not going to say the team doesn't want him there, because he is, as we sit here on Saturday, April 26th, he is still officially a New Orleans Saint. But I do expect that Carr will be designated as a post-June 1st cut. The Saints have restructured his deal, as we all know and have talked about. So they're willing to eat the money anyway, either way, whether he's on the roster or not. And we talk about soap operas, we talk about drama, we talk about distractions. Derek Carr has become all that, whether intentionally or otherwise. And if you're Kellen Moore, you don't need that. not as a first-year head coach. If your young quarterbacks like Spencer Rattler and now Tyler Shuck, you don't need that. You don't need that around them. We talked about the possibility of a veteran mentor. I'm still not taking that off the table, but that veteran mentor is not going to be Derek Carr. The fact that you have 3 former NFL quarterbacks on your staff, and Kellen Moore, Doug Nussmeier, and Scott Tolzien, there's your mentorship right there. So you don't need Derek Carr to fill that role. Whether he wants to or not is irrelevant. You don't need him around. You don't need the drama around. And not that the Saints organization does things for the sake of the fans, but I think it'd be a good PR move to move on from Derek Carr at this point.
I agree. Ty Robinson was the pick for the Philadelphia Eagles, defensive tackle out of Nebraska. The Saints are on the clock. And I would assume, knock on wood, Bob, that we will know the pick before the pick is brought up to the podium. So we will await that. There are some guys on the board that I know you like, Bob. But this was also something where you were adamant that the Saints should be getting some sort of edge player. And we have the pick. The New Orleans Saints, with the 10th pick in the 4th round of the 2025 NFL Draft, are selecting Danny Stutzman, linebacker out of Oklahoma.
Well, that's an Alan Ulrich pick. Ulrich was kind of pounding the table for him, not necessarily in day 2, but mentioning him, as a fit. And we talk about the lack of depth in the New Orleans Saints linebacker room right now. Maybe the team does like Jalen Ford. We think that they do, because they went to extra lengths to protect him, rather than put him on the practice squad. He was a game day inactive for much of the season. So they feel strongly enough about Jalen Ford, last year's 5th round pick, that they didn't want to subject him to another team potentially poaching him off of their practice squad. But nonetheless, Jalen Ford's unproven. DeMarco Jackson, a young man we both really, really liked out of Appalachian State a couple of years ago. He looks like nothing more than a very good special teams contributor. Nephi Sewell, highly limited. Anthony Orji, probably more of a pass rusher now, in this system change. Again, you have a lot of unproven late round or undrafted guys at linebacker, as depth behind an aging, still very good, but an aging Demario Davis and a limited Pete Werner. Now, Danny Stutzman, big bodied guy. I got 2 words for Danny Stutzman. 3 words: downhill run stuffer. He's a guy that's very, very good against the run. A little bit limited in his sideline to sideline range. It's not, he doesn't lack instincts in zone coverage, but he lacks agility. So, this is a guy that if I put him in the lineup, I just want him going downhill into the backfield and at the line of scrimmage. But he does so very, very well. And again, we talk about a Saints defense that was ranked 31st against the run and, tied for last in yards per carry. In other words, this run defense was abysmal. Now, you bring in a big bodied run stuffer and Vernon Broughton from Texas last night. And you add another run stuffer, a big bodied defender at linebacker with Danny Stutzman. I like more athleticism and versatility in my linebackers, but I could see the logic behind this pick. I don't dislike it at all.
Stutzman's a big guy at 6'3", 233. Like you said, is a perfect guy to shoot the gaps, make tackles in the run game. I wouldn't necessarily say, a lot of the times we've been looking at linebackers over the last few years and be like, oh, this guy could be a potential fit to replace Demario Davis. Oh, this guy could be a potential fit to replace Demario Davis down the line. I don't necessarily see Danny as being a perfect comp to Demario Davis, but Demario Davis is a guy who reads quarterbacks really well, hits the holes
Mhm.
extremely quick. So I do see that type of comparison. And the nice thing, and you like this with any day 3 pick, is there's not going to be a whole lot of pressure for him to play in a lot of amounts of snaps early on, or you can
Right.
kind of plug him and play him and let him get some experience. But there isn't that immense pressure of, okay, you're going to come in and you're going to be our linebacker on this side. So I think it's a good pick. I like the size. It is very much like you said, Alan Ulrich, like an old school linebacker pick, like just a massive human being. I'm going to hit you hard type of a guy. In hockey, you'd call somebody like that. Like he comes across like an enforcer, right? So it's nice to have a guy like that, nice to have a player like that. Calvin jumps in and says nice about getting Stutzman. So off to a better start here in so far. Saints fans hated day 2. So far here in day 3, at least we're not punching anything.
I'll tell you, if you're looking for a draft philosophy from the Saints, there's a couple things that stand out now, with 5 picks being made. Experience.
Mm-hmm.
All of these guys played, at least 3 years of college ball. Now in Tyler Shuck's case, he was 7-year collegiate career, but injuries have him. Have his playing experience at about a year and a half. But experienced and big physical players. I mean, even Shuck is, what's his measurement? 6'5".
He's a tall quarterback.
Yeah, he's a big quarterback. Kelvin Banks, big physical player at left tackle. Broughton, we've talked about how physical and big he is. He's 6'5", 311, with the frame to add more bulk. Senker, big safety, plays very physically, and Stutzman, probably the biggest pure off-ball linebacker in this draft. So, the Saints are telling us that they believe that they need to get more physical. Mm-hmm. We talked about wanting them to get more athletic on the defensive side and more physical on the offensive side. They have yet to really check off that athletic box, in my opinion, on the defensive side. But certainly they've given Brandon Staley, three physical, kind of old school type of football players on that defense so far.
And I think that's solid. I think that's a solid way to evaluate it. We were kind of joking yesterday about RAS scores and how that was like how the Saints wanted to go about it. Yes, they drafted some guys with high RAS scores, but they are going for the big-bodied, physical guys. And to be frank, look at last year, and you alluded to it, right? One of the worst defenses in football, right? The offensive line, especially late in the year after injuries. I mean, God, that Monday night game against Green Bay, perfect example. I mean, Spencer Rattler had 0.3 seconds from the time the ball was snapped to do anything with it. There was some ridiculous stat. I don't remember exactly what the ridiculous stat was, but it was over 50% of the dropbacks, like the time from snap to player in the face of or pressures or whatever. It was something crazy. But anyway, without getting too sidetracked, like this is a team that does need to get more physical. Obviously, on the interior of the offensive line or any part of the offensive line, they've addressed that. In the defensive line, they've addressed that. And then big-bodied, hard-hitting tacklers, you just addressed that at linebacker, and you addressed that at safety yesterday. So there is a mold and there's a model to all of this, regardless of how you feel about it as fans of the New Orleans Saints. Now you're starting to see the vision of Kellen Moore and his system a little bit more. And frankly, it matches a lot of the things that what team did well? The Philadelphia Eagles did well.
Yeah, it really does. And one of my favorite nose tackles in the draft, CJ West from Indiana, just came off the board to the San Francisco 49ers. Man, the 49ers have really concentrated on their defensive front seven in this draft. It feels like that's all they have drafted so far.
Yeah, well, remember, you have to feel good about the offense in some cases, right? When healthy, Christian McCaffrey is one of the best backs in the league. Brock Purdy has emerged and from being Mr. Irrelevant to being one of the better quarterbacks in football. You had some drama at some of the receivers, and you're trying to work that out with Ayuk, and you traded Debo. But this is a team that, at least on that side of the ball, probably feels comfortable enough where they go, well, how do we complement what should be a pretty good offense? Well, let's get better on the defensive side of the ball. And outside of Bosa, this isn't a Niners team that has, like, stars on the defensive side.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense for them to kind of bulk that back up, because we're not – maybe we are that far removed. Maybe I'm showing my age, but, the days of, like, Patrick Willis being in the middle of that defense and it being like a feared defense, like that is 10 years removed from that. So maybe going back to that identity a little bit.
Yeah, and the defense that the 49ers had a couple years ago when they got screwed out of a Super Bowl championship, that was more a fast defense than a physical defense.
Yeah.
Now you have your linebacker in the middle. Why the hell can't I remember his name? Why am I drawing a blank, Brendan? It's not that late into the day yet.
Fred Warner.
Yes, thank you. My God, what's wrong with me? Fred Warner, for my money, best linebacker in football. But it's not that Warner plays with finesse, but he's more known for agility, range, and athleticism than he is his physicality. And then you talk about Bosa and then a bunch of big no-name players up front. And San Francisco did not play real well defensively last year. Now, a lot of that was due to injury. But, I mean, it's clear that the 49ers want to remake that defense. Because like I said, there's at least 4 picks that I can think of, if not more, that the 49ers have had in this draft that have been within that front 7.
Absolutely. The Carolina Panthers selected Trevor Etienne out of the University of Georgia. I think that makes sense. Pair him with Chuba Hubbard. Makes a lot of sense. And that was a guy that, I like in the draft. Didn't make sense for New Orleans to get a guy who's 5'9", a little bit more of the scat-backy type of player. You said you don't like that term, but for the sake of it, I'm going to use it. So that's makes a lot of sense for them. The Saints don't pick again until closer to the end of this round.
Mm-hmm.
They still have needs at edge. We've beaten that topic to death. We've talked about running backs a little bit, and you brought up, I brought up Scatabo being a guy, he's now off the board. You brought up Martinez a few times. We just talked about a guy like maybe Phil Maffa late. This is a Saints team that historically, even after Sean Payton's departure, has brought in running backs, whether it be late, whether it be undrafted free agents. I think it's bound to happen. And at this point, it is best player available more than trying to draft for a need. And to go off of that, I have a need, and it's coffee. So take the floor,
Bob. We haven't talked about tight ends, folks. And it's been a while since the Saints had a true difference maker at tight end. Brendan and I both like Juwan Johnson a lot, but he's never taken that next step up into the top tier of tight ends. And maybe the Saints will look at a guy like Oronde Gadsden II from Syracuse, really just a bulked up wide receiver. In fact, much like Juwan Johnson, Gadsden is a converted receiver. So he's still learning the craft of being an inline tight end. If you're looking for somebody a little bit more traditional for the position, a Foster Moreau type, and I mentioned Foster Moreau because remember he's probably going to start the regular season on the physically unable to perform list. Moreau is because of that knee injury to finish the regular season. So maybe the Saints look at a guy like Gavin Bartholomew from Pitt. Thomas Fidone from Nebraska, They met with both of them in pre-draft workouts. So, while a lot of us are yelling for a big-bodied pass catcher, hey, maybe a tight end, Gatson would fill that. But if the Saints continue, with their draft philosophy of big, physical, type of players, then maybe we don't see Gatson at tight end. Maybe we see a Bartholomew or Fedone, as more of a blocker, to allow them to move Jawan Johnson around a little bit. Still waiting for an answer at the guard position for the Saints too. I know with the drafting of Calvin Banks, we do expect some offensive line shuffling. With the possibility of Banks, I don't see Banks moving inside, but it's possible. Maybe they try Trevor Penning there. Maybe they're comfortable with Dylan, Raduns, the free agent guard that they signed. But if you're looking for help here in the draft, Jackson Slater from Sacramento State is a small school kid I mentioned a couple of times. Branson Taylor from Pitt, is a guy that I really liked his film. And when I did my draft profile piece on him, I did say that Taylor had a shot at being a late day 2 pick even before his ACL injury early last year. Now, he played both tackle spots for Pitt. Given his mobility, and this was before the knee injury, given his mobility, but his solid technique, Taylor is a guy that could project for an inside move to guard. If you're looking for some late round value in the offensive line, on the defensive side, we've seen 2 nose tackles come off the board already in Deion Walker and CJ West. But if the Saints want to continue to add power and size inside, Jordan Phillips from Maryland, Nazir Stackhouse from Georgia, and Yahya Black from Iowa are 3 big-bodied interior defenders if they want to continue to get more physical there. Edge rusher, I'm going to keep circling back to edge rusher until they actually address it. Kyle Kennard, South Carolina, David Walker, Central Arkansas, Tyler Barron, Miami, Jack Sawyer, Ohio State, and Q Robinson, Alabama. All 5 of those players, in my opinion, bring immediate value to a defense, especially if they're used properly. Sawyer's more of a physical guy. Probably the best run defender out of the players that I just mentioned, him or David Walker. Walker is a small school kid, but all of them. With Chase Young, Carl Granderson, you're not necessarily looking for a starter. You would have been if you would have addressed it in rounds 1, 2, maybe even early 3. But now that we're in day 3, I think one of these guys, I'd love to see them add one of these guys as a situational pass rusher, especially in NASCAR packages, or wider sets where the athleticism of a Kennard or a Barron, or especially Q Robinson, would really be on display. It's a need that I feel like has been ignored by the Saints. Maybe they feel they address that need just by re-signing Chase Young. But the Chase Young that we have seen through the first 5 years of his career, and I've said it before on Chase, he's not a finisher. So you lack a finisher at the position. Cam Jordan used to be that guy. And still an effective player, in a situational or a rotational role. But you don't have that difference maker on the defensive side as a pass rusher, the kind of guy that keeps quarterbacks up late at night, the kind of guy that drives offensive coordinators crazy trying to figure out how are we going to contain him so he doesn't wreck our game plan. Now, I'm not saying any of these edge rushers still on the board or anybody that's been drafted in this draft so far. I'm not saying that any of them are slam dunk finishers, but if you don't have a finisher, you have to keep trying to find one. And it just feels like to me the Saints have given no effort in trying to find that finisher that really makes opposing quarterbacks' lives uncomfortable. defensive backfield, cornerback especially is another position. They brought back Isaac Yiadom. Yiadom played really well as a spot starter 2 years ago when Marshawn Lattimore was hurt. It's becoming more and more clear to me that the fact that the Saints let so many talented cornerbacks just drift right on past their selections. And even in day 2, where I thought that you could pick up 3 or 4 quality starting caliber corners, maybe they feel that Yiadom could be that outside guy that will allow them to move Alontae Taylor around. Possibly they have been in contact with Asante Samuel, who has played for 3 or 4 years in Brandon Staley's system. If Samuel's medicals check out, and you can get him in the building, then no, you don't address cornerback. But we don't know that Asante's medicals have checked out, or if he has any interest in the Saints at all, or even vice versa. Cornerback, the lack of depth at cornerback, is concerning to me right now. And we talked about maybe adding a safety with some coverage range and natural coverage ability, because you didn't get that in Sanker. You don't have that in any of the backups on the roster right now. Certainly not Jordan Howden. So if you're looking for more of a coverage safety, to add more to your defensive back end, Jalen Reed from Penn State. Kid is a playmaker, and he's the kind of guy that could step down into the slot and cover too. Great ball skills, great aggressiveness, and terrific range. RJ Mickens from Clemson, is another kid, that fills that role pretty well. Malachi Moore, and any fans of the Alabama Crimson Tide or the SEC in general, remember how much notoriety Malachi Moore came into his collegiate career with. He hasn't lived up to that billing, but he's flashed why he was so highly recruited and highly coveted. Maybe with the young coaching staff, defensive assistants that the Saints have in place now, they feel that they might be able to get some value out of Malachi Moore. So certainly, still several talented players still on the board. My screen's going to freeze for a minute while I update you on the pick, so bear with me.
It feels like if you want the best of the best for your baby, try for
the last few picks, Brendan mentioned Trevor Etienne, going to the Carolina Panthers. Ohio State linebacker Cody Simon goes to the Arizona Cardinals. We talk about running backs and the type of depth still on the board, but 2 running backs came off the board in the back-to-back picks. Woody Marks went to the Houston Texans at 116 overall, and then the LA Rams grabbed running back Jarquez Hunter from Auburn. So those are 2 guys that admittedly they weren't on my radar. Again, these 2 backs come off the board. You still have Damian Martinez, Kal-El Mullings, Donovan Edwards, Dylan Sampson, Ollie Gordon from Oklahoma State, and Liberty's Quentin Cooley still on the board. So still some running back talent there. At 118 overall, 16th pick of the 4th round, the Atlanta Falcons bring in safety Billy Bowman Jr. from Oklahoma. And the Bengals selection have made their pick at 119, and we're still waiting for confirmation on who that is.
Yeah, and Bob, we have a special guest with us today. Joining us is New Orleans Saints Hall of Famer Tyrone Hughes. Tyrone, welcome back to the show. No, you're muted, my friend.
Long time no see.
Yeah, seriously.
It's been a long time.
My first question to you, Tyrone, is have you left the country again since the last time we talked?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
I've been here. I'm stuck here for until probably next year. I'm tired of cruising.
Well, we will definitely be joining you on the cruise next year. Not that I want to age us faster than what we already are, but I already kind of can't wait. So listen, let's rip the Band-Aid right off. Shedeur Sanders, what the hell is going on?
Right from the jump, Bob Rose, not messing around.
I don't know. People calling it collusion, calling it what, just to me, it's just the NFL flexing the NFL. Sorry. They're doing what they want to do. And, guys want to making excuses of, well, Shador's not that good. You only had a couple. And as far as the rounds, and like they're saying, as far as teams, there weren't that many teams that probably needed a quarterback. So I can understand that. But it's the issue is the quarterbacks that they chose over him. And when I look at, I always say, the NFL, everybody say the NFL is a copycat league. And you see this draft, everybody's targeting linemen, offensively and defensive linemen, because what they saw was total dominance from the Philadelphia Eagles. And so now they want to try to replicate that. The issue with that is there's several factors that go into trying to be a copycat league or a team that wants to change to what somebody else did. One of them is coaching.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have the coaches or the knowledge of what this other team did to get to where they were at and to be dominant and it wasn't just about them drafting big guys. It was about them drafting the right big guys, because those big guys were agile, and very dominant on both sides of the ball, but it was guys that were acquired over the years. Mm-hmm. It wasn't something that happened over the night, and then you're looking at the coaching, you're looking at the group as a whole of being able to play together and how long it took them to get to where they're at. Remember back in the day when everybody started going after fast wide receivers and agility and agile running backs because of the Rams with Marshall Faulk and Isaac Bruce and those guys. Teams start to change and try to see what's going to make them win, but you got to have the coaching and the coaching staff to be able to get a lot of this stuff done, whether you have the players or not. So, and one thing is you can have the talent, but if you don't have the smarts to go with the talent, it doesn't do you any good. And I think that's where a lot of these GMs and analysts and scouts, they don't look at that. I mean, you may look at a quarterback and say, hey, he's the best quarterback in this draft, but he's not going to be playing against the kids that he played against in college, which were sophomores, juniors, seniors. You're looking at playing against grown men, 5, 6, 7, 8-year players or more with experience. So, yeah, you may have the guys that are coming out that's the best in their class with a lot of talent, but they haven't learned. The thing about the NFL is the knowledge of the game and getting that experience and understanding what's happening, what's going to happen. It's a learning process. And so you're hoping through this draft, you're not only picking the right guy at the right time because he's the best guy in the draft, but you're picking this guy to say, hey, look, he's going to be somebody that can carry us, or I think we can stick with, that's going to learn the game and be coachable. Now, is that Shedeur Sanders, or that has been a knock on him because he's been with his dad? And I tell people, I said, Deion Sanders did not make Shedeur Sanders a great quarterback.
Right.
Deion Sanders got great quarterbacks to make his son a great quarterback. So all of this about, Deion has coached him. He has been his coach, but he hasn't been the one to teach him on a consistent basis on how to be a quarterback. He brought in the guys to do that. He brought in a Jeff Blake. He brought in a Tom Brady. Most people ain't gonna have that type of access.
Yeah, right. I don't know about you, but my Rolodex doesn't resemble that.
So that has been why, and entitlement, when they're talking about he comes in, he feels like he's entitled. He feels like he's entitled to what is my question. Like, what are you guys saying? He feels like does he feel like he's entitled to that? He's supposed to be the number one pick? What's wrong with that? Does he feel entitled that he's supposed to be in the top 3 or 4 picks? What's wrong with that? when you're saying he's entitled, typically when you talk about a kid that's entitled, you're talking about someone who wants something but hasn't earned it. Like they just think they deserve it, but they haven't earned it. He deserves every accolade he has gotten because he has earned it. And I even made this post today or yesterday where I said, you want to talk about entitlement? Let's talk about all of these head coaches and position coaches that are in the NFL. They're entitled because most of them didn't earn to get that job or that assistant coaching job or that offensive coordinator's job. They were entitled because of they knew somebody.
Mhm.
And the majority of them don't know how to develop, but they got the job.
That's well put. I hadn't thought of that angle. I saw your post, and that's what kind of made me think too. Um, but you mentioned two things, about this draft in general. The physicality, big physical players and experience seems to stand out. And we both pointed that out with the Saints draft specifically too. All of them are big physical players. I mean, even your quarterback, he's a big kid. All of them are experienced. Most of them at least 3-year starters. Is there anything else sticking out to you other than that about the Saints draft picks so far?
Well, the only problem I had with the Saints draft, I was glad they didn't get Shador because that would have been a wasted pick. And when I say that, because it would have been a waste of his talent because they're not going to use him like he's supposed to be used, and they have too many holes to fill to protect him like he should be to be successful. So let me get that clear first. The offensive tackle being the first pick, I had no problem with that because they have so many holes to fix that was a great pick for me. Okay, if you want to say you want to start from building inside out, okay, great. But then you come back and pick a quarterback that I don't see where he was on anybody's. I mean, I wasn't looking or where he ranked that, but you're going to tell me he was better than Shador? You're going to tell me he was better than Jalen Milroe? Like, you could have, if that's the case, you could have taken Jackson Dart. But I don't understand. My thought would have been you don't need a quarterback. That's why you didn't get him in the first round, because you're going to be satisfied with Spencer Rattler and Hayner, and whether Carr comes back or not. I don't even know who the hell Nucci?
Ben DiNucci, yeah.
Who he is. So what I'm looking at is what you needed to do in that second pick was either go get your D tackle if you want to stay in that big man's realm, or go find you a receiver, a running back, or a cornerback at that pick. But definitely, and even if you would have got a quarterback, not this quarterback.
Did we freeze? Oh,
okay. No, I thought we froze. But no, I mean, we talked about it a lot yesterday. Tyrone, Bob, myself, and Alan talked ad nauseum about the need for edge and how the Saints really neglected that throughout day 2. We talked about, did we lose them? I think we did.
no, I can hear you. I'm updating some picks.
I'm back.
There we go. No, we lost Tyrone for half a second, but he's back.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back.
But we talked about it nauseum, like the fact that the Saints neglected the needs for edge, that there was a run at cornerback during, one of those stretches in round 3, and the Saints neglected that. Yes, we can sit on this side and very easily say, well, these are the positions of need for the Saints. And I truly think that the Saints missed some opportunities. And Bob and I were talking about that before you joined there in round number 3. The quarterback selection confused a lot of us. I mean, a lot of us had heard that Shuck was the preferred guy. But even one of our comments yesterday in the chat was, if they like Shuck so much, that's fine. But why waste the 40th pick on him? He probably was going to be available by the time they came around in round 3.
Well, somebody else, I said 5 or 6, but somebody was saying that the Giants was eyeing him or something else. I'm like, well, they still had, to me, other better quarterbacks that they could have picked.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to pick a quarterback at that number. But I didn't think they should have gone after a quarterback at that number because, again, you're if you're claiming you want to start from inside out, why not go get your D tackle, a better D tackle, or a higher ranked D tackle at that number 2? Or if you had to, go get another tackle, or should say a skill position guy, your running back, your receiver, your cornerback. I mean, that would have been the best next option at that number 2 spot.
Oh, I couldn't agree with you more. And yeah, I'm not necessarily against Chuck as the quarterback. If that's who Kellen Moore wants for his system, who are we to say, that he should change his own scouting routine? But we watched, we were all yelling for a wide receiver, cornerback, especially running back. And, those are 3 positions that they have not addressed at all, not just in the draft, but in free agency either. Unless you count bringing back Brandon Cooks. But where's your big body? Where's your guy that's going to make that play in the intermediate zones and move the chains and just be a security blanket for your quarterback, whoever it is? There's not a guy on the roster that I see right now. I don't know about you guys.
No, not at all. I mean, and other than Alvin Kamara, like I said before, he's probably the only player they have that is a difference maker on the team at any position. And when you have all of these positions, you're still holding on to some of the older guys. You're changing your defense from a 4-3 to a 3-4. Like I said, if it's going to be a situation where they're playing a true 3-4 defense, where the defensive ends have to 2-gap and read, we're going to have some problems. Now, if it's the one where, like Dave Aranda used to run at LSU, where, hey, we're showing a 3-4, but one of our linebackers is always going to be blitzing and or hitting the A-gap and going one side or the other from the nose tackle and turning it into a 4-3, but we're still having a too high safety look. Hey, that's great. That's fine. If you want to do that. But I can tell you, if those linebackers, if from what I hear, we have 2 good nose tackles or 2 big nose tackles, but I don't know if they're good enough to hold or big enough to hold 3 guys, because that's the job of that nose tackle, is to occupy 3 guys to keep them off of those 2 linebackers. Because if those guards now get their hand on Demario Davis or Pete Warner, we in trouble in the run game.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you saw last year. That's why this run defense was as bad as we've seen it in maybe decades. Maybe this kid from Texas, Broughton, is that guy. But like he was a surprise pick to us in the 3rd round. And we kind of said the same thing, that if you're going to address this spot, you could have done it earlier with a higher rated guy. Maybe even traded a couple of these day 3 picks, to get back in, to pick up an extra 3rd rounder, where your quarterback may have been available at that point.
But they need bodies. And so that's the one thing.
Yes.
With the problem with the Saints is everybody, like we said before, everybody talks about the Saints having injuries and everybody has them across the league. I mean, you look at the Detroit Lions, they had, I think, 12, 13 guys go down over the course of the season, but they had capable backups. The Saints ain't have capable backups. That was the issue. That was the difference. Yes, they had a whole plethora. They continue over the years have had a plethora of injuries, but they never have had the capable backups to fill in. And that's the one thing that they need to do with it, especially when you start getting into the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round. You need to start looking at guys who are going to be capable backups, because most likely they won't be your starters. They're going to be your special teams guys, if they even make the team. But they're going to be your special teams guys, but they have to be capable backups at those positions. And I think when you look at the offense, or going back to the offense, you still, again, whether it was the tackle, you can pick up a guard or 2 in those later rounds. Guard is not that much of an issue as it would be for a right and a left tackle. You can find some guards that are decent to get the job done in the NFL, especially when you got a center like Eric McCoy. So that's not a big deal to me. The tackles, the D tackles, the edge rushers, and again, running back, cornerback, receiver. those are your essential options right now. And I think you could have gotten a really good corner or a really good receiver, because we don't know what's going to happen with Olave. He's
Yeah.
one hit away from probably not playing ever again. Rashid Shaheed is not a possession receiver. He's not your route running receiver. He's your over the top guy. And then you brought in Brandon Cooks, who's more so still another speed guy. But everything is, to me, it seems like they're trying to build this team to be that read options kind of slash, maybe run some pro style stuff initially. But when you're having these quarterbacks that can basically don't have to worry about reading a defense or making adjustments, everything is just tempo and on the fly. I already have the read. I know where I'm going to go with it, to where they're not thinking. I think that's where he's gearing this team to go, because I don't see the pro style of it anymore. When you're bringing in college coaches on the defensive side, you're going to a 3-4 defense. You're bringing in, or you're drafting this quarterback, who, to me, again, from what I saw from his highlights, wasn't too highly impressed. But again, that was your decision. But looking at the offensive lineman, the tackle that they picked, great guy. Looking at his feet, looking at his speed, and how he moves off the ball, with the quickness, then he looks to me like that was a good pick. Again, I would have came back with the next second round. I'm looking at a receiver, or I'm looking at a cornerback, or I'm looking at a running back, which were some of the top guys in that second round at their pick that was still there.
Yeah, and again, they haven't addressed it at all. And you mentioned edge rusher on the defensive side. Since we've been sitting here talking, two more have come off. David Walker, the kid from Central Arkansas, and Brendan's guy Jack Sawyer from Ohio State. And the reason I keep screaming for edge rusher, and listen, I know sacks aren't everything, but you need disruption from the position. And you're talking about an edge spot that combined for 17 sacks a year ago, and only as a team, only 84 quarterback hits. Tyrone, you're a defensive back, you're cornerback, and this was before the NFL made it easier for the passing game. If your front seven isn't getting any pressure on the quarterback, and that guy has 7 seconds to stand back there,
we catching hell on the back end.
right?
And I think that's what made excuse me. I think that's what made somebody like a Eric Allen, who's just now going into, which I'm congratulations to him. He's well deserved. I should have been in, really. But somebody like an Eric Allen, when he was with the Philadelphia Eagles and they had that, what was it? That Eagle blitz or they were playing, was it 66-1 or whatever, where I can sit on a route at 10 yards because I know that quarterback isn't going to have time, or that receiver isn't going to have time to run a route any deeper than that. Or I can sit on a lot of routes because I know my rush is going to get there, and that quarterback is going to have to get rid of the ball. Same thing when you look at the Eagles last year. I mean, they played basically zone, and it was a 4-man front, but it looked, as fast as they were getting back there, it looked like the Eagles were blitzing off of a 4-man front. So that's even better for me as a corner, because now I can take chances, because I know at least I have, unlike in man-to-man where I may not have safety help, or at least safety's in the middle, I know I still have safety over the top of me, because I can take a chance on it because I know the rush is going to get there. And the quarterback has to get rid of it. So that makes a huge difference. So again, if you're going to say, I want to build a team from inside out, to me, I'm liking the tackle. I'm liking the D tackle. I'm liking the free safety, that they picked up. But I think at 2, you should have gone at a skill position, or either get your defensive tackle at that position, at that number.
Bob, speaking of Jack Sawyer, who you just brought up, that is a Steelers type of DNA type of
Yeah, he is.
So that's a great pick for them. Saints coming up here in a few picks for their second pick of day 3. We're seeing a little bit of a run on edge. David Walker, Jack Sawyer, Barron
Who did the Steelers pick?
Jack Sawyer, the edge rusher from Ohio State.
Gotcha. Yeah. So they're looking at more defense. Yeah.
Yeah. And Kyle Kennard, the edge rusher from South Carolina, just went to the Chargers.
Yeah. So
And going back to Shador, I really believe that the Steelers would have been the best place. You know, everybody was talking about him possibly falling to 21 and thinking the Steelers were going to take him. I really thought that was the best place for him to go because you have two number one receivers in Pickens and DK Metcalf, a number one tight end, and you got a running game, and you got protection.
Yeah.
And now what they're looking at is, hey, let's start building on the defensive side. Hey, that's an opportunity to win right there, right away.
Yeah, we talked about that night one. That when we were talking about, especially when the slide started falling, he's like, where would he best fit? We talked that Vegas we didn't feel would be a great fit for him, but Pittsburgh would make a ton of sense for Shador, and I think it still could. I just don't. It's kind of one of those spots. I don't know how much further he's going to slide.
I'm at the point. If it was me, I'm like, look, don't even pick me. Let me be a free agent and go pick where I want to go.
Yeah, right.
The Raiders do have another pick here in round 4. Pick 135. I could see that. Dylan Sampson from Tennessee just came off the board. He's going to the Cleveland Browns. That was another spot where Shador may have found a home. But that's really, when you're starting to look at teams and fit, I don't know where he fits. But Bob and I talked about this as soon as we got on today. At some point, a team's going to look at their board and be like, he's damn near head and shoulders rated higher than any other prospect that we have on our board. Why not?
Why not take him?
Yeah, I think there's going to be a team that does that. I said Dallas is my surprise team that could do it.
I wouldn't be surprised about that because I know Jerry would make that kind of move, especially looking at how Dak is always getting injured. That might be a good move for them. And looking at the players that he's going to have around, I think they made a good move. I think they picked another edge rusher in the first round, if I'm not mistaken. That's really good. And so now you're looking at them building on the defensive side of the ball with Micah Parsons and another edge rusher. That's going to be a pretty good defense.
Talk about the draft process for you while we wait for the Saints pick. I know you were 4th or 5th round choice. I don't remember.
I was a 5th round, but actually going into my senior season, I was a top 5 pick. So you want to talk about somebody sliding?
Right.
I was a top 5 pick. July of 19. What was that? That would have been July of 1992. My senior year. So I'm a top 5 guys coming off running a 4.240, 4.29 40. Going into the season, one of the top 5 guys in the country, and got into it with my my position coach about me not blocking, doing enough blocking for what they felt of me going downfield. But it was a situation more so of them kind of doing what they're doing with Shador in a sense of, oh, well, we don't believe, I guess they didn't want me thinking it was going to my head. So they were finding any reason, oh, well, we're not going to start you anymore as a receiver. And keep in mind, I'm coming off of a bowl game, January of 1992 against the Miami Hurricanes, where I'm playing in a game with a cast on as a defensive back. Actually at that point it was like maybe my second or third game. I'm sorry, my first game. It was my first game playing defensive back with a cast on because I couldn't catch the ball as a receiver because I had the cast on my arm. And so now they had me doing kickoff returns and playing defensive back. Well, in the spring after that season, spring of 92, I go to them and say, well, hey, look, why don't you guys let me play both ways? And they didn't want to let me do that. We're going into the spring or going into the fall, again, 92, preseason top 5, as a receiver, as a returner, one of the fastest guys coming out. and I get in during the season. Now it becomes all of a sudden, well, we're not starting you as a receiver or a wingback. We're going to start these younger guys because we feel they can block better on a run game and help our run game out. So that was their excuse. So now I'm on the bench, but I'll go in passing situations. And then as the season went on, we started seeing all of the schools, the Oklahomas, the Kansas, the Colorados, everybody was getting away from the option and started throwing the ball. So then they came to me, the defensive back coach came to me and said, hey, Ty, what do you think, since they're not using you as much on the offensive side, what do you think about come and play a couple of series or so if we need you on defense? And I'm like, sure. So there was about 4 or 5 games where I actually played both sides of the ball, Colorado being one of them, where I had to guard. I had to go against Deion Figures, who was the cornerback. He was covering me as a receiver, but then I had to cover Michael Westbrook as a corner.
And you just mentioned 2 number 1 draft choices, by the way.
There you go. But yet the other games I'm back on the bench. So anytime we got to big games, I'm playing both ways, but every other game I'm on the bench. So stock kind of fell. Didn't help that I ran a 4.5 at the combine. But like I said, came back on pro day and it was ran a 4.31 and a 4.35. And so now it becomes, well, where do we play him? And my thought, and even with my agent, we're like, what do you mean? Where do you play? I've been a receiver all my life. I played maybe 6 or 7 games total as a defensive back. And now y'all don't know where to draft me. And so the slide began, going from projected first or second round to 5th round. And fortunately it was with the Saints.
Now, I don't know whether the media makes a bigger deal out of this than what it actually is, but prospects in their pre-draft meetings and their interviews with teams, are blamed for some of these prospects falling. It's being blamed for Shador's fall. Was as much stock put into this the individual interviews that you had with teams when you were coming out?
And for me, I couldn't remember. I don't remember actually having interviews. I remember teams bringing me in, we'll talk at that, before the draft. The Saints brought me in, worked me out. I went to the Miami Dolphins, worked out for them, but never really sitting down with them that I can remember and having conversations with them. I knew at the combine, once you get finished getting poked and prodded by all 30 at the time, what was it? 30 teams, 32 teams, or no, 30 teams, I think it was at the time, getting poked and prodded by all of their doctors. Then you go down, and the only team that I can remember, which was stupid, I think Deion commented on that as well, was the Giants. And from what I heard, I think they still have that Wonderlic test, which is like I don't even know what they get out of that. It's just so stupid. But that's one of the things I think now teams, after seeing guys over the years since we've come out, how they've gotten in trouble, or if they have issues at different colleges or whatever before they get there, they want to try and find out, well, hey, what type of kid is he really? Because one of the things I can tell you, the NFL, as far as background checks and knowing about guys, and this is why I don't even know why they go through this interview process, because they already know about kids already. Right. They're like the FBI. I mean, they're going to do their due diligence and know everything about family members, who you hang with, and all of this other stuff, talk to coaches or whatever before they even get to you. But one of the things is, at the end of the day, it's really not a concern, because if you're good enough, they still going to draft you.
Yeah. Yeah, and we've seen that in recent years. Joe Mixon, when the Cincinnati Bengals drafted him, comes to mind. I mean, Joe just beat up his girlfriend on camera, but you can't deny that that young man's talent. And I think he got picked in the 2nd round, if I'm not mistaken. That's pretty high for someone with such a black mark on their record.
Exactly. And that's why I go back to where you saying Deion Shador didn't didn't have a good interview or he feels entitled. That's the only thing I can't understand is where's all of this coming from? Because I can't understand how that matters to the NFL when you have a talent like he is. And it's not anything bad as it pertains to like criminal, where you got murderers and rapists and everything else that you got on your teams and
Right.
you drafted. But yet you're saying this kid is entitled, or you're putting out he's not that good. Okay, but yet he won all of these awards. He was a top 3 initially, and now all of a sudden he's not even drafted. So, and I don't say it's a white or black thing. I say it's a player thing as it pertains to that player. Or I come up again saying the white issue is that's where I feel these coaches are entitled because they get these jobs and don't deserve them. They haven't, or let me rephrase that, they haven't earned them. And people just feel the fans think, oh, they have these jobs. All of these coaches have these jobs, or these analysts have these jobs, and they know what they're talking about. No, they don't.
I think we'll find out a lot in the next few days, and some things are going to get leaked on why he fell so far. Whenever he does eventually get.
Oh, it's going to eventually come out because they can't hold it. Nobody gonna hold it. Somebody gonna let it go. So somebody gonna let it go.
Absolutely. The Saints are
somebody's gonna let it out. Say that again.
The Saints are on the clock, and the pick is just about to come in. I want to go back to Danny Stutzman, the last pick out of Oklahoma. He only had one workout, and it was with the New Orleans Saints.
What position?
Linebacker. That was the last pick as we await for their next pick here in round 4. So, yes, Stutzman, the linebacker out of Oklahoma, the pick earlier today, only worked out for the New Orleans Saints.
What was his ranking or rating?
I think it was about right, about a fourth or fifth round pick.
Big kid. Well, for a linebacker now, he's big. 6'4", like 245. The film that I saw broke down on him. He's the guy you want plugging the holes against the run. He's a downhill guy, not real agile in space. I don't know if I have a pro comparison for him, but a lot of scouts were saying, and I could see this when I saw his film. He might be an early down guy. Again, somebody you roll out on goal line situations, base formations, but the type of linebacker who could step into the gap and take on a lead blocker too, which is somebody you mentioned trying to keep blockers off of DeMario and Pete. Stutzman is a bigger linebacker that can at least stand up that blocker in the hole.
The New Orleans Saints pick is in, and they have selected Quincy Riley, cornerback out of Louisville.
Late
so
for
you got a
cornerback.
corner. Now, where is he ranked? Bob?
He was ranked 86th overall, according to ESPN. The Saints get him at 131.
So you could have gone in the second round and gotten a receiver or a cornerback, but you wait till the 4th round, which is a position of essential need.
Yeah, it is. And Quincy, smaller kid, he's fast, but like 5'9", under 200. So just the frame alone tells you he might have a hard time against the bigger outside receivers. But I mean, he can run. The scouting report on him, I admittedly I didn't really watch much film because like you, Tyrone, I was thinking they'd go cornerback earlier, so I was concentrating on the higher graded guys. Quincy's scouting breakdown, great ball tracking ability, good agility to turn and run with receivers, and good long speed. But a little bit shorter for today's cornerback, does not handle big receivers well, and struggles in contested catch situations.
So again, my thinking is, first of all, let me say this. please, and I hope the fans that are out there listening understand, this is going to be a 3 to 5 year process before the Saints can get back to where we would like them to be. They're not totally rebuilding, but they're in a rebuilding process. So my thought would be, I'm going to try to get as many guys that I need right now that can help us right now, meaning, attack the tackles, the D tackles, the skill position guys that within 3 to 5 years will have enough experience and be those guys that we need to carry us over the hump, to where we only have to get 1 or 2 players at that time to help us to win games or to get to the Super Bowl. It's not a big priority, or we may even just be drafting at that time guys to be backups. But I'm gonna prioritize my main positions right now. And again, I go back to, I just don't think that I wouldn't even, if it wasn't Shador, if it wasn't Jackson Dart, I wouldn't even look at a quarterback. I'm going to stick with Rattler and Hayner for this year. They can get done what we need, but let me go find a running back. Let me go find a receiver. Let me go find the tackles, the D tackles. Even at the linebacker, I would have rather have gone earlier with the cornerback before the linebacker. But let's find those positions first that are with quality players.
Yeah, and like you said earlier, this team, and I don't think anybody would disagree with you, this team has so many glaring needs right now. That it's tough for them to even put a product on the field that's going to be consistently competitive with some of the some of the better teams in the National Football League. And back when Sean Payton and Drew Brees were in their prime, Sean made no secret of the fact that a lot of the day 3 picks were for backup value and specials, and we want to focus on athletic special teams. That's great, and you win and lose a lot of games with special teams, as you of all people know.
And with backups, and because I was a backup as well as the nickel, and actually I played corner, nickel, dime, and safety.
Yeah, right. So I mean, you're not sitting here saying that Quincy Riley or Danny Stutzman or any of these day 3 picks aren't going to be good players. But statistically speaking, someone like you, who had such a great career and ended up in the franchise's Hall of Fame, you're more of the statistical rarity. You got to hit with your early round picks and guys that are going to step in and be day 1 contributors, right?
Exactly. And so that's what I'm saying, is that I would not have taken that second. I would not have taken a quarterback in that second round, especially a quarterback that's not a second round quarterback, or that's going to be able to look like that's going to be someone who can step in right now and going to lead us to the Super Bowl. That's not going to happen. I needed for them to stick to, let's build inside out. Let's get that D tackle at that second pick. Or like I said, you need your skill. Let's go for the skill position guys, because you can find guards. You may be able to get some free agencies if you can get under the cap, free agency picks to bring certain other guys in, or veteran guys who may end up becoming starters while these younger guys are still learning. But I want to at least set a base of who I'm going to potentially keep for the next 3 to 5 years.
Back to Shador for a second. If you're a team and you already have a quarterback, you look at a Shador Sanders on the board now, and do you feel like it's good value? Especially if you have the coaching staff, to develop him the system that he's going to fit best in. It's going to highlight what he does well. Because we talk about, and I couldn't agree with what you said more earlier. When you said there weren't a lot of teams that you'd classify as quarterback needy early in the draft. Well, now day 3, you're talking pure value, right?
Exactly. I mean, and he again, keep in mind, he was projected as a top 5 pick, right? And he's still on the board. So for those teams, even if I'm a team that has quarterbacks, do I want to make in the later round? Hey, let me take a shot. He may be something. He may turn out, which I know he can play, and everybody knows he can play. He may turn out being the guy. Hey, he moves out somebody else, or may move out my starter. I can trade my starter to somebody else and get more picks for the draft later on, down a couple of years down the road. But
Well,
one of the things I like to say with Shador also is that, again, getting back into these naysayers about what he couldn't do. He again, another knock. Oh, he holds on to the ball too long, and he took too many sacks. Well, was that his fault? Okay, maybe he could have threw the ball away and not take the sack, but that basically meant he was under pressure. And from what I read, he was one of the most pressure. What was it? Unblocked. He had the most sacks from unblocked players, which means you had a bad offensive line. But again, you're knocking him for saying he took too many sacks, but yet he still led the conference, the NCAA, in completion. He led in passing yards. And I compare, everybody's like trying to do these comparisons. I compare him to Joe Burrow. And some of the guys like, well, no, he's not Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow's this in the Super Bowl. I said, but I'm talking about the Joe Burrow that was coming out of LSU.
mm-hmm.
I said Joe Burrow was smart. He knew where to go with the ball. He sat in the pocket. He knew how to distribute it, but he had protection. I said, what is the difference between him and Shador Sanders? They both had a nice arm, both had accuracy. What is the difference between him and Shador Sanders? I said, if you're going to say Shador Sanders takes too many sacks or has been sacked too many times, didn't Joe Burrow lead the NFL in sacks?
3 years, man.
But took his team to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and I understood
so the
what you were
comparison.
saying.
I'm just saying the things that they're trying to say what's a knock on Shador has been the same thing that Joe Burrow has to deal with, and he's been successful with it.
Yeah, he has been, and I think that, and you're not sitting here saying Shador Sanders is going to be as good as Joe Burrow. You're just saying that that what each guy does well compares favorably to each other. And I mean, Shador Sanders took a hell of a beating.
He can be as good as Joe Burrow because he has the same qualities and traits. I mean, he's smart. He knows where to go with the ball. He has a great IQ. But if you put him with the right team, I'm gonna tell you this: if you and I think we said this last week, everybody was saying, okay, well, Shador played in a lackluster conference. Had he been in the SEC, what would have happened? Well, if you're going to make that comparison, then make a complete apples to apples comparison. Meaning, let's put Shador Sanders in the SEC with an SEC team. Don't put him in the SEC with Colorado's team because they would have got slaughtered. But if you put him in the SEC with a decent team with a Jamar Chase, a Jordan Jefferson, what would he have done, or what can he do with a team like that? That's all I'm saying. If you're gonna compare him or say he put him in this conference of what he would have done, I think he would have excelled even more because he would have had better players and better protection.
I definitely think his numbers would have been higher, and that comparison doesn't hold water with me either. Because you look at a guy like Patrick Mahomes. Mahomes played at Texas Tech. They weren't in the SEC. They weren't in the Big Ten. We can go down the list of good quarterbacks in the league.
He fell, and fortunately, he wasn't a number one or a number two pick. He fell in the right place to the right team, and their starter just happened to get hurt. But he was with a good team.
Yeah, with a good coach that knew how to use them. Coaching matters, folks. We all three say it all the time. Coaching matters. Now, I know I'm biased because I'm a coach. Tyrone, you've been a coach. We're biased a little bit, but coaching matters, ladies and gentlemen.
Coaching matters, but not only coaching matters, having good, knowledgeable assistant coaches matter. That's the key, because when you think about it, head coaches basically, unless they're Sean Payton or somebody where, or where you call Dennis Allen, where you're going to call the plays, a head coach's job, once you become a head coach, is basically to delegate to your offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator. They delegate to those position coaches on what to teach those guys and or how to teach those guys on what they want to run. A head coach really is his job is to motivate. His job is to deal with the general manager and the owner and the media. That's basically it. Because I'm delegating to my offensive coordinator and my defensive coordinator, who actually are the two guys that's running the team, because they're the ones who's coming up with the plays. And I'm just giving the okay on that. Let's run this play. Let's run that play, special team. Let's do this trick play, or no, we're not. I'm just giving the okay as a head coach, because those guys are the ones who's running the team. The offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, offensive coordinators come up with the offensive plays. This is what I want to do. This is how I'm going to do it. Receiver coach, offensive line coach, y'all come up with the protections. Receivers, these are how you run the routes according to these quarterback steps or this particular pattern. So you have a receiver coach who's teaching his receivers that particular play. You got an offensive line who's teaching that particular protection or run blocking scheme. You got running back coach who's teaching these particular steps. The head coach, he's just walking around delegating. But he became the head coach because 9 times out of 10, he was an offensive coordinator or defensive coordinator somewhere else.
How do you feel about it? Since you're on that subject, how do you feel about a system that, and we'll stay on Sean Payton, because Sean Payton, Sean McVay, they're guys that were very, very good offensive coordinators, and then after they became the head coach, they still basically run the offense rather than delegate as much as some of the others. Are you okay with that, or would you rather your head coach be a pure delegator and just let the coordinators do what they're paid to do?
Well, I think it depends on the coach, and that's more so of how does he feel. As far as me, I'm gonna leave it up to the coach. If you think you still want to be that defensive coordinator or that offensive coordinator because you want to run what you want to run and know how it should be run and want to tell the other guys how to do it, as opposed to as opposed to being the head coach and saying, hey, look, this is my offensive coordinator. We're going to do it his way. These are the plays he wants to run. This is how he wants to do it. You're putting your trust into someone else now in hopes that he's going to get it done. But it also has to feel, or it should be some way it should have your same ideologies on how that play works or how that defense works. If that's not the case and you're just letting them do it, then you're putting a lot of trust into those people. I think with Sean was the head coach. Technically, he wasn't the offensive coordinator. It was Pete Carmichael, only in title.
Right.
Only in title. But Sean, we all know Sean called the plays. He's going to be in that room with Pete Carmichael, with Drew Brees, the quarterbacks, Jameis Winston, and they're going over the plays. This is what you should look at. This is how we're doing the check downs. This is going to be our bailout. This is what we'll check to in certain situations, or I'll give you 2 call plays or what have you. So he ran it the way he wanted to do it, and he still called those plays because he was an offensive coordinator, a quarterback. That's what he wanted to do, and he wanted it done his way. Again, you look at Dan Campbell. He turned the chains over to an offensive coordinator and a defensive coordinator, who are now both coaches.
I want to ask you guys about this report that came out about Shedeur, but first, I want to talk about some of these draft picks for the Saints and go through some of the comments here. Calvin says, one, it really seems that the Saints have this mindset that they don't need a big body receiver.
Yeah, clearly.
Second, he continues and says, it seems like they're drafting depth pieces rather than drafting guys to challenge for starting spots. They're rolling with the same roster basically because maybe they believe injuries was the reason they weren't competitive a year ago. And Libby said that Tyrone has been on the money. in his opinions so far.
He always is, Libby.
Well, let me say this: injuries have always been a problem for the Saints over the last 3 or 4 years. And when the first 2 games, we saw how the Saints, and this is why I always said I still believed in Derek Carr as far as being a good quarterback when he's protected. He can do what we saw those first 2 games, regardless of who they were playing against. Because everybody, at the end of the day, we looked at the teams, how they ended up compared to what we first thought about them. It wasn't good, but I'm looking at the quarterback. I'm not looking at the team or the team they played against. I'm looking at how he ran the offense. I'm looking at how the offense looked as a team when they were healthy. And that was one of the big slides or big reasons why I was saying it didn't make sense to fire Dennis Allen, because it wasn't Dennis Allen's fault at that point, because the offense wasn't him, it was the injuries. But then the people turn around and say, well, every team has injuries. And just like I said earlier, it's not about the injuries, it's about having capable backups. And because the Saints have been over the salary cap for so long, they can't bring in capable backups. I didn't even know last year when they played, and you guys may remember this, last year when they played the New York Giants, the front 4 of the New York Giants were all backups.
Yep.
But when they played against the Saints, you wouldn't have never thought it. And it wasn't the fact the Saints were still running. They still had Kubiak. They still was running the same offense. Rattler and Haener couldn't get anything going because they didn't have any protection. And 1 week it was, Rattler's not that good. Haener was the good guy because Haener could make the checks, which I still believe Haener's the better quarterback because I think he's the smarter quarterback. I think Rattler is the more athletic quarterback.
Oh yeah, you put Jake Haener's instincts and awareness in Spencer Rattler, and you got something.
Oh, you got only thing they'll need then is some height.
Yeah.
But Joe, you definitely gonna have.
We'll give him Brendan's height because Brendan's taller than you or I, Tyrone.
And that's great. That would be great. And I think when you look at the Saints last year and everything they were doing, it's just everybody got hyped behind the special teams coach coming in. And like I said, the Saints started winning a couple of games because of the rah-rah. Like, no, the Saints started winning because starters were back. And then when the starters went down again, when Carr went down again, when McCoy went out again, when Taysom Hill went out again, then you saw how the season ended.
Yeah.
It wasn't the coach. And that's why I said it didn't make sense to fire Dennis Allen at that time. I thought, it was either if they were going to fire Dennis Allen, which I don't think they still would have fired him if Gale didn't step in, which was very surprising. But if they were going to fire him, it was going to be at the end of the year, which would have made sense. But to come in and fire him during the middle of the season, and it really wasn't his fault, although the team had been doing bad the last several years. I mean, wait till the end of the season and fire him because it didn't make a difference. Let's say that. Because you had so many injuries. And I think now looking at like whomever that was that said that, as far as the Saints are drafting for more backups or bodies or whatever, I don't have a problem with that. The problem I have is your first 2 picks should be guys that you're looking at that's going to come and make a difference on your team right now. I think as far as the tackle, they hit on that one. As far as the quarterback, they missed on that one. You come back with the D tackle. Hey, that's a great hit because that's something you're going to need and be able to use right now. I think the safety is going to help out. I don't know what his rankings were or whatever, but you got Tyrann Mathieu, and I forgot who the other starter was, but you do have the other guy, Reed, in there now from Kansas City, and bringing this other guy in, at least, again, a capable backup, a good special teams player, somebody who can fill in if one of the guys go down. That's what you start looking for. But I'm thinking first, second round, I'm looking at my tackle. If the D tackle, if you didn't go to D tackle, again, I'm going to say it, I'm looking at running back, I'm looking at receiver, or I'm looking at cornerback with that second pick.
Yeah. Yeah, because yeah, and like you said, if you're drafting for depth, that's fine. Every team needs depth, especially a team that's dealt with injuries and an older team like the Saints. But you have to, my opinion, you have to look at your team and realize, okay, what don't we have any of? Or what
Everything.
don't we have it? Well, right. What don't we have
Everything
enough of? We don't have enough guys to put pressure on the passer. You haven't addressed edge rush at all.
at all.
In free agency either. We don't have a number 2 cornerback anymore. Alontae Taylor's a disruptive player, but he's most effective when you're moving him around, when you're blitzing him, when you're using him as a third
In the
corner or an
box.
extra safety.
He hasn't shown to be, not saying that he can't be, he just hasn't shown to be a good outside corner. He's been great when you put him in the slot at nickel or dime.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, you don't have a second outside corner because you traded Marshawn Lattimore and you didn't pay Paulson Adebo. So you don't have that second outside corner, and you haven't addressed it through free agency or the draft.
And
Now,
McChrysty, what's his name? Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid is going to take another 2-3 years to come around and to understand the game. Again, right now, he's just out there. What we used to say, he's just balling. He really don't understand the game yet or what's coming. But he's going to learn that as the years go on with his athleticism, and I think he's going to be a great corner. But on the other side of that, you ain't got nobody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that I think that's the ultimate problem I have with this draft, with this offseason so far, is that you look, okay, you wanted a quarterback, you got a quarterback. We could agree or disagree on who it was, but that's who the coach wanted. You at least addressed your need with defensive tackle. You got linebacker depth, you got safety depth, and you improved your offensive line. But when you look at your team, and Kellen Moore, you're the evaluator as well as the guy in charge. Your job depends on wins and losses, and you have to look at what doesn't my team have any of. You don't have a big receiver. You don't have running back depth. You're still the way this roster is now. If you had to suit up and play tomorrow, you're still running Alvin Kamara between the tackles, which has never been where Kamara's been most effective. You need to address it. I mean, I'm no genius, but I figured this out all by myself.
I think ultimately, if we want to be a little bit more kind or understanding, I guess, of this draft, you would say, okay, year 2 is the year we can be really harsh because Kellen Moore's had a full year to evaluate and do whatever, right? But I am with Bob. I am a little confused on the offseason as a whole.
But the thing about it, this is not your first rodeo at this. It's your first rodeo of being the head coach, but not being in the draft room.
Right.
So you already know or knew how all of this works. And again, I don't know, people still saying, hey, this is all Mickey Loomis and they don't have a say. So I don't believe that as far as draft day, but could be. But I'm still looking at, like you're saying, it's my job on the line. I'm going to go get the guys that I want. If you're saying I want to start inside out, build inside out, okay, then why didn't you get a tackle, a D tackle, another tackle, or a guard, or a defensive end? I mean, or a defensive edge rusher, or another defensive tackle, or why didn't you get I'm thinking of the 3-4 defense. Two defensive tackles, or go get me another nose guard.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're saying I want to build inside out. Well, okay, this year we're going to build inside out. We're going to go get all of the big guys that we need. That's available, because you can't tell me at 9 and then in the second round you still ain't have quality big men to go get.
Right.
You still had quality big men to go get on both sides of the ball. So I wouldn't have had a problem with that if that's your philosophy. But for you to go get this number 2 at quarterback, that throws me.
And like you said, this isn't. This might be Kellen Moore's first time running the show completely, but he's always been in the draft room. He's always had a major say so, and at least the offensive side. And you look at the offenses that Kellen Moore has had. He had with Dallas, he had what the hell is the receiver? CD Lamb, a big-bodied wide receiver. With the Chargers, they went out and drafted Quentin Johnston. That Quentin hasn't worked out, but the goal there was a big-bodied wide receiver. Philadelphia, he had A.J. Brown, a big-bodied wide receiver. Yeah, no offense to Olave, Brandon Cooks, Shaheed. I like all three, but and this is coming from a vertically challenged guy myself. They're not over 6 feet. You don't have that. You don't have that Michael Thomas. You don't have that A.J. Brown. And Kellen Moore's had that wherever he's gone.
And
why doesn't he get it now?
And I'm gonna tell you this: if you're talking about the read option and the routes you're going to get off of the read option, most of them are going to be slant routes inside within 7 to 8 yards, where that ball has to be thrown flat on the line. So if you got a Spencer Rattler as a quarterback or a Hayner who's a short quarterback, and they're trying to throw a quick route on a flat line, that means those defensive players got the opportunity to get more blocks and knockdowns because of that situation. They may be fast, but you got to get them the ball. And so all of that plays a part in understanding how this offense works. And again, not saying they're going to be totally read option. They're still going to run. Philadelphia wasn't totally read up. You still going to get up underneath center. You still going to, run the ball. You still going to bring in the big guys to mash the ball. But more so than not, he's building this team to be that type of offense. Yeah, I think more than what the Philadelphia Eagles were, because I think the Philadelphia Eagles obviously had the bigger guys to be able to do what they've done this year. And so now you're expecting, when you're hiring this guy, he's going to do what they did in Philly. No, he's not. That can be done on a college level, because you can go and handpick the guys you need to build to be that same team. In the NFL, it doesn't work that way. It's going to take you years to get that offensive line. I didn't even realize until the Super Bowl, every last one of their offensive line was over 6 feet, was like 6'6" or taller. I mean, 6'5" or taller.
Yeah, they were monsters.
6'5" or taller, 300 pounds across the board. I was like, oh my God.
No wonder they manhandled the Chiefs.
Exactly. And everybody was talking about, now they're talking about getting rid of the tush push and everything. So the reason is, what made them so successful, and I don't know how many people knew this, it wasn't the fact of the lineman, it was Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts squats over 600 pounds. Majority of quarterbacks don't.
No.
So it's not just the offensive line pushing, it's him pushing as well with those strong legs. That's why it was so successful.
Well, guys, we're officially in round 5, as Ingram Dawkins, the edge from Georgia, is the first pick of the 5th round. He goes to the Minnesota Vikings. So Shedeur not drafted in round 4 at all. I want to discuss this point with you guys in a Todd McShay report that came out today. McShay said that Shedeur did not have a great interview in a private visit with the New York Giants. An install package came in. Preparation was not there for it. Sanders got called out on it, did not like it. And Brian Dable did not appreciate Shedeur Sanders not liking the criticism. We have heard rumors.
So wait. Repeat. Can you repeat that? You said an install came in.
So they were running through what an install would look like, and a package came in. The preparation was not there for it. Brian Dable called out Shedeur Sanders on not being prepared, and Shedeur did not like that. Brian did not appreciate him not liking it. That's the quote from Todd McShay. We heard that Sanders had not interviewed well. Now, this is just one particular isolated incident with the New York Giants, and obviously the Giants went Jackson Dart, and reports were that they liked Dart as their guy for multiple days before the draft. hearing things like that, is that enough for you guys to explain why he's fell this far? And the question will be posed again, at what point does this fall stop?
For me, it shouldn't, because again, he can play, and if you have the coaches to develop him or to do, because I'm not really understanding what they mean by an install was given to him and he didn't like it. You shouldn't be, as a coach, if you're gonna, and maybe this could be it too. As a coach, if I'm gonna pick a player, I'm going to make sure he can do what I need him to do or run my
Yep.
offense the way I need it to be run. Now, if they're saying, oh, he didn't like it, so he can't run it, or do I change my philosophy and say, hey, look, I know he's a great player. I'm going to do stuff according to his capabilities. Because I remember when we played my rookie year when Joe Montana went to Kansas City Chiefs. We scrimmaged against them, and we're having a scrimmage, and Kansas City ended up changing their offense more so to basically look like the 49ers and running a West Coast offense. So what they did was, you don't bring Joe Montana in to run your offense, you bring Joe Montana in to run his offense. So what you're doing is, if you're saying, okay, we don't want to select him because he can't run what we do, then okay, that's fine. But if you do select him, you want to make sure he can run what does a good coach is going to adjust to his players, not
Yes.
make his players adjust to him.
Yes.
Correct. I think at least the way that
Because once you have them, you gotta do what's best for them, not what's best for you, to make them successful.
Mm-hmm.
Because by them being successful, now you become successful.
Right.
Absolutely. I think at least the way that I interpreted that report, is that Shedeur was given some homework to understand some of these installs, and he was not prepared and did not do the homework, and was then called out for not being prepared after having homework to do prior to the visit. At least that's the way that I interpreted it.
Oh, okay. So they sent him some stuff to look at, saying, okay, hey, we want you to go over this, and once you get here, we'll talk about it, basically.
Correct.
Now that's a whole different story. Maybe he didn't understand it, or because again, you send a kid when the Saints, when I first got to the Saints, they sent me their playbook and off-season workout, and I'm looking at it like, I don't know what this is. It's foreign to me, because it's totally different terminologies. You're looking at different drops and things compared to what you may have been taught. So that could have been an issue for him until I get into your system and you can explain it to me. That's a difference. And that could be where the coaches say, well, look, we shouldn't have to explain it to you. If you did the homework, then you should know it. Well, if he didn't do the homework and he couldn't explain it, that may be a reason why they say, okay, hey, we're going to pass on him. And it happens.
Yeah, and that would be a valid reason why one team would pass on him.
Exactly. There you go, Bob.
Not all the time.
One
Yeah, no, absolutely right, Bob. Real quick, more quarterback news. The Vikings have made a trade. They will be acquiring Sam Howell
Interesting.
via trade. From Facebook as well. No, go ahead, Bob.
I know Howell played collegiately at North Carolina. I won't lie. I had no idea what NFL team he was a backup for, though.
Oh, so he was already in the NFL.
Yeah.
Okay, so they made the trade. They made the trade for him.
But Kenneth asks on Facebook, he says, the NFL season doesn't start Monday, so let's all relax a little bit. What positives are we seeing about the Saints' direction? For me, personally, Bob and I talked about this probably a little bit over an hour ago now, is that there appears to be a direction, and that direction is that this team needs to be more physical. And some of these draft picks do embody, and you look at, the physical capabilities of some of these guys. It does embody the idea that this team is trying to get a little bit more physical, and both on the offensive line with the first round pick, defensively with the linebacker out of Oklahoma, with the safety out of Virginia and their ability to work north-south, be heat-seeking missiles, make tackles, get into gaps. There appears to be a little bit of a plan to start slowly moving into what Kellen Moore wants to do. Now, these guys might not be impact starters from day one. They're going to be guys that are going to either fight for spots and fight for reps, or be backups, at least this first year. The positives is I'm starting to see Kellen Moore's DNA in the draft. To one of Tyrone's points and some of the people, yapping on social media that, it's still Mickey Loomis making all the picks. No, I disagree. We're starting to see Kellen Moore's DNA on this draft, which as a first-year head coach, that's all I can ask for. Whether I agree with the picks or not, I'm starting to see this DNA be different than the last regime's DNA. And that's a positive for me because you're getting the guys you truly want.
Well, I mean, they better be getting the guys that they truly want since they're the ones picking them. I'll agree with that. And like you said, Brendan, we talked about it an hour or two ago. This draft is full of physical players and experienced players. All of them were at least 3-year starters, except for Shuck. But that's Shuck's injuries limited him, limited his playing time. But the kid was still in college for 7 years. You're seeing experience and physicality. What I'm not seeing, not to be over, not to jab a negative point, and I'm not seeing the 2 or 3 major needs filled, and we talked about that, Tyrone. And I'm not seeing better athleticism. I'm just seeing bigger physical players. Now, if that's the ball that you want to play, if you just want to beat people up, you can win football games that way, like you said, Tyrone. But it takes 2 or 3 years to establish that culture throughout both units on each side of the football.
Yeah, I mean, again, like I said, if that's what he wants to do, then hey, you can't knock him for him and knock him for it, and hopefully that is his DNA that's on it and not Mickey Loomis. But from what I'm seeing, I don't have like I said, I don't have a problem with what they've done other than the second round pick. Because if you're saying I want to build from inside out, then why are you going to get a quarterback? To me, that's not that good. And let me rephrase. I'm not going to say he's not that good. That doesn't fit for what you're saying you want to do. So my inside out would have been either a guard, again, going back to it, guard, D tackle, need, edge rusher. I would say I'm fine with waiting on the third or fourth pick for the linebacker. I still would have looked at my skill position, because although I want to build inside out, if I don't, and that second pick, if I don't have a defensive tackle that I want, even though you went and got one in the 3rd round, if I don't have a defensive tackle or offensive guy that I'm looking for, or a skill position guy that I'm looking for, interior guy that I'm looking for, I'm not going to go get a quarterback that I could probably have got in the 4th or 5th. In the 4th, 5th, 6th round.
Well,
that's the only one that's confusing to me.
And even and like you said, and I actually like Shuck's tape. I might be in the minority here, but you've told us, okay, this is the quarterback that you want. All right. Well, he's not gonna athletically, he's not gonna be confused with Jalen Milroe or Jalen Hurts or anybody like that, and that's fine. But you have major questions at guard. And if you can't establish an interior pocket, you have a quarterback that can't get out of the way. 2 plus 2 does not equal 6 here.
The math is not mathing.
No, it is not.
and that's what I'm saying, Bob. Is like you're sitting here saying, yeah, that's my thing. I want to build from inside out. But you go get a quarterback that's not a high-ranking quarterback in the 2nd round when you could have got a high-ranking lineman. That's my only question and my problem with what he's saying.
Yeah, and we talk about, and again, we could agree or disagree on the quarterback, but it's coaching 101. Is when you get your young quarterback, especially, you give him the tools necessary to succeed. Okay, You gave him the lineman, so the tackle, so you could protect it. Yeah, you could protect his outside. You haven't given him a big wide receiver. You haven't given him running back depth, and you haven't given him tight end depth. And we just mentioned the guards. These are things, and obviously people are going to be the average person, especially, but everybody's going to be critical of the quarterback if they don't play well. Well, if you don't have the tools to succeed, how are you expected to play well?
But and this is the thing, Bob, keep in mind, everybody is claiming next year's draft is going to be full of quarterbacks. I'm still trying to figure out who all it is, but that's what they're saying. So if that's the case, then why are we taking this quarterback? We could stick with the ones we have because we know it's a rebuilding season. Let's go get the linemen and the big guys up front and these couple of picks in the skill position, and we'll worry about the quarterback next year.
You're right. Yeah, right. And I'm with you. And that, even if you love Arch Manning or Drew Aller or Garrett Nussmeier, a lot can change in a year. A ton can change in a year. And Nussmeier and Arch, great DNA in them, no doubt. And they flashed some good things, but they haven't been long-term starters. Get back to me when they played a full season and if they've done it well. So next year at this time, we could be sitting here saying, this quarterback class sucked. So, again, I don't have a problem with going to get the quarterback you want if he's the guy you do want now. But you got to give him the tools to succeed. And they haven't so far. They haven't given him enough so far.
Yeah.
Brandon, you still with us?
Did he take a break?
I don't know. I know he's got to hit the road at some point, but he was going to try to do it from the car. I don't know what pick we are on.
Yeah, I'm looking for hopefully I don't even want to see any skill position guys coming out. Again, unless they're going to be good backups. I would like them to try to possibly look at a guard right now. Because, I think you can get some pretty quality guards in the 4th and 5th round that may end up standing out, somewhere down the line. But again, they will at least be a capable backup. If next year you come out and say, okay, we're going to go get a guard next year, or we're going to go get the edge rusher next year. I think I would have tried to take as much as I could have on that interior these 2 years. And then next year or the upcoming years, work on my skill position players. Because our quote want to go from inside out.
Yeah, and like you said, and we see it every single year. Guard is not typically, except for 1 or 2 guys. Guard is not a spot, or is a spot that usually isn't addressed early, but you still get some quality starters or rotation guys, deep into the 3rd round. And Tyrone, we have a Shedeur Sanders destination.
What?
Yes, sir. He went to the Cleveland Browns with the 6th pick of the 5th round.
The 6th pick of the 5th round to Cleveland. Oh, I know he hates that. I know he hates that. The 6th pick. 6th pick in the 5th round.
Yeah.
Wow. The Cleveland. Didn't they pick a quarterback, I think, in the 2nd or 3rd round?
Yeah, that's the one that's the one wow moment that happened last night. Then when they picked Dylan Gabriel out of Oregon in the 3rd round.
So they're going old Washington.
So you picked Dylan Gabriel over Shedeur, but then come back and pick Shedeur.
Yeah, right. There's the Browns just browned.
Well, like I said earlier, at what point do you look at your board and you go, well, he's the highest rated guy on my board, so why not? And they might have finally got to a point where it's like, well, we're going to have a quarterback competition anyway. You got, Joe Flacco's in Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
Kenny Pickett's in Cleveland.
Yeah, not for long.
You got Gabriel and Sanders, so why not let them duke it out? Just like the Redskins did back in the day with RG3 and Kirk Cousins. Draft both of them, let them.
And I think what may end up happening is obviously one of those, a couple of them going to either get cut or possibly trade it at some point and say, hey, look, we need some more draft capital.
Yeah.
You guys want him, go ahead and take him.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, this potentially could be a great situation. That Cleveland put themselves in. Yeah, say Gabriel, and I love Gabriel's arm and ability to read the field, accuracy and ability to read the field. Yeah, he's short. He looks like a kid out there. He looks like Jake Hayner out there. Yeah, but yeah, say Shador and Dylan both ball out through OTAs and early in training camp. Well, yeah, you always have a team looking for a young quarterback. Maybe you trade them, for draft capital next year. And
Exactly.
this could be a good thing for Shador too. Because he's always. I'm not going to say he's always had everything handed to him on a silver platter, because he hasn't. Like you said, Tyrone, he's earned everything he's got. But he's always been the man too. Because he was that darn good. Now he's going to have to work for a roster spot. He's going to have to work to earn a job, earn a starting role, and he's going to have somebody young to compete with. It's not like he can sit there and say, you know what, Joe Flacco's 107 years old. I'll just kind of bide my time. No, he's competing with a fellow rookie who was drafted 3 rounds ahead of him. I think that this could put a chip in Shador Sanders' shoulder, and I hope so. I am rooting for the young man. It
definitely will, but I don't know if he wanted to be with Cleveland.
Right.
But now you don't have a choice, so go and make the best of it.
Yeah, that's it. Coming out of the draft or before you were picked, obviously New Orleans was your hometown team, but outside of them, were you kind of hoping to go to any specific cities or teams, other teams that you might have rooted for?
Not really, because again, you just happened to be drafted. Again, initially it was going from first, second round where we got the big draft party and everything, to my agents there, to round 3 and 4 and 5, 3 and 4 still not picked, and getting a call over the phone on the 5th round. But I think once you're picked, you just happen to be somewhere. Especially I think in Shador's situation, I did get a call from the Bengals at the time, the pick before the Saints. And they said they were, stay by the phone. They were up and ready to draft me. And I was like, thank you very much. And I hung up the phone and said, I do not want to go to Cincinnati.
I'd love to sit here and tell you that the up north isn't that bad, but I'd be lying. So
again, keep in mind, I went to Nebraska, so I know.
True.
But I did not want to go there, and we watching the bottom ticket on ESPN, and it goes across the Cincinnati Bengals selected so and so, and then the next team up was the New Orleans Saints, and I get a phone call saying, "Congratulations, you're a Saint. You're staying home," and then it goes across the bottom ticket on ESPN, and the family sees it and goes crazy because I'm staying home. But which I was very happy about, and I think the one thing with the Saints that really helped me make the team was, one, I wanted to go as a receiver, but they wanted me as a defensive back, so I was still learning that position. But they needed a punt and kick returner. So I had no doubt about that at all as far as my capabilities at that position. So I knew I could make their team because they were looking for that was a huge need for them at the time. Because Mel Gray had left. I want to say I think they had like Floyd Turner the year before, or maybe 2 years before, had just gotten his leg broken on a punt return. I think they had like Marcus Dowdell and a couple other guys that were doing the returns, and so. I just knew that was a situation for me that I could definitely make the team.
Yeah, and you and I have talked many times. I don't think I've ever asked you why Nebraska. I mean, they were a great program at the time. Tom Osborne, a legendary coach, but I have no doubts that you were nationally recruited too. Why Nebraska?
Because at the time, Nebraska was in the Big 8. The conference was the Big 8, and it was always Nebraska and Oklahoma potentially, one, on Thanksgiving playing for the Big 8 championship, and two, going to potentially playing for a national championship. But the main reason I would say for Nebraska is because they had a great recruiter and this guy named Jack Pierce. It wasn't my position coach, Ron Brown. It wasn't Coach Osborne, who, we all still love to this day, still keep in contact, say hello every once in a while. But he was a good old Christian guy, didn't curse. We'd always say if he said dadgummit, he was pissed off. And we knew that, didn't want the coaches hollering and screaming at us, although some of them even cussed us out at times. That wasn't him, and he wasn't that exciting or that rah-rah coach that you would look for back in the day, to be, to get you to come to Nebraska. Jack Pierce did all of that, and Jack Pierce was that coach who, I think, even before the Nick Sabans of the world were coming to a home, and he's going straight to mom. He's gonna play on mom and getting her good graces and everything else. And Jack was the guy who could go to Beverly Hills and pull a player, and could go into projects and pull a player. And we had guys, as y'all know, from all over the country at Nebraska. I was the MVP of the state in '88. Mickey Joseph and Reggie Cooper was the offensive player and defensive player of the state of Louisiana in '87. So 2 years in a row, LSU, who had Mike Archer at the time, lost the top players to Nebraska. So they wanted to know, hey, what is Nebraska doing? It was Jack Pierce.
Welcome back, Brendan. Sorry, we've been on a roll.
Oh, you're all good. I was trying to take care of a couple things and trying to make sure that when I hit the road here in a little bit, I can still, get back in. So through 5 rounds, or through 4 rounds in the 5th round, Saints don't have a pick here in the 5th round. They have a 6th round pick and 2 7th round picks. Wouldn't be surprised if those picks move around a little bit because we get the silly season here in day number 3. I am going to hit the road.
Okay. Do we want to take a break, guys, and then jump back on in maybe hour and a half? Are you able to do that, Tyrone?
I mean,
no.
Look,
the real reason I say that because I got a 2:30 tea time. So
okay. No, we appreciate you taking a couple hours out with it. Hopefully, you've had fun.
Oh, I always do. And it's great insight, great talking with you guys. We can agree to disagree on certain things and agree on or not, whatever. So it's all love.
Well, listen, we love your insight. I know our viewers do too. You're one of our viewers' favorites. Whenever we advertise that you're coming on with us, I get all kinds of messages. Hey, I met him back in this year and that year. I'm like, yeah, he's a great guy. Yeah,
and I try to be. I mean, it's home, so it's hard. It's hard not to be.
But I mean, great a person as you are a player, and we appreciate you taking a couple hours out. We do this draft-a-thon every year. This is Brendan and I's 5th year together now, so hopefully this is not the last time. Yeah, I know it won't be the last time you're on our show, but hopefully it won't be the last time you join our draft marathon.
Oh, definitely not. I mean, like I said, if I can make it, I will. You know that. I couldn't do it the first day because we had the Saints draft party at the golf place 504 the other night, where we were all over there, and WWL radio and Fox 8 were stationed over there as well. So you had Bobby Deuce, Deep, Mike Hoss, and all them guys on the radio set up over there. Then you had Juan Kincaid and Garland Gillen with Fox 8. They were set up over there. But it was a nice place, and you got to watch it. The fans, I think, loved it because they were you had had them on different, downstairs, but then the outside doors to the bays or the golf area was fine. So I was out there hitting golf balls. I really wasn't even looking at the draft.
Well, and I know you spent some time with Ken Trahan too. I love his
Earlier
work.
that day, yeah, we had a show on the ticket we did with Ken. Who we had? Ken. Then Eric Asher came out. John Forcade was on there. Marlon Favorite, Lester Ricard. So we had some pretty good guys that showed up for that as well. And of course, I've been working with Ken doing the Saints Hall of Fame show during the season. So that went over real well. We have great rapport. So I mean, I just enjoy it, giving my insight. And again, I tell people all the time, it's only my opinion, but I try to make it make sense. So at least that way you can kind of think you're not just hearing it from somebody who's heard it from somebody else, or that's just going off of what these analysts say or what have you. I'm giving you from my experience and what I know from playing the game. And one thing I can say is I've always been a student of the game. I've coached a team by myself, team of 28 kids. I say, during the week, I've coached them by myself, meaning offense, defense, special teams, taught every position from the technique standpoint, offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, special teams coordinator. Game day, I had a guy who would come in, sit down in the stands, and we had walkie-talkies and made great adjustments. We were a great second half team because we knew how to make adjustments, but it was a guy that I trusted. But as far as me coaching them and understanding the game, I got there 2 weeks before the season. It was their third year of having a team. I was their third coach. It was a little 1A school. My kids had to play both ways. And we made it all the way I got to them 2 weeks before the first game, and we made it all the way to the semifinal round, one game away from the state championship. So I think I know a little bit about what I'm talking about.
Oh, I would say, Cy, there's no doubt about that. Ken Trahan, if you're watching, I need a job.
Bob, you're supposed to call and remind me to talk to him about that next time.
Oh, we're good. We're good. As I pedal myself and prostitute myself on live air here, I love it. But you mentioned coaching, and I played pro-am volleyball. Coach track, coach volleyball. So I'm surprised Brendan with this answer, because I've said, if I could go back and do either one again, I would rather coach than play. I got more fulfillment out of coaching than playing. What say you? You coach, especially young kids, and it's so great. Would you be a player again or a coach again?
If the coach lasts longer.
This is true.
The coaching lasts longer, but the playing got me the experience to be the coach or having an understanding. A lot of guys, I think, don't become, everybody says just because you play doesn't mean you know how to coach. Coaching, which is true. But coaching comes from having an understanding. I tell people, coaching is on-the-job training. You learn year in and year out of what not to do. Anybody can be a coach. I can say that if you're willing to learn. And the way you learn is year in and year out of having an understanding of how everything works. So when you talk about a Bill Belichick who never played the game, but is one of the best coaches, he didn't just become one of the best coaches. He became the best coach, one of the best coaches, because of what he learned over his years of experience, just like you would do on any other job. That's why coaching is so easy, because unlike other jobs where you have to have a skill and knowledge of that job, you don't have to have the skill to be a coach. You just have to learn the knowledge. If you're going to be a plumber, you have to have the skills of being a plumber at some point before you become a master plumber. If you're on a job, before you can get a promotion, you have to have known how to do that job before you get that promotion. So it's called experience. The longer you're there, the more you're going to learn. There's not a coach out there that's 30-something years old that knows more than a coach that's 40 or 50 or 60 years old.
Well put.
And just like with veterans on the football field, I don't care how talented of a rookie you are. It's that old saying, it's not about working harder, it's about working smarter. Rookies got to come in. They got to work harder. Veterans already know how to work smarter because you got rookies that's more talented than some veterans, but they can't beat those veterans. Why? Because the veterans have the knowledge of the game.
Well put. Listen, I know you got a tea time to get ready for. Thank you so much again for joining us for a couple hours. Love hanging out with you. So yeah, we appreciate you taking some time out of your schedule.
Thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks,
We'll
Tyrone.
talk
We'll see
soon.
you soon. Don't go out
All
of
right,
the
bye-bye.
country before we see you again.
All righty.
All right. Well, Bob, have a little bit before the next pick. So this is what I'm going to ask you to do, just so we can actually get back in. We don't get locked out, and so people continue to hear our wonderful voices. Well, they might be tired of our voices. They're probably really looking forward to this break because we've been on the air for over 10, 11 hours total over the last 3 days. So for all of you guys,
9.5 through the first 2 days, and then another 2.5 so far today. So yeah.
So for the 152 of you that are watching live, and let's say even if only 100 of you have tuned in the last 2 days, you've probably heard us speak more than you've spoken to your friends and family the last couple of days. So we certainly appreciate it. Bob, I'm going to ask if you can stay in or keep the tab up on your phone.
Okay.
I'm going to just mute you. And if you could turn your camera off. And what I'm going to do is go to my mobile device, log in, and do the same. And then within the next 30 minutes, hour, however long, you just shoot me a text. We both jump back on, and we'll be good to go.
Okay. Yeah, because I'll keep tab on the picks as I always do. And if the Saints make a move, I'll shoot a text to see if you're available to come back on. And folks, you could do the same thing if you want. Like Brendan said, we appreciate you, especially if you're one of the Warriors that have hung out with us for all 3 days now. So we're not going off the air altogether. We're just basically muting ourselves until we see a little bit of activity from the Saints, which is bound to happen. But right now, we're probably not looking, unless things change, we're probably not looking at a New Orleans Saints pick for probably at least 40, 45 minutes.
Yeah, I would think that is probably accurate. So gives me some time to get some miles in, to get back to Charlotte, get another cup of coffee. I have had 1, 2, 3 cups today, if you want to add that to the counter.
I'll let you keep track of your own coffee. So far, I'm up to 7 total.
Okay.
But I think 3 or 4 today. I'm about to have my 11th cigarette. Now that's over 3 days, not just today.
And 3 made-up words.
Yeah.
So far.
All that begin with C. So we got to start another letter of the alphabet.
Okay. Well, Libby says, "Okay, we get it. We'll see you later." Face emojis. Okay, Libby, you tell us you're tired of us without telling us you're tired of us. We get it. Okay. But in all seriousness, guys, thanks so much for hanging out so far. It was wonderful to have Tyrone Hughes on, pick his brain a little bit, hear some of his analysis of the team, hear some of his own stories of college and the draft process for him.
Yeah, love it.
Always some really cool stuff there. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that, and hopefully you guys will join us on the other side. Like I said, we will just be muting ourselves, and we will be back a little bit later. So until then, we'll see you. Hey, Bob, can you hear me?
Yes, I am here.
All right. Hello, guys. Welcome back to the No Face, Only Voice Day 3 edition of the Bayou Blitz podcast Draft-A-THON. I am currently somewhere in the world on 85. Bob is somewhere in the world in Western PA. And if you are just joining us, we have been on the air now for something like 11 and a half, 12 hours total across the 3-day draft-a-thon. Today we were joined by Saints Hall of Famer, Tyrone Hughes, for a few hours. We discussed the Saints draft, Shedeur Sanders, and we were lucky enough to have Tyrone Hughes on when Shedeur finally heard his name called. Bob, we're kind of in the nitty-gritty of the drafts. A lot of these guys being selected are not familiar names or faces to a lot of fans, whether they be a member of the Houdat Nation or not. But sometimes, and a lot of times, your rosters and winning division titles and making Super Bowl runs are won right here in day 3.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And yeah, even if you look through Saints history, Marcus Colston was a 7th-round choice. Zach Streif was a 7th-round choice. Jari Evans was 4th or 5th round. Carl Nix was 4th or 5th round. David Onyemata, 4th round. And then you have the long list. Tyrone Hughes, 5th round. You have the long list of undrafted guys that have hit big success with the Saints. Pierre Thomas, Lance Moore come to mind. But even if you look on the current roster, Rashid Shaheed was an undrafted rookie. And he's one of the most explosive receivers and returners in the NFL. So you can certainly find value here in day 3. But as we talk about often, teams aren't necessarily looking in day 3 or late rounds for the next Tom Brady or for the next Terrell Davis or the next Shannon Sharp or the next Marcus Colston. They are, at this point in the draft, coaches, GMs, they are looking for literally the best available player still on the board or the best fit for their system. Sometimes you may see a reach on a guy that has some developmental traits that a specific team happens to like. Other times, injuries have dropped the prospect far down into day 3. I wrote about a player for the University of Pittsburgh, Branson Taylor, the offensive tackle. Coming into this past season, Taylor was on the fringe of being a day 2 pick. And then he blew out his ACL, in the 4th, 5th game, and missed the rest of the regular season. That kind of thing undoubtedly drops a guy that's fringe day 2, fringe day 3, oftentimes out of the draft altogether, or perhaps even into the 7th round.
Sure, you're absolutely right. You talk about guys who fall, and a lot of attention is guys who fall out of maybe the top 10 or the 1st round altogether. Of course, the fall of Shedeur here was the storyline for most of the day, but Bob's absolutely right. You have guys who fall from being 5th round picks to being 7th round picks, whether it be because of injury, whether it be because of some off the field issues or what have you, that could end up being extreme value picks for a franchise. So that's why these rounds are so important. They might not seem important here on day 3 of the NFL draft, but when you go back and you look back at key contributors to a roster of a team that, like I said, is competing for a division championship or competing for Super Bowls, a lot of times you find those rosters have a handful of key contributors that were 5th, 6th, 7th round picks, whether they were selected by the team they're currently on or not. I mean, you were mentioning guys currently for the Saints. I mean, look at a guy like Taysom Hill, right, who was a Green Bay Packer, undrafted free agent, and ends up in New Orleans and has been such a key contributor to the Saints. So These guys, these are the guys that provide depth and provide a lot of the role pieces you need to be a good football team. So with that, Bob, what prospects do you like? The Saints still need like a big-bodied receiver. I was going to ask you about Jimmy Horn Jr., but I think he's the furthest thing from a big-bodied receiver.
Yeah, he is.
Some edge help. I mean, things we've talked about for a long time today. What are some things and some positions and some players that the Saints could really be targeting?
Well, I mean, the edge help. I'm not saying that there's not guys out there, but there were 5 guys coming into today that I highlighted at edge in my day 3 best available article over on Athlon Sports, or you could check it out on my personal Twitter or Facebook pages. Kyle Kennard, David Walker, Jack Sawyer, and Tyler Barron all off the board. Now, Tyler Barron was selected with the very final pick of the 5th round. We are now officially into the 6th round. Again, I'm not saying that there aren't edge players out there that could contribute, but the ones that I have profiled, the 16 of them, they're all gone. So I'll be flying by the seat of my pants if the Saints draft an edge now. Running backs. We talk about a power inside runner would benefit the Saints. Damian Martinez, one of my favorite backs in the whole draft. He's still on the board. Cal Mullings and Donovan Edwards, both from Michigan. They're still out there. Ollie Gordon II, a high-volume guy from Oklahoma State. Quentin Cooley, same thing. Smaller guy, shorter guy. But very much a power runner from Liberty. He's still on the board. Big wideouts. Nick Nash from San Jose State, the converted quarterback. He's still on the board. Caden Prather, a kid that I really like from Maryland, is also still out there. Big-bodied guy that struggled with injuries at Texas and then Nebraska, Isaiah Nayor, who the Saints met with. He's on the board. And then after that, Brendan, you're talking about smaller receivers, speed guys, deep guys, players take the top off opposing defenses. Will Shepard, the Colorado trio of Will Shepard, LaJohntay Webster, and Jimmy Horn Jr. I like all 3, but if you're looking for a big body pass catcher, they ain't it. Isaiah Bond, a big fan of his game as well. A little surprised he's still on the board, but he hasn't been taken. Xavier Restrepo, very productive slot receiver from the University of Miami, also is unselected. I'm looking for a guy like Ja'Cory Brooks, and we were asked about him. I think it was late last night, Brendan. By one of you Warriors out there. Ja'Cory Brooks out of Louisville, so he's caught passes. From Tyler Shuck. The 2 are familiar with each other, which I think is an underrated aspect. The communication, and just familiarity between quarterback and wide receiver. Ja'Cory Brooks is a tall kid, 6'2", 6'3" range, but he only goes about 185, 190. So if you're looking for a big-bodied, physical guy over the middle, he doesn't really fit that bill. But he has nice explosion off of the line, great ball skills, great ball tracking ability. Tight ends. There isn't really much of a pure pass catcher that I see left. But you could grab like a short intermediate receiver who excels as an inline blocker. Someone like Gavin Bartholomew from Pitt, Luke Lachey from Iowa, Thomas Fedone from Nebraska, Jake Briningstool from Clemson is a guy who slipped under a lot of radars too. We talked about offensive line, needing a guard or perhaps needing a guard. I don't see him going back to the linebacker after selecting Danny Stutzman. But if they do, a couple of smaller guys who are high productive tacklers. Jamon Dumas Johnson from Kentucky, Jay Higgins, Iowa, Jackson Woodard from UNLV. I don't see him going back to the safety route either, but if they do, I'd like to see him get a guy that that has a lot of coverage range and gives you some versatility as a cover guy. Jalen Reed from Penn State, kid I love. R.J. Mickens from Clemson, I like his tape. You like him too. Last but not least, if you're looking for a big fat guy, another big fat guy for the center of your defense, Nazir Stackhouse from Georgia, pretty productive nose tackle, is still on the board as well.
Yeah, Bob gave you guys a lot of different ways the Saints can go, a lot of good names and good insight. Bob, I want to pick your brain about free agency. It might be a little early, considering we're only in the 6th round, and I'm not talking undrafted free agents, but we talked about the lack of addressing needs through free agency without re-signing their own guys, right? You guys might say, well, they did address because they brought back Chase Young. Okay, he's sure. But going out and getting some new faces into New Orleans, they haven't really addressed the edge position. They haven't really addressed defensive back. Again, I guess they kind of did, but it was bringing a familiar face back from San Francisco. And then, yes, linebacker depth has been an issue. They addressed it in the draft, but really not addressing any of those things in free agency. Are there any big-bodied wide receivers left in free agency that you like? What are the chances of bringing in an Asante Samuel? I'm not sure if Denzel Perryman is actually still available or not, but a guy like Denzel Perryman, whom we talked about being a good fit in this defense, are there any edge guys that could be some additional depth and value for the Saints? And if so, when do you think those phone hotlines start ringing for some of these guys that are left in free agency?
Well, I think the phones start ringing immediately after the draft. Because they're not just with the Saints, but with a lot of teams. Positions that they weren't able to address how they necessarily wanted to in the draft or prior free agent signings. That's when you see veterans get brought in on 1-year contracts to see what they have left in the tank. Either veterans, usually in the final stretch of their careers, or guys maybe recovering from injury a little bit. Guys that are just wanting to see how the draft plays out before they pick a team. And in the hour, and I'll be writing an article on this, maybe not tomorrow, but certainly early week. What veteran free agent could still be out there for the Saints to fill in positions in need. Edge rusher, I won't lie, there are some bigger names than what I thought there was. Von Miller, Matt Judon, Preston Smith, Zadarius Smith, DeMarcus Walker, Emmanuel Ogba, and Tyus Bowser. Now, there's not a single guy that I just named that's under the age of 30. In fact, there's only 2 of them that are even 30. The rest of them are 32 or older. If you bring in one of these guys that's, I want to bring you in as a situational pass rusher. We weren't really able to address that position how we'd like. If you're a guy like Von Miller or Matt Judon at this stage of their career, they might be chasing another ring. You don't know that for sure. It's just my guess. I didn't see many. There's one wide receiver that I was calling for the Saints to sign as soon as free agency started, and he's still available. Is Tyler Boyd. I have always liked Tyler Boyd's game a lot. But other guys that the Saints might want to take a look at. Keenan Allen, not a big guy, but certainly fits the role of a possession receiver. Has worked with Kellen Moore before with the Chargers. Amari Cooper has worked with Kellen Moore before as well, when Kellen was an offensive coordinator, and the same with Robert Woods. And all of those guys, again, they're in the final stretch of their careers. But if you're looking for a guy that can come in and give you about 25 snaps a game, be a situational, be a starter, but not necessarily an every down receiver. And especially bringing in a veteran like that who's worked, like one of these guys who's worked with several different quarterbacks, to kind of bring your young quarterbacks along. I mean, Shuck obviously is a rookie, but Spencer Rattler's only in his 2nd year. People have kind of forgotten that through this whole process, is that Spencer Rattler is also still developing. And what's a young quarterback's best friend? Obviously, pass protection, but a good running game. And if you're looking for a running back to complement Alvin Kamara, Gus Edwards still out there. That'll give you an interior guy for sure between the tackles. J.K. Dobbins, you and I have always both liked him. Cam
When he's
Akers,
healthy, when he
yeah,
can stay healthy.
when can stay healthy. Cam Akers, same issue. Been nicked up through his career, but productive when he's been able to play. And Chris Evans, a power back who came out of Michigan years ago, had had a few good games with the more than a few, but a good season or two with the Cincinnati Bengals as a complementary runner. And again, we're not talking about, you're not looking for a starter at any of these positions or an every down player, but someone to complement what you have. Cornerback. James Bradbury, Kendall Fuller, Emmanuel Mosley. They're guys who started in this league pretty successfully. But when you talk cornerback, you got to come back to Asante Samuel. He's familiar with Brandon Staley's defense. He's only 25 years old. Injuries. That shoulder is could be a degenerative condition. Shoulder neck area. Again, like we've mentioned last night, the medicals got to check out. But certainly, I would be on the phone already with at least a few of these guys that I mentioned. Hey, do you have any interest in coming to us? This is what we're looking for you to do. We can work out the financials. Let's work out the financials if you are interested, just to gauge interest. Because you won't see any veteran signings immediately after the draft because that messes around with your compensatory picks for 2026. But I think a week after the draft or somewhere give or take a day or two, is when you can then sign veteran free agents without it affecting your compensatory picks for the following year.
There's Bob Rose again, giving you guys a handful of names to watch post-draft. Bob, I still, I think the frustrating thing about this draft for a lot of Saints fans are two things. One, not really any sexy picks, if you will. And the only sexy pick was Tyler Shuck at quarterback, and it's not really that sexy to a lot of people because, well, that wasn't the quarterback they necessarily wanted, right? So there's that. Two, I also feel like this draft has really turned some fans off because it looks as if the Saints have strayed away from addressing a lot of the areas of need that we've talked about over the last 12 hours or so. There's no chance that you draft a guy here in the 6th or two guys in the 7th, if you use both those picks, that's really going to change the fans' minds about this draft. Before we took a little break and let Tyrone Hughes go as well, there was a question that was posed in the chat about, like, what positives can you take away? I kind of want to expand on that and say, okay, Bob, if you had to put your salesman cap on and you had to sell this draft to the Who Dat Nation and why it makes sense and why it's going to be good for the team, how would you go about that sales pitch?
And I'll put my coach's hat back on now, and pull out a little coach speak. And I'll probably sound like Kellen Moore a little bit. Saints fans, I think by these picks in the draft, our goal was to get bigger and more physical as a team on both sides of the football. And you look at pretty much every single pick that we have had, and we've done that. These guys are also experienced players, leaders from the programs that they have come from. We expect a certain amount of maturity with these kids coming in too. I mean, obviously there's a learning curve as there is with any rookie. But we believe that the Calvin Banks, the first round choice, we're looking at him to compete for a starting role right out of the gate. We want to improve our offensive line. We believe we did that with the Banks pick. Tyler Shuck. I want to run a certain style of offense in New Orleans. And Shuck is the quarterback that I believe can do it the best. Yeah, we're aware of his injury concerns, but he throws a pretty ball. He reads the field very, very well. He can make all the throws, but he's also patient enough and has the vision to go through the progressions that I want him to go through. He ran a very fast-paced style of offense at both Texas Tech and Louisville, and did it successfully. And we want to run a fast-paced offense in New Orleans and keep people back on their toes. Is Tyler Shuck going to win a lot of foot races? No. But he has the stature to stand tall in the pocket. And if we can protect him, we believe that we have the wide receiver weapons that can make a lot of big plays, with him throwing the accurate ball that he does. Vernon Broughton and Jonas Sanker and Danny Stutzman, the defensive tackle, safety, and linebacker picks, through rounds 3 and 4. We looked at a run defense that finished dead last in yards per carry and 31st in yards per game last year, and we wanted to improve that. We thought the way to improve it is to find downhill defenders that are going to step into those running gaps and running lanes and just prevent teams from running inside. Broughton gets pushed in the pass pocket, push in the middle of the line, I should say. Clogs up those lanes. Stutzman is a big throwback linebacker that'll take on a lead blocker, but also just stonewall any running back coming through those inside holes. And Sanker is a downhill safety that we believe was going to play in the box and allow us to move Tyrann Mathieu and Justin Reed into more coverage roles, and deep support in coverage. And Quincy Riley's going to play a special teams role for us for sure, and compete for maybe a third cornerback role, third or fourth cornerback role. We wanted depth at the cornerback position. We are confident in the starters that we have, but Quincy brings a lot of athleticism, great ball tracking skills, and natural fluidity when he is in man coverage. There, how was that, Brendan?
That was pretty good. That was pretty good. I do want to point out the Oklahoma linebacker scored really high in the RAS. So just to kind of throw that idea out there, I didn't look at the last two picks, but we have again drafted some guys that rated pretty high in RAS score. You said Shuck's not going to outrun anybody. I don't know, man. His 40 time was like a 4.6. I want to say it was like a 4.67 or something like that. It's a lot better than I thought it was.
Well, I mean, he wouldn't outrun me in my prime, but he'd definitely outrun me now.
He'd outrun some defensive linemen, a couple linebackers perhaps, but I think he's sneaky athletic. I think time will tell. No, I think that's good. I think the biggest thing for me that I would tell people about staying positive through the draft is, kind of what I said before we hopped off the air, is like you're definitely seeing like a mold, a prototype, and some Kellen Moore DNA through this draft. And that's all you can ask for a first-time head coach, or really any coach taking over a program. Is the last thing you want to see is having like these stagnant years where you're kind of like stuck in limbo between like, okay, well, some of these guys are guys that I think can really work in our system, and guys that we feel we can maximize potential in this system, but I don't know, versus having half the team being that and then half the team being like, no, this guy we will absolutely utilize in this scheme, and this guy's going to be really good for us. Like, you do want to start seeing like the snake kind of shed its skin, if you will.
Yeah.
And, start showing like, okay, this is the Kellen Moore Saints. And I think that a lot of this draft has shown, okay, like it doesn't match everything from the old regime. Yeah, like sure, there's some things we can joke about, like RAS score, building from the inside out, given every football team says that. But this is definitely starting to look and feel like, okay, like this is a Kellen Moore draft. This is a Kellen Moore team. And like I've said 2 or 3 times, I think it would be extremely unfair to Kellen Moore and this regime to look at them after a draft before a game has even been played and be like, oh, well, this sucks. right?
Right.
You got to give it a shot and go, okay, like Kellen Moore's starting to put his, his blueprint together, his DNA and his thumbprints are on this. Let's just see how it goes. Now, after 4 or 5 weeks, I mean, you might have your things that make you mad and things that you're disgruntled about, but it's going to take time. Tyrone was on here telling us it's going to take another 3, 4, 5 years before the Saints are back where they want to.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's true, but I also think it's going to take a year and a half maybe, or year plus a little bit of next offseason to really see this team be completely Kellen Moore's. Right.
Yeah. That's not unusual for that to happen. But I'll tell you the one thing that forget the fans. The one thing that management better be looking for right off of the bat, though, is improvement. If you've seen improvement from the previous regime, if you haven't, then you got to put. And I hate when coaches go on the hot seat. Right at year one. But in some cases, it's justified. If you don't see any improvement whatsoever, if you don't see a direction, if you don't see a personality, then I'm not saying you make a move after a year, but you then start questioning your coach. Okay, what direction are we going in? Really, because we've seen no improvement, we've seen no direction, we've seen no personality. So that's what I'm looking for from Kellen Moore's New Orleans Saints, right off of the bat.
Right. Well, and just to give everybody a little PTSD here is what Bob is also saying is that might not directly correlate with winning football games. You can see improvement and not win. Like sometimes you have to look past the results, Bob, is all I'm saying. But in this case, it's actually kind of true like the Saints could still go 5-12 next year. But if the run defense isn't horrendous, right, and you're seeing an offense that is capable of moving the football, an offense that is giving their quarterback time to throw, and you see steady improvements in certain categories, okay. Then you can go to the next year and be like, well, we see steady improvements in these categories. Now it's about improving that record.
Yes.
Right? And that goes back to this isn't going to be something where like you blink and the Saints are good again. It's going to take time. You got to be patient. Nobody likes being patient. Everybody wants immediate results or immediate anything. That's why Amazon is killing it right now and has for the last however many years, because you can order something and it's at your door in like 2 hours. Everybody likes that instant gratification. This is not something where you're going to find instant gratification. This is going to be something that it's going to be a little painful.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, you have to kind of trust the process here. And like Bob said, if you don't see those steady improvements after, year one, well, then you might start having some issues.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to give Kellen Moore, you got to give this team the opportunity and these draft picks the opportunity to grow, to get better, and to show the fans that, hey, this is the vision, this is the plan, and we're bought in and we're going to execute to the best of our abilities. Like whoever it was that said it in the comments an hour or so ago is like, the season doesn't start on Monday. The season doesn't start in 2 days. Let's all calm down a little bit. And they're
sorry to interrupt you. We do have a New Orleans Saints pick.
All right.
The 6th round, pick 184 overall, 8th pick in the 6th round, running back Devin Neal from Kansas.
Okay.
They leave my boy Damian Martinez twisting in the wind a little bit.
Yeah.
Looking up some notes that I had on Devin Neal, and we talk about a big back. Devin Neal is that 5'11", 215. He's a one-cut downhill runner. Which we know that Kellen Moore's running attack is going to be that. Zone blocking scheme. Needs a running back that's going to make a quick read in the backfield, take one cut and go. And Neal has that. He has nice balance as he goes through the hole. He'll fight after contact. Decent burst to get into the. We're not breakaway speed, but decent burst. To get into open space. And like I said, he's not a breakaway threat per se, but he can avoid. He can make guys miss in open space. He's not necessarily a power runner, but he is a guy that's going to consistently pick up yardage between the tackles. A couple pro comparisons that I've gotten for him was that of Javonte Williams for the Denver Broncos. Based off of the description that I just threw out there, that matches Javonte Williams, and what he's been able to do on the football field. You look at him and you say, okay, he's not the prototype power runner, yet he's managed to be effective between the tackles, athletic enough to get off tackle, for those outside zone reads, and he won't. He's not a sprinter who's going to take it 80 yards to the house very often, but he'll give you some 20 and 25-yard gains, if you block for him at the point of attack.
Absolutely. I think the one thing, maybe not running style, but in terms of size at 5'11", 215, and being a one-cut back, at least those things sound awfully familiar to Mark Ingram. Now, Ingram, a much angrier runner, and more physical runner between the tackles. But you can kind of see, from that comparison at least, you can kind of see how it's going to complement Alvin Kamara, right? And I think that's so important, and we've kind of hammered that point home ad nauseum the last 2 days on how important it was to get another back. And remember, it wasn't that long ago that we were talking about well, are the Saints going to be content with their running back room? Or are they going to draft a guy to maybe challenge Kendre Miller? And this is a perfect pick of a guy who's going to challenge Kendre Miller on the field, in the locker room, at practice, and hopefully bring out the best in Kendre. Now, the Saints running back room now is going to look like Neal, Alvin Kamara, Edwards-Helaire, and Kendre Miller. And what does that tell you, Bob? Well, more than likely, one of those guys is not going to make the roster, or is going to be a practice squad or strictly special teams type of player, which puts a lot of heat and pressure on Kendre Miller, who hasn't played a whole lot for the Saints because of injury. And also puts a little pressure on Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who, yes, played a little bit for the Saints at the end of last year, and happy to see him back on the football field after what he's been through the last few years and taking some time away to really focus on his mental health. But it puts some pressure on him as hey, this isn't going to be a walk in the park to get on the roster. You're really going to have to work for it. So I think it's a good pick overall. There might have been some other running backs on the board that maybe you, Bob, liked a little bit better. But ultimately, I think this fills maybe not the most immediate need, but a need nonetheless.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And, it's something that you, myself, Alan, were yelling about, last night, was that this team needs somebody to provide a legitimate backfield threat other than Alvin Kamara. Taysom Hill, of course, does that. But when you line up Taysom Hill in the backfield, you kind of telegraph what you're going to do. When you line up Alvin Kamara, when you bring Alvin Kamara in motion or line him up in the slot or out wide, you kind of telegraph what you're going to do. If Neal is able to be that backfield threat, I mean, hell, whether it's Neal, Kendre Miller, or Clyde Edwards-Helaire, if they find that backfield threat, then you can put that whichever player in the backfield, and put him back there with Taysom. That gives you 2 rushing threats. You can put Alvin Kamara out wide in the slot or in motion while one of these guys are in the backfield, and the defense still has to respect the run. They really haven't had that kind of threat, particularly in between, inside the tackles, since the first year that what the heck's his name? Murray, DeMarco Murray. Wait, is that right?
No, Latavius Murray.
Latavius Murray, thank you. Since the first year Latavius Murray, was in town, which was what, 2019, 2020. Since
one of the most
then,
underrated Saints running backs too.
Yeah. I mean, he wasn't Mark Ingram, but he got the job done.
Yes.
The second year with Murray, they got away from that, a little bit, and since then, they tried to address it with Javonte. They tried to address it with the drafting of Kendre Miller. So far, they have not been successful. Maybe Devin can change that, or maybe Devin providing competition for Kendre Miller and Clyde Edwards-Helaire. The attempt is there at least, and like you said, not my preferred back, maybe not your preferred back, probably not the preferred back of some fans. A lot of our fans wanted Cam Scatabo, excuse me. I wanted Damian Martinez. But going back to 2007, when they brought in Pierre Thomas undrafted. Remember, Pierre beat out a guy that they drafted in the 4th round that year, from Ohio State, no less. Nobody could have predicted that Pierre Thomas would go on to have the career that he had. A focal point or an underrated focus of the New Orleans offense for several years. Maybe Neal turns out to be that. I'm not saying that he will or won't be. But again, at least the Saints on paper are making the attempt to address a need.
Absolutely. Antonio Pittman was the running back that got beat out. Had to remember that name. It took me a second, but Antonio Pittman. Now, you brought up some of the attempts, and yes, you have to applaud the Saints for attempting to address the issue. I really wish Jamal Williams would have worked out.
Same.
But just the scheme fit wasn't there, and especially this past year, bringing in Clint Kubiak. Kubiak's offense did not fit Jamal Williams at all.
Yeah.
And was never going to really work. So unfortunate that didn't work out. And there's a long list of running backs that were drafted in this position or the Saints picked up later that we had maybe not high hopes that they'd at least crack the roster and maybe show you something. Boston Scott was a 5th or 6th round pick a handful of years ago now. And he ended up going and having some success with Philadelphia, right? One of my absolute crushes in Eno Benjamin never worked out. He got hurt, and never worked out in New Orleans. And we can go on and on about guys that they've drafted in the 6th, 7th round or the 5th round or brought in off the streets or undrafted guys, but they're swinging, they're trying because the Saints know, as well as Bob and I know, as well as you guys at home know, if you can find a back to take some of the pressure and some of the snaps off Alvin Kamara, you're going to prolong the life of Alvin Kamara as a running back in the NFL.
Yes.
And that's so vital and so important because he is, at this point, the heart and soul of the offense. And to an extent, the heart and soul of the team. I know you could easily say Cameron Jordan. I think Cameron Jordan is certainly one of those as well. But, Kamara and Jordan have both made it very clear they want to be Saints for life.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to see both of them, and Cam's kind of past this point, but I would really like to see Alvin stay in his prime in New Orleans as long as possible. I don't want to see him just kind of like fade into the darkness, if you will. Yeah. And if you can get a back that can take some of that pressure off of him, then he's going to have a prolonged NFL career that we would all love to see.
Mm-hmm. We have three picks, excuse me. Before the Saints drafted Devin Neal, we had another quarterback come off the board, Kyle McCord, a late riser in a lot of people's eyes, went in the 5th round to the Philadelphia Eagles. We had our first kicker of the day. Miami Hurricanes kicker Andres Borregales went to the New England Patriots. Then the pick right after the Saints drafted Neal, Will Howard goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Then we have another kicker, Tyler Loop, went to the Ravens. We don't need to talk about what's going on with the Ravens kicker. Because otherwise we're just going to be forced to use the word alleged a lot. And I don't feel like getting into legalese. And then Penn State safety, Jalen Reed just went to the Houston Texans. We are now up to the Tennessee Titans with the 12th pick in the 6th round, 188 overall.
All right, can we talk about Pittsburgh? Can we kind of take a second to address the Steelers here?
Yeah.
Okay, great. What are they thinking? Who's playing quarterback next year? Mason Rudolph? Will Howard? Like, I don't know, it blows my mind. And I know a lot of people could point and be like, well, Shador made a lot of sense to Pittsburgh. I think we all said that. Like, that made a lot of sense, and there were reports that Tomlin really liked Shador. But it's not like this is a team that is just like so far removed from being good, right? But they're also a team that just hasn't rebuilt in a while. But man, what are you doing? Like, why? Why not be aggressive and get your guy? Unless, to your point, and you brought this up, unless you already have a handshake deal with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, and I'm 100% convinced that is the case. And I have been for weeks and weeks now. That Aaron Rodgers is going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. They might have asked him to cool his jets. Until the draft played out, he might have told them to cool your jets until the draft plays out, because as a human being, Aaron Rodgers is a narcissistic, pathetic clown, but he's not dumb. He saw what the Atlanta Falcons did last year. They signed Kirk Cousins, to a multi-year deal, and then turned around and drafted Michael Penix. So it's very possible that Aaron Rodgers sees a scenario where, okay, the Pittsburgh Steelers sign me, and then they draft Shador Sanders or Jackson Dart or whomever, and all of a sudden, my time as a starter is on a time clock. And it probably is anyway, given his age, but he doesn't see it that way. Wherever Aaron Rodgers ends up, I'm sure he is thinking, I want to end my career here. I want to make another run for a championship. And in the case of Aaron Rodgers, the pathetic narcissistic clown, he wants people to talk about him. Well, they don't talk about you when you're on the bench. So I think it's very possible that either Rodgers told the Steelers, I want to wait and make my decision, and here's why, or the Steelers told Rodgers, we want you. The Steelers aren't. Mike Tomlin's not a dummy either. He looks throughout the league, and who else needs a starting quarterback that's willing to bring in an Aaron Rodgers? Jets. Well, no, because they just got rid of him. Giants. They brought in 2 other veterans and then turned around and drafted someone. Or the Raiders. Well, Pete Carroll's not going to want to deal with Aaron Rodgers. Plus, he's comfortable with Geno Smith. So, I mean, the market for Aaron Rodgers just isn't there outside Pittsburgh. It was never a market in New Orleans, not for Rodgers. But both sides are going to end up coming together. It made sense for each side to wait.
Yeah. Will Howard. You like the pick? I mean, it's a 6th round pick. It's kind of hard to be like, well, do you really hate the pick in the 6th round? But do you like Will Howard going to Pittsburgh and, potentially having the opportunity to sit behind and learn from Aaron Rodgers?
Well, I mean, with Aaron Rodgers, you're going to have to learn through osmosis because he's not, he's not going to come out of his self-centered world and try to help you.
That's
But I
true.
mean, you still can learn through osmosis from a guy like that. Because like him or not, or in my case, a deep down loathing hatred. Aaron has still had success in this league. Not one of the all-time greats. I don't care what you say or how you try to convince me. But he's been a successful quarterback. He's played for championship caliber teams. So somebody like Will Howard could learn. Even Mason Rudolph can learn. I don't hate the pick for the Steelers. It adds a certain amount of value there, and we saw what happened with Brock Purdy. When he comes in as a 7th round pick, Jimmy Garoppolo gets hurt. Nobody was talking about replacing Jimmy Garoppolo at that time. But Jimmy Garoppolo gets hurt, Purdy takes over, and the rest is history. When the Patriots drafted Tom Brady in 6th or 7th round, nobody was talking about the Patriots looking for a replacement for Drew Bledsoe at that time. Bledsoe is one of the more productive quarterbacks in the NFL. Then Bledsoe gets hurt, and Brady steps in. Again, it's an opportunity for Will Howard. Dak Prescott, 4th round. Nobody was talking about replacing Tony Romo. Then Romo gets hurt, never gets his job back. Will that happen with a guy like Will Howard, or hell, even Shador Sanders out in Cleveland, Kyle McCord in Philadelphia? Statistically, probably not. But the opportunity can be there if you play well.
Absolutely. Well, Brett Favre came in that way too, didn't he? In Green Bay.
Yeah, well, I mean, Favre was a higher pick, second round by the Falcons before he got dealt. But yeah, I mean, Green Bay didn't trade for Favre thinking we're trading for a starter. They weren't sure what they had in John Mikowski long term. Mikowski gets hurt, Favre steps in. I had another example off the top of my head.
Means, I mean, to your point, you never know.
Right. Well, I mean, right here in New Orleans, Jeff Blake, Aaron Brooks led the team to their first playoff, win in 2000. But Jeff Blake was the starter that year. They traded for Brooks as kind of an afterthought. Hey, he's got some tools we think we can use. We've had an assistant that's worked with him, that knows him. We're not giving up a whole lot. Let's trade for him. And then Blake goes down, and Brooks is the starter for the next 5 years.
I don't think Jeff Blake gets enough credit. Sidebar. Don't think Jeff Blake gets enough credit because he was playing pretty good ball. And who knows what would have happened. I'm fairly confident that Blake equally could have taken the Saints to the playoffs.
I agree.
But yeah, he's kind of one of those forgotten guys that kind of the what could have been kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm. Quarterback Riley Leonard goes to the Notre Dame quarterback. Riley Leonard goes to the Indianapolis Colts at 189 overall.
You want to talk about a kid who interviews really well? Maybe not. I'm not talking about like with teams, but just with the media. Riley Leonard, very good with the media.
Oh yeah.
I think guys like that, especially today in today's age, without sounding like the grumpy old man that Bob rubs off on me every day. Like there are just some guys that do not know how to speak to reporters.
Yeah,
and it's more and more over the years. Riley Leonard very good with reporters. Indy's interesting. I think Indy's really interesting because what's the deal with Anthony Richardson? That's going to be an interesting topic moving forward because he was really bad last year.
Yeah.
But is that, and I guess that's a fair question for any quarterback that struggles early in their career. Is it really the quarterback or is it the team or is it a mix of both?
It's a mix of both. Plus a third factor that you don't have the coaches to develop them. First of all, and I said this at the time, I was adamant about this at the time. Anthony Richardson needed at least one more year in school. Because you saw the raw talent as an athlete. But the accuracy, consistent accuracy wasn't there. The ability to read defenses certainly wasn't there. But he comes out, teams, more than just, the Colts, because if the Colts didn't draft him, somebody else would have, highly. You had a case of teams falling in love with his athleticism. And in this day and age, when you draft a quarterback in the first round, unless you've already got a really good one that's at the tail end of their career, if you draft a quarterback in the first round, they're playing. There's just too much public pressure not to. So Anthony Richardson literally got thrown into the fire, and he wasn't ready. And again, you didn't have the coaching to develop him. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but hasn't Indianapolis made a coaching move since they drafted Richardson? Not at head coach, but at offensive coordinator.
Yes, and I think that's super underrated. Sorry to cut you off, but there's a lot of quarterbacks, young quarterbacks now, where there might not be a head coaching change, but there's an offensive coordinator change, or there's a quarterback coach change. And they continue to struggle, and people go, why? They've had the same coaching staff, they've had the same head coach, and they think that means it's the entire coaching staff. It's like, no, they're playing under a new system every year. Like Baker Mayfield's tenure in Cleveland was like that. Like every year, Baker Mayfield was in a new offensive system. And it was like, well, you can't ever learn and develop things at an NFL level if you're like almost having to repeat. You're in Groundhog Day every year, having to learn a new playbook, and you're almost like a rookie again every year. And I don't think younger quarterbacks get enough grace for that, because we do live in an NFL now where everybody's on a short leash, or an offensive coordinators, or good offensive coordinators, are a hot commodity to become head coaches or good quarterback coaches very quickly. Climb up the ladder. But anyway, yes. Anthony Richardson has had different offensive coaches and hasn't started a whole lot of games in his career, whether that be because of injury or what have you.
Remember, Tyrone Hughes, was so articulate about this a couple of hours ago, talking about how coaching matters, and you and I both agree with him about that. We talk about it many times, but Ty went into more detail talking about the position coaches, the coordinators, the terminology, the system, and you need consistency. One of the reasons why I wrote the piece that I did, for Athlon at the beginning of the month about it being the right, now being the right time for the Saints to draft a quarterback, wasn't because necessarily of the talent out there. But it was more so, we've both been pretty clear about the fact that Kellen Moore has a right, as the new head coach, has a right for his guy at quarterback. But also the entire staff that's in place. And I mentioned this either earlier today or last night. Kellen Moore, Scott Tolzien, the quarterback coach, Doug Nussmeier, the offensive coordinator in title. All three of them were successful collegiate quarterbacks and had NFL careers at the quarterback position, along with pretty successful tenures as either offensive coordinators or position coaches. So you have your system in place to develop a young quarterback. Again, just as you and I have said several times over, since the pick of Tyler Shuck was made, we can all agree or disagree that Shuck was the way that they should have gone. But ignore the player for a minute and just look at the system that the Saints have in place. And that's why I said the time is, if they see a guy that they like, and they obviously like Shuck enough to draft him in the second round. If you see a guy that you like, you have your system, you have your coaching staff in place to develop them.
Absolutely. And to your point, the reason you make the move, first-year head coach, you're going to have time, or in theory, you should have time to really develop him. You know how I feel, and I think you feel very similar, is the 3-year rule when it comes to head coaches. At least getting to year 3. So in theory, even if this goes abysmally south, You at least get 2 full years with Shuck in your system to see, hey, is this going to work? I mean, it makes a whole lot of sense. It makes a whole lot of sense. And for Indianapolis with Anthony Richardson, you're going to go into year 3, but, you know, it's to be frank, I'm not sure if this is going to be another switch of offensive philosophies for AR or not, but you're kind of going into year 3 like, okay, well, we've had some time to kind of see what we got. I don't know what we got.
Yeah,
and that's a problem. Like, it's bad when you're going to year 3. I still don't really know, like, cause if he's going to be the franchise guy or not. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, how they go about it the next couple years, because unfortunately for them, you know, you go from franchise quarterback and Peyton Manning to getting gifted the opportunity to take another generational franchise guy in Andrew Luck, and Luck just couldn't stay healthy. And that's not Andrew Luck's fault, because take the injuries away, I mean, look at the numbers at value. Like, he was a good NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
And then after that, it's just been wah, 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 in terms of not being able to find a guy. I mean, they get Matt Ryan at the tail end of his career, right? Anthony Richardson really hasn't worked out. I mean, like the list, you can go through a whole list. So, Saints fans, I know it's been very similar since Drew Brees retired, but maybe, just maybe, Tyler Shuck is the answer to the problems.
I mean, I certainly think that he deserves, a little bit of leeway. I mean, you don't get drafted in the second round. You don't get drafted in the NFL at all, but you don't get drafted in the second round of the NFL draft unless you got some talent working for you. How many first round quarterbacks have we seen over the years, the decades, that just flamed out? Label them busts if you want. Sometimes it was a system fit, sometimes it was a coach's fit. Other times it was the guy wasn't able to read NFL defenses. And that's the one thing that sticks out to me about Tyler Shuck is, at least when he's been on the field in the film that I have seen, he looks like he can process a defense. The defenses that he's faced, the different systems that he's worked with, terminology-wise. Louisville, Texas Tech run a similar passing game style, but the terminology, the coaching styles were different. So Shuck has kind of been there, done that. Again, I'm not saying that that's going to make him a success in the NFL, but that's just a couple of the traits that would have attracted me to him. If I'm just scouting his film before meeting him for the first time.
Well, he's had plenty of time to learn how to read.
Yeah, because he's my age, I know, but
he's about 47 years old. Just kidding. I mean, it's going to be a joke for a while, because again, like, it was just funny to me because you go through different stages of life when you go, dang, like I'm getting, not that I'm getting old, but like life and time is moving faster than you realize, type of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so for me, it was 2024 was my 10-year anniversary from graduating high school, and I was like, oh, okay, that's weird, because in one way it feels like yesterday, and in one way it feels like 10 years. So you have moments like that, and then you look up and you're doing your research on Tyler Shuck, and you go, oh my God, like he was in college the same time I was in college. And I graduated college in 2018. Like, that's crazy. And then, then you just go, oh wait, like we're really not that far off in age. Like, my brother and I are farther apart in age than myself and Tyler Shuck. So I'm like, oh man, we're drafting an old guy. Like I'd be old in the NFL right now. But then, of course, going back to it, like I mentioned, like Brandon Weeden, right? That was a little bit of a different situation. I think Weeden was probably 27 when he came out. But yeah, like that's going to just be the one thing is you got to get it right pretty quick. We'll see.
Yep.
We'll see if that takes shape. Essentially, what I'm saying is you don't have time to be like, well, let's see if this works out. Like Anthony Richardson gets a little bit more leeway because he's still younger and you have time.
Mhm.
And with Chuck, it's like, well, you don't have 3 years to be like, I wonder if this is going to work. But anyway.
Well, I mean, you don't have 3 years in the NFL anyway anymore. Whether that's right or not, that's fact. And I know, some people were countering your age argument with, Ben Roethlisberger played into his late 30s. Breeze, Rodgers, Brady played into their 40s. I think Peyton Manning was 38, 39, 40, when he finally hung them up. I'm not necessarily going to go there, but I will say this. If Tyler Shuck is one of those rookies that do get it right away, and we won't know whether he will or not unless he does or not. But let's say he is, and his knees or whatever give out on him at 36. If you get 10 years of a franchise level quarterback, how many times have the Saints gotten 10 years out of 8 years out of a franchise level quarterback? Twice that I can think of. Archie Manning, who didn't have a team around him, and of course Drew Brees. Aaron Brooks, you got 4 good years out of him, and that's debatable depending on who you talk to. Bobby Hebert, you got I think 5 good years out of him, debatable on who you talk to. Jim Everett, when the Saints got him, you got 2 really good years because Jim was at towards the tail end of his career. So I mean, you get my point. 58 years of franchise history for the New Orleans Saints. They've had 2 quarterbacks to play at a relatively high level for 8 years or longer. So, I mean, if you get that out of Tyler Shuck, he's on a short list.
Yeah. He would immediately jump into like the top 5 quarterbacks in franchise history. So that is a good argument. While we have time before the 7th round picks, and watch, as soon as we start this conversation, they're going to package both 7th to get back into the 6th or something.
I'm okay with that, Brendan, because I'm tired.
Yeah. Hey, tired. I'm Brendan. Nice to meet you. Ha ha. Got him. Dad joke. So I think over the years of covering this team, and certainly the 5 years we've been doing the draft-a-thon together, there have been guys that we thought were shoo-ins to be stars in this league that just were absolute busts. Whether they were going to the Saints or whether they were going elsewhere, I just kind of want to have an open dialogue conversation. Who are some guys that you were adamant were going to be superstars in this league, and they just ended up being awful?
Wow. Yeah, that's a great question. And I know the list is long, but I can't think of any off the top of my head.
When you got put on the spot, you're like,
yeah, right. And I'm trying to think of like Saints off the top of my head. I know I had high hopes, but okay, recent one. If I'm not mistaken, I predicted that Isaiah Foskey would be in the running for defensive rookie of the year because I just like the fit. I like the pick so much. Yeah. And not necessarily superstar status, but it's certainly if you win defensive rookie of the year, you're a pretty damn good player. Foskey has been nowhere near a pretty damn good player.
He's barely been a player.
Right. I've played nearly as much as he has. So yeah, I mean that I think that's one recent example. I can't. I do remember, and obviously, what's that?
I said, no, that was a good one. Like that is a good recent one of a Saints player that you thought was going to be like a key contributor that just wasn't. I really thought Stephon Anthony was going to be good.
Yes, that's a good one. I did too.
I just thought the athleticism was off the charts.
Yeah.
And when you talk to people in the Clemson area, everybody spoke really highly of the kid. And it was like, okay, great. This is going to be good. You're going to have a uber athletic middle linebacker, something the Saints really haven't had. Vilma, great. but wasn't like this freak of nature athlete.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're like, okay, awesome. And then it's just like, I don't know. He just couldn't get it between the ears.
Yeah.
And you go back and you look at some of the stats. Now, given those defenses were atrocious, so some of these stats are very skewed. But you go back and look at the stats, you're like, well, damn, like, Stephon Anthony had like 140 tackles one year.
Right.
Like, wow, like that's really impressive. Like, this kid's gonna be good. Then you're just like you go through all the tape and you're like, you got 140 tackles because the defense was on the field all the damn time.
Well, that and 120 of the 140 were 10 and 12 yards down the field.
Yeah, exactly. And so like that was one I thought, okay, this kid's gonna be good, and it just didn't happen. I think there's some guys that I thought were gonna be like superstar all-time great levels that didn't work out. This for multiple different reasons. I really thought Deshaun Watson was going to end up being one of those guys where, like, man, this guy could go down, like, from a talent standpoint, is one of the greatest quarterbacks. Because I'd been watching him play because we grew up together since he was 14 years old. I was like, no, this kid's legit.
Yeah.
And then obviously, like, sitting out a year doesn't really help because you're unhappy. A lot of people forget about that. Like he sat out a year because he wasn't happy and he wanted to be traded. So he just
well,
like, I'm not going to play.
He knew there were pending legal problems coming too. So
I'm sure. So he ended up, sitting for almost 2 full years and then just hasn't been the same since. That's a whole different story. That's a guy that I thought was like on track to be like potential Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
It just didn't happen. I'm sure you have some more as well.
Yeah, Brady Quinn comes to mind when the Browns selected Quinn. I didn't think he was necessarily going to be superstar, but I did think to myself, I'm like, okay, the Browns have finally found a quarterback, at least serviceable, where they can concentrate on other spots on the football team. Josh Rosen, who was drafted by the Cardinals, 3rd overall a few years back. I remember saying, maybe even publicly, Rosen is going to be the best quarterback in this class. He moves well. He has a rocket arm. He can hit all the spots on the football field, and he just throws a pretty ball. The two things about him is he didn't want to work. We got Kyle Mosley and I got that directly from Jim Mora Jr., his collegiate coach, and also, Josh, as is the case with a lot of quarterbacks, that look like studs coming out of college. You can't read or process an NFL defense fast enough to make plays. Those two things doomed Josh Rosen very quickly.
Yeah. You ready for a receiver? This is a throwback one. A guy that I thought was going to be really good was Darius Hayward-Bay. Got drafted to the Raiders in the top 10, I believe, and he never really amounted to being. He was okay. He probably played in the NFL for about 6 or 7 years. He was okay.
Yeah. Well, I remember telling friends of mine, back in '98, Randy Moss is talented, but his character concerns will have him out of the league, in 3 years.
Okay, so that was one you're like wrong about. See, we all have those.
Right.
We all have those where it's one way or another, where it's like, oh, this kid's going to be really great or this kid's not going to work out. Some of them, like, you're absolutely right. The writing's on the wall. Like character issues. Like, I think everybody could have told you Johnny Manziel wasn't going to work.
Right.
Right. I thought Tim Tebow would have more NFL success than he did. That one will always be interesting to me. Like, I think he ended up going in the draft where he should have gone. But he has that really good year in Denver, and then Denver has the opportunity to sign Peyton Manning, and then, like, Tim Tebow never gets a chance to start in the NFL again.
Yeah. And
it was like, what happened? And it's not, like, Tebow was successful because the defense was really good, but I thought he would have a more, like, sustainable NFL career, and it just didn't happen. We can focus on quarterbacks a lot because that's the one that gets highlighted the most.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a handful. Okay, a guy who he had a good long NFL career. And I know you did not like him, especially in New Orleans in the latter parts of his career. I really thought C.J. Spiller was going to be like a really, really good running back in the NFL for a long time, and he ended up being a somewhat serviceable running back, not a really, really good running back.
Well, and
That's
I
one
think
for me.
I think in the time it took you to make that statement, CJ Spiller got hurt twice.
Dang, tough. I think he's working for Dabo down in Clemson now. I think he's on the staff in some capacity.
He might be. Well, here's one. And I'll use words and phrases that have been thrown around a lot. With Shador Sanders. I said Champ Bailey. Again, I wasn't in the media at the time, but I told friends Champ Bailey is garbage. He's entitled. His ego is way bigger than his playing ability. And he's going to be a liability for whatever defense he goes to.
There you go. That's one that you wish you could eat your words, right?
Yeah, and I still don't like Champ Bailey. I think he was overrated as a cornerback. When people try to put him in the top 10 of all time, like, he's not there, but he's a deserving Hall of Famer and was one of the better cornerbacks of his era. So that I'll concede.
You mean New Orleans legend Champ Bailey? Can you sneak that in one article alongside Saints legend Garrett Grayson?
You haven't told me if you're going to match my my Krusty Krab paycheck that I get from Athlon Sports.
Yeah, I told you. Probably about. I know what I want to say, and I'm not going to because it'll come back to bite me in the butt. So I'll change my mind. I will match your Krusty Krab salary at 3% of whatever your Krusty Krab check is. So
in other words, I owe you money.
Probably. Probably. Just kidding. Yeah, no, there's a handful, like I said, getting put on the spot, your brain just automatically is like, I don't know.
Yeah.
But there is a handful that I feel that we could sit here and discuss for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Bob, here's the good news. I've arrived at my home destination. So with that, I'm going to have to make the switch from my mobile back to my desktop computer.
All right. Well,
and I'm sorry. Dip out for just a little bit.
Yeah, and I will shut my camera off and my mic off momentarily while you do so.
All right. Sounds great. All right, I have returned. We'll see where Bob is in the world.
While you were gone, and I only want to highlight this because for you Saints fans that don't know, at least currently, I also cover Pitt Panthers athletics, football, basketball, track and field, volleyball specifically for Athlon Sports. And there was only a handful of legitimate Pitt NFL prospects in this year's draft. But two of them I really liked. In fact, one of them I had mock drafted to the Saints. Mentioned his name a couple of times. Branson Taylor, the offensive tackle for the Panthers, who missed most of last season with a knee injury. He comes off the board in the 6th round to the Chargers. At pick 199 overall. If I'm not mistaken, isn't that the Tom Brady pick?
199.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, the Tom Brady selection, Tom Brady going 199th overall when he was selected. This year's Tom Brady award goes to Branson Taylor. Also, Pitt Panthers tight end Gavin Bartholomew, young man I really liked, goes to the Vikings in the 6th round at pick 202 overall.
Say the last name again.
Bartholomew.
It's a good football last name.
Yeah, it is. And you know what? When you watch him play, he plays like a Bartholomew. Really hard-nosed kid. You know who he reminds me of when I watch him play? Josh Hill.
Oh, okay. Josh Hill, good underrated Saints guy for a long time.
Speaking of Josh Hill, does it bother you that the Saints have pretty much ignored the tight end position, since they traded Jimmy Graham?
Of course.
Okay.
I think it's another spot where it's like I think they've made efforts, right? And
I don't know that.
In certain spots, like Kobe Fleener, was that an effort?
Kobe Fleener and Jared Cook were both efforts, yes.
It didn't work. Like, I will give them credit there. I think when it comes to so like Josh Hill's a good example. Like, they haven't addressed that, right? You don't have a guy who is just a hard worker at tight end since Josh Hill. I think Foster Moreau can kind of like maybe fill that mold a little bit. But like Josh Hill was almost like indispensable because of what he brought to the team.
Yeah.
It's really hard to find guys like that. But there's been tight ends that I liked, but it just hasn't been like, okay, let's go get a guy who's going to be a huge difference maker at tight end. Like, I love Ben Watson. I've met Ben Watson.
Same.
He is a wonderful human being, very kind, generous with his time, great guy. Right?
And was a really good football player too.
Yes, Super Bowl champion as well. But that like 2-year stretch with the Saints, like really enjoyed that. He didn't put up a whole lot of numbers, but I really enjoyed having Who-Man for a couple years.
Who-Man was fun.
Yeah, he was a fun guy, and like, but yes, the fact that it was like, okay, we're gonna trade Jimmy Graham, who, if he stayed in New Orleans, would have went down as the best receiving tight end in the history of the league.
No doubt.
But you trade him and it's like, all right, well, you can play tight end. And yeah, so in a way that does really irritate me. I'm going to go through this, see if there's any of these names that help ring a bell, because we're just on guys that we thought were going to be really good and didn't, or vice versa. So these are your number 1 overall picks since the year 2000. Lost 25 years. Just the number 1 pick. If any of these guys like ring a bell, like stop me. Or ring a bell in terms of like, oh, I thought this guy was going to be really good, or I thought this guy was going to be really bad. Courtney Brown, defensive end, Penn State. Michael Vick, quarterback, Virginia Tech. David Carr, quarterback, Fresno State. Carson Palmer, quarterback, Southern Cal. Eli Manning, quarterback, Mississippi. Alex Smith, quarterback, Utah. Mario Williams, defensive end, North Carolina State. Jamarcus Russell, quarterback, LSU. Jake Long, offensive tackle, Michigan. That was a really bad draft in 2008.
Yeah, it really was.
Matthew Stafford, quarterback, Georgia. Sam Bradford from Oklahoma, quarterback. Cam Newton, quarterback, Auburn. Andrew Luck, quarterback, Stanford. Eric Fisher, offensive tackle, Central Michigan. Jadeveon Clowney, linebacker, South Carolina. That was a guy that I didn't think was going to end up panning out. And
I know because yeah, all the physical ability in the world, but no heart.
yeah. Jameis Winston, Florida State, quarterback. Jared Goff, quarterback. Cal. Myles Garrett, defensive end, Texas A&M. Baker and Kyler, both Oklahoma quarterbacks. Joey B, LSU. Trevor Lawrence, Clemson. Travion Walker, defensive end, Georgia. Bryce Young, Alabama. Caleb Williams, and Cam Ward. None of those guys really stick out as like, oh man. But
Yeah, no. Most of the guys, I thought, most of the guys that had average careers, I kind of felt that way that they would at the time. The guys that were busts, other than Jamarcus Russell, you really didn't name any like embarrassing busts. Now, if you're drafted number 1 overall, you are expected to have better than an average career. So, if you want to label that as a bust, then by all means, that's prerogative. There was one guy, and it was one of the fairly recent picks that I did think to myself, I'm like, he is going to have a really, really good career, and didn't. Who were a couple of the guys before the quarterback run of Baker and Kyler?
What happens when you exit out of things too early?
Sorry, man.
No, totally fine. We're in silly season. We can do what we want. Garrett.
Myles Garrett was one. You're just the opposite. I thought to myself, I'm like, he is going to be a bust. And I was wrong on that. Maybe that's the one I was thinking of.
And then I was gonna say like Clowney, Eric Fisher, Jake Long. I said that was a bad draft class.
Yeah.
Mario Williams. Mario Williams never really lived up to being the number 1 pick, but he had a long career.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you have to account for that as well sometimes, right? Is like that whole ordeal of, okay, well they had a long career though. Right? I think that sometimes helps the bust take. I don't really want to go all the way back, but you said Jamarcus is also like embarrassing bust. I mean, we all know like the most embarrassing, like Jamarcus Russell, Ryan Leaf. I'm trying to think of other Saints that just I thought were going to be really good and just didn't. Or vice versa.
There was a defensive lineman that the Saints drafted. I don't know if it was with a number 1 pick or it was with their first selection that didn't happen to be until like the 2nd round. But there was a defensive lineman that they grabbed in the late 80s that was just abysmal. It never saw the field. In fact, I think they traded him after a year or two with the Denver Broncos to bring in a Denver Broncos bust that was broken and ineffective from day one. So basically, we're going to trade bust for bust. And after the trade was made, they continue to be busts. But I can't. If you bear with me, I will jump on and see.
No, I got the list. So you said late 80s defensive end.
Yeah.
87 Sean Knight.
Yep, that's the one.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. Because I was like, well, like Wayne Martin, no. Like he played a long time. Sean Knight played until from 1987 to 1989. Pick 11, BYU. So, yeah, there you go.
LeJohntay Webster, the Colorado, one of the Colorado trio, goes to the Ravens at pick 203.
We've hit that point of the draft. We're in the 200s.
That we are.
Let's see. I got to look through. Sorry, I'm scrolling and it just makes me laugh. I hit 1998 and then 1999, just one line because it was only Ricky Williams and it just made me chuckle. You have all these draft picks of like I have it sorted by year. So you have, 7, 8 names at a time, and then all of a sudden it's just Ricky Williams. Let's see. I think.
I know my camera's frozen. How's my audio?
Good, good. No, I was like, oh, I think we lost Bob for a second.
No, I'm coming back in through StreamYard.
Oh,
Okay.
whoa, Bobception. No, I was just saying I was scrolling through the draft history. It's listed by year, and we got to 1998, 98, and then 99. It just made me chuckle because it was like 8, 9 players in 98, and then we got to 99. It was like one line. That's funny to laugh about now.
Yeah, it is.
Now, not so much then.
All right. Now I have an echo. I'm going to get out altogether and come back in.
All right, I will be here. For you guys who are still around through this entire thing, how's it going? What do you guys think of the draft? Where do you guys think where do you think this will rank against other New Orleans Saints drafts? Are you guys happy, sad, disappointed? How you guys feeling? Let us know in the comments. And to stick on this conversation that Bob and I are having, are there any guys that you thought would be great for the Saints when they were drafted that end up not being so good, or guys that you thought were going to be terrible for the Saints that end up being really good or playing a real long time in the black and gold? Drop that in the comments as well. We'd love to hear from you. Bob's back.
All right. No echo.
No.
Live action picture. Can't ask for anything more.
No, exactly. I'm still like scroll. Oh, how did we forget about this one? You might not have been high on this guy, but I can't believe this wasn't a name that like immediately came to my mind. And that's the 2014 second round pick in Stanley Jean-Baptiste. Like, how did I forget how bad that experience was?
Well, because he was just so forgettable. Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to get onto the field and just play bad.
Yeah.
It's another to be so bad you don't even see the field. And that was pretty much Jean-Baptiste.
Sorry, Jimmy Horn just got drafted by the Carolina Panthers. That's cool. You shook your head. That's to have two horns on the team together. Like, that's cool.
Well, it is. I shook my head because I like Jimmy Horn Jr. Maybe not for the Saints because the Saints already have 3 Jimmy Horn Jr.'s. But to give Bryce another weapon that can stretch the field. They got their big receiver. They got Tet. As far as I know, Adam Thielen is still on the roster. I think Carolina drafted a tight end too. So they're finally they drafted a running back.
Yep.
To go along with with Chuba, a receiving back. So I mean, they're finally surrounding Bryce with the weapons it takes to succeed.
Oh, that's good for them.
We got
a question in the chat. This comes from our buddy Mark, who's been with us for a lot of all 3 days. So hey, he said, I took a nap. You know what? Fired. We didn't get to take a nap. I'm just kidding. Mark asked, is Rest Epo, there we go. Almost struggled with that one. Still available? Yes, the receiver.
Yeah.
He is still available.
If you're looking for receivers, the third of the Colorado trio, Will Shepard, Louisiana native, still on the board. Isaiah Bond, unless I missed something, Isaiah Bond's still on the board. Xavier Restrepo, the leading receiver in Miami Hurricanes history. And when you consider some of the receivers that have come out of there, that's a pretty strong statement. Isaiah Nayor, a really talented kid from Nebraska, but just can't stay healthy with Texas or Nebraska. And Ja'Cory Brooks, who played with Tyler Shuck at Louisville. Two big receivers that I liked coming into day 3 was Nick Nash from San Jose State, Caden Prather from Maryland, both still on the board as well. At least I believe so.
I think you're right. Yes, you are. Brew McCoy, a bigger target. DeQuan Felton, a bigger target. Those guys are still available as well.
Yeah.
Mark says, I like Bond. That's the thing is, like, I think we all like Bond, but it's like, how does he fit on this team? He's 5'11". You know, like how does he fit here?
Yeah, right. I mean, you have 3 Isaiah Bonds already.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now, if they find, and again, yeah, especially this late in day 3, it's all about value, best player on the board, and system fit. So if you grab an Isaiah Bond and he turns out to be a player, then he's going to work his way into the rotation. And probably no team more than the New Orleans Saints, even up till now, uh, gives better opportunity for late round and undrafted guys to make an impact. The late round picks and undrafted signings, they're going to have their opportunities with New Orleans. I mean, how else would you have such a lengthy history of overlooked guys that not only make the Saints roster but go on to make an impact? That doesn't happen as often as it has unless the guys are given fair chances to succeed. Now, different regime with Kellen Moore, so I hope that continues. But yeah, I mean, if they draft an Isaiah Bond in the 6th, 7th round, I'm not going to be upset because I mean that tells me what if Chris Olave goes down again? What if Chris Olave and Rashid Shaheed go down again? Having an Isaiah Bond or a Xavier Restrepo, if they're as productive as they were in college, that's pretty darn good fallback option.
Going back through this list of guys the Saints drafted, same draft as Stephon Anthony, Hioli Kikaha was a guy that I had higher hopes for, but the knees just gave out.
Yeah, because I mean, he had such an explosive bend around the edge. He could get to the passer. A willing run defender. But he really never got a chance to develop either side of his game because, like you said, he was always hurt.
Well, that was the knock on him coming out, is he had torn both ACLs in college. Okay. So that was, I think it was the year before, Ronald Powell from Florida. I think he only played 1 year in New Orleans.
He did.
He was a late pick, but he was like the former #1 high school recruit.
Yep.
And it was
in the nation, not just from his state, in the nation.
It just never clicked. That was one that I had higher hopes, but that's like a 6th round pick, 5th, 6th round pick. That's not like a bust. But yeah, draft history. Draft history is always fun.
Can we and we always preface a criticism of Sean Payton by starting out with the statement, "I love Sean Payton, but."
Okay.
So I will do this. I love Sean Payton, but he didn't draft well. Generally speaking, I mean,
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, he had historic drafts in 2006 and 2017. He had a very good draft in 2016, which a lot of people overlooked. The 2017 draft was so good, people overlook how good the 2016 draft was. I mean, that brought you Sheldon Rankins, Michael Thomas, Von Bell, and David Onyemata. I mean, those were 4 cornerstones to your franchise for a long, long time. But outside of those 3 drafts, I think it's a fair criticism to say that Sean Payton did not draft well.
I think you're right. I mean, you take 06 out as well. Like 07, Bushrod was a 4th round pick. Meacham was a 1st round pick. Like, those are the 2 guys you take away. Usama Young was on the Super Bowl roster. 08, Carl Nix was the late round pick. Cedric Ellis was the 1st round pick.
Mm-hmm.
Tracy Porter was the 2nd round pick.
Okay, so I mean, the 08 draft was solid.
09, they only had 4 picks, but Malcolm Jenkins and Thomas Morstead, not bad. 10.
Harper? Was that a Harper draft? No, Harper was on the Super Bowl team.
Harper was 06.
Yeah.
10 was P-Rob, who, for what it's worth, I think got a lot of unnecessary hate.
Yeah. He got hate. I don't know if it was unnecessary.
I think he was a lot better than people gave him credit for. Charles Brown, which, if it weren't for the injuries, would have probably been viewed as a better pick than it was. Jimmy Graham. 11 was Cam Jordan, Mark Ingram. So,
All right. I mean, and we've said this many times. If you get 2 or 3 players, like long-term starters / stars out of a draft, then you've drafted pretty well.
13 wasn't great. Kenny Vaccaro, Teron Armstead. John Jenkins played a long time in the league.
You did.
Kenny Stills.
I mean, for example, we talked about John Jenkins, and we talked about Vernon Broughton, the third-round defensive tackle from Texas. If Broughton can be another John Jenkins, I'm not going to say the Saints struck gold, but the Saints checked off a big box because John Jenkins, you couldn't run inside when John Jenkins was on the field.
John Jenkins was also a third-round pick. 14 was a terrible draft. Brandon Cooks, and then it was Jean-Baptiste, Fort, Sinceri, Powell, and Rooks. So Rooks never played. Powell only lasted a year. Sinceri only lasted 2 years. Fort only played a year.
Yeah.
Jean-Baptiste was out within 3 years. And then after, Brandon Cooks had for 2 or 3 years before you traded him. Now he's back. 15 was not a good – I think this is what it is you have some classes where, like, you got 1, and that's fine, or 2, and that's fine. And then you have these classes where it's like you couldn't hit the broadside of the barn.
Right.
In 15 – okay, this is one you'll agree with. I think Andrus Peat gets a lot of unnecessary hate because he was a multi-time Pro Bowler. He had his struggles and he had his things he was not good at.
Right. Yeah. Once you found, and it took 3 years to find Pete a home on the offensive line, but once he did, he was one of the more underrated run blockers and inside pass protectors in the league.
Absolutely. So then the rest of that draft was Stephon Anthony, Ioli Kikaha, Saints legend Garrett Grayson, PJ Williams, who was around for a long time.
Yeah.
Davis Cole, Tyler Davidson, Damian Swan, and Marcus Murphy. So not great. I didn't realize Tyler Davidson was in the league until 2022, so good for him.
Yeah.
He was a Falcon for a while. But yeah, like that was one where it's like you hit Andrus Peat, and then PJ Williams was like serviceable for a while. Then you had 16 and 17. And then 18, it's Marcus Davenport, Traquan Smith, Rick Leonard, Boston Scott, Will Clapp. And you're like, okay, cool, I guess.
When Will Clapp, a reserve offensive lineman, an invaluable one at that, but a reserve career offensive lineman is your best pick, that's a bad draft.
Yeah. So, well,
stop it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
You hate him so much, but like, what, 5 years of Traquan Smith? Like that's as a third round pick, you got 5 years out of him. 18 touchdowns.
Yeah, because I'm convinced that Traquan Smith had incriminating photos of Sean Payton. That's the only reason he stuck. 5 years of Traquan Smith was 6 years too long.
Was it 5 years? Was it 5 years? I think it was 5 years.
I think it was.
Yeah, like it wasn't awful. It wasn't great, but it wasn't like we've had worse receivers.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it was one of those, like, for a third round guy, you got 5 years out of him. Like, that's not bad. You got a full contract out of him. Like, that's okay.
Stolen money.
We could sit here and we could probably sit here and list random Saints receivers Bob likes more than Traquan Smith for the rest of the show.
I would almost enjoy that. Well, one that we both like more than Traquan was Brandon Coleman.
Yeah, I wish that was a guy that I wish it worked out. And I know they got him really late in the draft, or maybe even undrafted.
I was undrafted because he wrecked his knee at Rutgers.
But he was just one of those guys that even come out of Rutgers, it was like great size, great speed, can't catch the ball. I thought he was a vital piece for some of those teams as a guy who could block downfield, as a guy who was a big body target. And yeah, I liked him. I liked Brandon Coleman. Another undrafted guy that I liked, Austin Carr, was around for a while.
Yeah.
I think probably only scored like 2 touchdowns in his entire career, but he was around a long time, and he was a guy that was like he wasn't going to beat you with his speed. He wasn't he was a very short guy, but he was just one of those guys who put his head down, did the work, fail type of guy, and he made a career out of it. So yeah, like I appreciate guys like that too. You remember Andy Tanner?
Yeah.
Like Andy Tanner was another guy. Like he just stuck it out. He was on the practice squad for so many years, and you can appreciate guys like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, some of these guys that are going to go in late round 6 into round 7 or be undrafted, you're going to appreciate them solely because they're going to work really hard, and they might have like a 5-year career, but they worked really, really hard to have a 5-year career. Mark drops another question. Do you think Holker contributes this year, the tight end? He was a lot of people's love fest when it came to the draft last year and undrafted free agency. Just like the tools are there. I don't know if he's an NFL tight end or not.
And I don't think he is. He's got some receiving skills. It's going back to when we jump back on together, back on camera together, and one of us immediately asks the other, hey, are you frustrated that the Saints haven't made an effort at tight end or haven't focused on the tight end position since Jimmy Graham left? Saints fans know that too. And I'm putting a general blanket over that statement. Because you had your Holker hive last year, and then you had your Lucas Krull crew the year before, both undrafted guys. And I remember using the draft day line, Nick Underhill's favorite movie of all time, that Lucas Krull looked like Tarzan, played like Jane, and then Holker, while good receiver skills, becomes invisible on contested throws. Well, of all people I want to make contested catches, it's got to be my tight ends. So I think Holker would be given an opportunity, especially if the Saints don't bring in another tight end. Doesn't look like they're going to. But I mean, his style of play, matches that of Juwan Johnson. Well, you already have a Juwan Johnson, and he's a better Juwan Johnson is a better Juwan Johnson than Dallin Holker. Will Holker stick on the roster? Probably. Like practice squad, back and forth, game day inactive. Because of the lack of bodies that they have here. But he's not going to be able to fill the Juwan Johnson role because he's not better than Juwan, and he's not going to be able to fill the Foster Moreau role until Moreau gets back healthy because he's not a good blocker. Now, I mean, having said that, I hope I'm wrong. And if they find the next late round undrafted star for this team, sometimes it takes a year or two for those guys to really shine. And if that's the case with Holker, I would happily admit I'm wrong. Next year at this time on our draft-a-thon. But yeah, I don't see it.
So Devin Neal got selected while I was on the road. So here's the stat that is probably the most interesting for him. Played in 49 of 50 collegiate games. So he's eligible. Scored 49 touchdowns. It is a touchdown a game. Pretty remarkable number.
Yeah, 4,300 over 4,300 rush yards. That's got pretty darn close to 100 a game average. So
it's a good college career.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, the Kansas Jayhawks certainly aren't known as a football power. But it's not like they play FCS level either. They play in a decent conference without many great defenses. In the Big 12. Nonetheless, I mean, the Big 12 is considered a power conference. Now that they expanded the playoff, they have an automatic playoff berth for the conference winner. And I believe 2, maybe 3 Big 12 teams made the 12-team playoff this year. So, I mean, Neal is playing against a lot of guys that are on NFL rosters or are going to be on NFL rosters.
Absolutely right. Fear jumps in, says, hello. Just got home from work. Who did the Saints pick so far? Bob, you want to give them the rundown on day 3?
Yes, I most certainly will. But before I do, let me check my tracker real quick because I know we're creeping up on another Saints pick.
We are not even out of the 6th round yet.
Oh, so they slowed down.
Yeah, they did slow down.
Way down.
Yeah, we got a ways
Yeah.
to go.
Yeah, we are sitting. If my tracker is right, we are about to conclude pick 214, and the Saints, barring a trade, don't pick until 248, which is, as you said, the 7th round.
Yeah, we got a ways to go. One more round.
Yeah.
For one more round.
But with the first round pick, the Saints selected Calvin Banks, the offensive tackle from Texas, left tackle from Texas. With their second round pick, quarterback Tyler Shuck from Louisville. They had 2 third-round picks, the first of which was Vernon Broughton, defensive tackle, run-stopping defensive tackle from Texas. The second third-round pick was Virginia Cavaliers safety Jonas Sanker. Coming into day 3, the Saints had 2 fourth-round picks, the first of which was linebacker from Oklahoma, Danny Stutzman. Their second fourth-round pick was Louisville cornerback Quincy Riley. And we just mentioned him a moment ago. The Saints' 6th-round pick was Kansas Jayhawks running back Devin Neal. And that gets you caught up on the New Orleans Saints' 7 of 9 scheduled picks.
Yeah. Hey, there's been years where they have had like 4 picks. So
Yeah.
This has been a little bit more fun. We had a great guest today in Tyrone Hughes. I will say, Bob, opposed to years past, like, yes, it's been long, right? We've been on the air today, given we took a break for a little bit, but we've been live for almost 5 hours and 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Now we had, like you said, we had the nerve to take an hour break.
Yeah, something like that. So we've been on the air for, say, 13 plus hours.
I think it's more than that. Bear with me.
You wrote it down.
Yeah. 4.5 hours.
Strikes again.
4.5 hours night 1, 5 hours night 2. And what are we going to give ourselves credit for?
4 hours, 15 minutes.
We'll round up and call it 4.5. So 4.5, 8, 9, 14 hours.
14 hours. I don't feel it as much this draft. And maybe it's because we've had other people pop in with us more. So it's been less of us just going back and forth about random things.
Well, that, and we've had picks to announce too.
That is fair. That is true. So maybe that's it. But this hasn't felt as, there has been some years where it has really dragged. And some of it has to do with the fact that the Saints didn't have picks for multiple rounds.
Mm-hmm.
You're just sitting here like, okay, well, what else can we talk about?
Yeah. Could they trade here? Maybe they could trade these 2 7th-round picks for this 5th-round pick. And just trade speculation on trades that we knew at the time probably wasn't going to happen.
Fear asks Bob, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you put the draft as a whole?
I
don't know my opinion, just Bob's opinion. Probably a good thing.
You do what?
I said probably a good thing that you want your opinion and not mine.
Well, I hope you give yours too. Honestly, from 1 to 10, I assume that 10 is the best. I would go 6.5. Because you still haven't addressed big wide out. You haven't addressed edge rusher. Literally at all. Neither one of those positions. I don't mind the pick at quarterback. As opposed to some. Your secondary didn't get any better. At least yet. Now, the 4th-round pick Quincy Riley, he could be a player. The 3rd-round pick Jonas Sanker. So on paper, you addressed it, but I don't see how your coverage units got better. Now, and I know you feel the same way, Brendan. I hate I hate grading a draft right after, before these players even take the field.
Yep.
But members of the media, it's our job to do it. So when I say in the 6.5, 7 range, I only say that because looking at the long list of needs this team has, who's your starting guard? Has your edge rusher gotten more production? Has your secondary gotten better? Have you given your quarterback a big wide pass catcher? The answers are no to both, to all of those. So as far as addressing needs, and the Saints could have done better.
Yes. I think for me, I'm closer to a 5 because they didn't address some of the big needs, right? Like, so I'm okay. I'm okay with the first round pick. I'm actually, pretty satisfied with the first round pick because you get a guy who is going to be hopefully a staple of your offense for a long time, right? The quarterback pick, not the quarterback I would want. I think they got him too high. I don't think they got good value for the pick. But if it's Kellen Moore's guy, I just personally didn't like it. Both third-round picks, I felt like you had an ability to get somebody who's going to be an impact guy of a position of need, and I don't feel like they didn't fill the most prominent positions of need. So like that was a little. I like Neal. I think Neal is a good value pick.
Mm-hmm.
The linebacker out of Oklahoma, I think, is a solid, big-bodied guy. I think it's an okay pick. It's just it was very I don't know, like there wasn't that spice to the draft that I was really hoping for. So I think for me that's why it's as low as it is. They didn't really address big needs. It wasn't like a spicy or sexy draft. When you felt like with a new regime, this was the year to like go out and do something a little different.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like they really did that.
And we talked about it on the opening night, and into the second round when we said that we felt like our first round coverage wasn't as lively as what it has been in the past. And part of that is certainly on us, But when your team selects an offensive lineman, for in the first or second round for what seems like a decade.
It really is. It is 10 straight years that they have drafted an offensive or defensive lineman.
Yeah, and I mean, it feels like, and it's not that Banks is a bad player. He's not. And it's not that it wasn't a need, because it is. But part of the reason why it's a need is because you haven't drafted particularly well there in recent history. So a little bit of PTSD, and and B, like you said, it's not the sexy pick. It's not the wide receiver. It's not the quarterback that, like it or not, is going to at least spark conversation. Now, that's not to say that Kelvin Banks won't be a great player. That's not to say that Kelvin Banks wasn't the right pick for what they need. It's just, in this day and age, and what do you compare it to? You compared it to getting socks and underwear for Christmas. Well, some of you people need that for your day-to-day life. And, as a football team, you certainly need guys that can block.
Yeah. And I mean, I still stand by that. It's a need. It's something you need, but it doesn't get you really excited when you go to the first gift you open under the tree, opposed to your what did Alan say? Some like G.I. Joe aircraft carrier,
right?
So yeah, like I mean, yes, you need socks and underwear, and you're like, thanks, Mom, thanks, Dad. And as you get older, you probably appreciate it a little bit more. But yeah, this was the year to do something different. And the way we described it too was that there was so much anticipation and hype around what the Saints could do at 9. It felt like this massive buildup to be like, oh, they're taking a lineman again.
You're right.
You know, and again, Banks, really good player. He's going to be a long time, staple to the offensive line. It gives you the ability to say, yeah, we got our bookend guys in Fuaga and Banks. That's great. But it was all this hype. It was all this build up to be like, oh, okay. Like, yeah, I guess that's a good pick.
And looking back, and please, viewers, warriors that are still with us, let me know. I'm very interested to hear your take on what our visual reactions were. But I felt like all three of us, you, me, and Alan, we're just waiting for the Saints pick, and then whichever one of us had the news to break it first, all three of us just kind of went, "Oh, well, okay."
Yeah.
Was that viewers? Was that kind of our body language and reaction?
Yeah, please let us know. I do have another shout out to the Sessions family who let me use their office for a little bit today. But my former college roommate Christian, he's like, yeah, I tuned in after the Shuck pick because I had called him probably an hour before we went on the air, and I was like, hey, just to let you know, like it's looking like it's going to be quarterback at 40. And it looks like it's going to be, the favorite right now is this kid Tyler Shuck out of Louisville. He goes, oh yeah, he's like they came down and played in Death Valley and Clemson this year. That he lives pretty close, and I was like, yeah, he's got a strong arm, this, that, and the other. I said, yeah, I don't know how I'd feel about that pick. He's like, oh, I'll make sure to tune in, especially if Shuck gets picked. And he said he tuned in and he didn't know whether the pick had been announced yet or not. Because like I felt like I was watching a funeral.
Well, if that's the way he felt watching us after the Shuck pick, then he didn't catch us at the right time, because you, Brendan, had the most visible negative reaction.
Oh my Lord, yeah.
I think I kind of expected Shuck. I didn't anticipate Shador. I knew Dart was off the board. So I knew that if they went quarterback, it was probably going to be Shuck or potentially Milroe. So, yeah, I can't say the pick surprised me, and it didn't disappoint me. But you had the most visible and audible negative reaction to it, undoubtedly.
Oh, dude, it's just, again, like, and Tyrone said it for multiple times today, and rightfully so, it was one of those, you could have got him later. And I know, like we've talked about, don't play Russian roulette if that's your guy.
Right.
But it was one of those, like, for value, could have got him later. I don't think anybody else was really nervous about, where's Shuck going to go? I was just hoping they'd do something different.
Mm-hmm.
Go get the guy that's been falling. Go do this, go do that. And I mean, they did do something different. They drafted a quarterback in the second round for the first time in franchise.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, it was just. I hope he proves me wrong. Like I said, he's a good quarterback. The tape didn't blow me away. It's good tape. It's solid tape. It just didn't blow me away. And when you draft a guy that high, especially a quarterback, and the team hasn't done that ever, you really want the tape to wow you. And I just wasn't wowed. It was just
and I get that, I do, and that's probably the thing that sucked the most about this draft, really about any draft, is when you're a team that's put in position where you're basically forced to draft a quarterback fairly early. Mm-hmm. That's an awful position to be in, unless you have the number one overall pick and you have a guy like Andrew Luck, Peyton Manning, John Elway, Troy Aikman. If you have a Hall of Fame, an almost can't miss prospect, and you're sitting at number one overall, then you don't mind being in that position where you're forced to draft a quarterback. But if you're the Saints, the Browns, the Raiders, the Steelers, and you don't have the answer at the quarterback position, and you have a guy like Carr that goes down. And at that point, you're like, well, guys, I'm sorry if you're Kellen Moore and everybody else in that building. We're like, we have to draft a quarter. We have to come out of this draft with a quarterback. That's awful, an awful position to be in.
Libby said that's what I said, Brendan. They didn't have to worry about another team was going to take him.
Do we know that?
But again, you don't play Russian roulette if it's your guy. So like I understand where the team's coming from, but again, for me, it was the disappointment of like, okay, well, if that was your guy, like, why couldn't you use 40 to get a position of need? Why couldn't you use 40 to go and do this? But again, to your point, Bob, you have no idea. We don't have an idea. They probably have a little bit of like I would hope they have a better idea than we do of other teams, but there are so many smoke screens and this and that being played every year. You probably don't really have a true idea of like, okay, who else is really interested? So yeah, I think ultimately that's why I was disappointed with that pick.
Yeah, and I mean, there would be, and I think I'm going on Eric Asher's show this week. I know I'm going on Jordy Haltberg's show because I do every Tuesday. And I'm going to be confronted with that question. And when I counter with something like, well, you don't know, as you know, what I'm going to counter with because I already have. You don't know whether Shuck will still be there. When you draft at 71, which in this case was when the Saints picked next after 40. And I'll probably get hit with, well, no one selected Jalen Milroe, Shador Sanders, or even Dylan Gabriel before then. I'm like, yeah, very true. But all it takes is one other team to like your guy, which was obviously Tyler Shuck, between picks 41 and 71, and you lose him.
Yeah, exactly. Like that old saying is like, it just takes one team to fall in love with you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's so true in this case too. It's like, well, it takes one team to really fall in love with Shuck, and then that's it, and you lose out on him. So,
and maybe the Saints were the only team. We'll never know because we'll never hear the truth from opposing teams or Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore will come out and say, if we were holding the second overall pick and wanted a quarterback, we were willing to take Tyler Shuck there. I mean, you're the coach; he's your quarterback now. You're not going to say anything different. You're not going to hear other teams saying, "Oh, we didn't like Shuck." We wouldn't have picked him until the 5th round or anything like that. And maybe in a moment of honesty over a couple of drinks. But in front of the microphone and when the cameras and recorders are on, they're not going to admit that.
No, they're not going to shoot down somebody else. They're just going to talk about the guy they drafted. You want a perfect example? We talked earlier about the reports surrounding Shador Sanders and the New York Giants. They were asked about those reports, and essentially they were just like, "We're just really happy with our pick of Jackson Dart."
Right.
And it's like, okay, I mean, yeah, that's the PR correct answer. Like they got an A+ from Brendan Boylan's PRs for that answer. Is you do not engage in that. You're like, yeah, we're aware of the reports, but we're really happy with our selection of Jackson Dart. That's it. And you just move forward. And then if somebody goes, "Can you confirm the reports are true?" We're aware of the reports. And then you just keep going. We are aware of the reports. Thank you. We met with them.
This is the most honest you'll hear. We met with him. We didn't think he was a fit for our system as much as we didn't like him as much as we like Dart, but we wish him all the luck in the world. He's going to be a good quarterback, blah, blah, blah.
Or you just say, yeah, we met with him. It was a great meeting. But we're really happy with Jackson. And then that's it. That's all you got to say. That's the most you're ever going to get from anybody about any prospect that they did not draft, for the most part. I can't wait for these, in all honesty, I cannot wait for some of the bombs that are going to drop about Shuck and why he failed. Because you know what's going to happen? They're going to be, just like we have dudes who hide behind their screens with their Twitter fingers, you're going to have NFL executives and NFL scouts and NFL this, and it's going to be like an unnamed AFC member, and it's going to be a bombshell, and then it's going to be an unnamed NFC scout said, and it's all going to be unnamed, and it's like at some point, like I get why you have to do that, I get it to an extent, but at some point, can we just have somebody just flat out say it and be like, yeah, use my name, that's fine. I understand why they can't. I get, because you don't want to hurt the team's reputation.
Right.
But then it's like, well, then don't say it.
Right.
Like, because at that point, you are taking a young man this is going to be my brutal, honest thing when it comes to Shedeur Sanders, start to finish. When you have reports that come out, like the McShay report of this, they sent him home with homework and he didn't do it, essentially, and he got called out for it. Okay, McShay reports that. McShay doesn't share who shared that information with him, but it clearly came from someone within the Giants organization. Well, you just selected Jackson Dart. So why share that information?
Right.
You're taking a young man, who is already probably emotionally, mentally all over the place because he went from being told he was going to be a first-round pick 2 weeks ago to falling out of the first round to not being a day 2 pick to being a 5th-round selection to quarterback hell. Right? You have all that's already happened. So why do you go out of your way as a grown-ass man or woman and be like, you know what? We drafted a quarterback, but let's talk mad crap about Shedeur Sanders.
Right.
While he's down. Is Shedeur's slide completely on him? Absolutely not. Is some of it on him? Maybe. Is some of it on Dion? Maybe. Is some of it on how the NFL viewed the Sanders family? Maybe. There's a lot of factors here. But Shedeur's a talented kid. And if any of these kids and young men that are fulfilling their lifelong dreams on Thursday night, Friday night, or today, why do you go out of your way just to be an absolute butt wipe of a human and put out these reports?
Right.
Right. Now, if it's something about like their medicals, okay. Sure, because every team has access to medicals. Believe it or not, guys. Well, you guys know that.
And quite apparently, HIPAA laws don't apply when you're an NFL draft choice.
Right. So, every team has access to knowing everything about you. Or as as Tyrone said today, like they're like FBI agents. They know everything about your life. So why do you go out of your way to be like, well, you know what? We already know everything about their medical. We know everything about their family. We know exactly what they ate for dinner last night. Mm-hmm. We know the last person they called on their cell phone. And we already know all this. But let's go ahead and leak information that they were just a terrible interview. Why? Now, I understand, to the smoke screens and the whatever of it, but you're talking about a kid that has slipped in the draft and you've already drafted your like next quarterback, your franchise quarterback of the future. So why? Why? I don't get it. It's stupid. Stop doing stuff like that. It happens every year to the guy that falls. It's not. I don't think it's ever been as dramatic as Shedeur's fall. But there's always a kid that's like, oh, he fell in the draft, and this is why. He had drug problems, or he got kicked out of school, or whatever it is, and they just continue to kick him while they're down. And it's just like, stop. Like, they're going to get drafted, they're going to fulfill their dream, but like, why are we going out of our way to essentially bully people? Like, it's stupid. You are grown men or grown women. Stop. That's me on my soapbox. I'm stepping off. But
that was an impressive rant, though. I liked it.
I hope the best for Shedeur. Honestly, like all these kids that get drafted, like I hope the best for their NFL careers, because it's got to be flippin' awesome.
Yeah.
To fulfill your lifelong dream and be surrounded by your friends and your family and the people that love you the most and supported you the most through that process. So, like, enjoy it. I hope your career is long and fruitful. And I really hope people do not spread crap about you for no benefit of their own or yours, frankly.
Well, I mean, for entertainment value, and you won't see it happen this year. But we know that Deion Sanders speaks his mind often. And doesn't mince words with his version of things or his perspective on things. And I know that there's a lot of people who were already saying at the end of last night, oh, I can't wait for Deion Sanders to get behind her microphone and tell us what really happened. Yep. I don't think that's going to happen right away because Shedeur is trying to make a football team. And if he doesn't, say the Browns cut him, you don't want to burn. What's that?
Which is a true possibility as a 5th-round pick.
Oh, yeah. If the Browns cut him, you don't want to blow up your bridges, but with other franchises thinking, well, he's going to trash us because of the meeting that we had with his son. before the draft. Now, I'll just use the Giants as an example here because I think it's safe to say that Coach Brian Dable was on the hot seat. And we know for a fact that the Giants didn't feel like that their meeting with Shedeur went the way they'd hoped. And we'll just leave it at that.
Well, they named Dable as the guy that was frustrated with
right. So, say the Giants have an awful season and Dable gets fired, if not during the season, then at the end of it. At that point, then a Deion Sanders, knowing him the way we do, at that point, Deion is going to come out and say, well, Dable got fired for a reason, and this is how he dealt with my son. But Deion nor Shedeur, the Sanders camp, are not going to talk trash on any current regimes because that would do nothing but blow up bridges for this young man's career.
Absolutely. And this is what's going to happen is if Shedeur makes the team, let's say Shedeur wins the starting job. Whenever Shedeur has like that pinnacle of success early in his career, there's going to be a magazine interview or an online publication interview highlighting Shedeur Sanders and his rise to NFL fame.
Oh, no doubt.
Right? And it's going to be at that point, a couple years from now, or maybe next year, whenever the case may be, where we're going to get little snippets from Shedeur and from Deion on what happened in their side of the story. But it won't be the whole story, but it'll be little juicy sentences here and there.
Yeah, and even Deion, I said that they're not going to burn bridges, and he's not. But Deion also has a habit of dropping little snippets anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure that there will be little things hinted at, or wink, wink, nudge, nudge, or without mentioning names, this guy and that team and blah blah. To update everybody on our selections, we are now into the 9th pick of the 7th round, 225 overall.
Yeah, one of your guys got drafted too.
Yeah. Damian Martinez, the running back from Miami, went at 223 overall to the Seattle Seahawks. 225 is in, but not yet announced. The Arizona Cardinals, the Pittsburgh Steelers have picked 226. And again, the Saints, barring a trade, have 248 and 254. Those are picks number 32 and 38 of the 7th round.
Did you see the clip of the Browns draft room after they selected Shedeur Sanders?
No, I did not.
Not yet. It was funny, little comical. It was like the whole room was unsure of what they should be doing. It's the Ricky Bobby thing. It was like, I don't know what to do with my hands, because like you just have some people in the back going like this, like just come it just looked very awkward. Like they were not ready for ESPN cameras just to turn on in front of them. It was funny. You'll have to see it.
That's too funny.
So Isaiah Bond is still available. I know quarterbacks are grossly overvalued in the draft, but best available, according to Mel Kiper, is Quinn Ewers. Do you see Quinn Ewers being selected here in the 7th round?
No, I don't. I think Quinn Ewers is going to be an undrafted signing. He will be signed. He'll have an opportunity to compete in camp. But at this point, I don't think Quinn Ewers is going to be drafted. Because at this stage, because we've already seen quarterbacks, a couple FCS ones too, by the way, come off of the board. We mentioned Will Howard, Kyle McCord as well. Teams are now looking for special teams athleticism. Guys that are dealing with injuries and tweeners. Plays 2-3 positions, not a standout at any of them. In other words, somebody with some developmental traits or special teams value.
Oh yeah, they are looking for. This is like you're drafting on potential thing. Is like right here.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is the fairest thing to say. So that's what that's kind of how I view it right now, is they're drafting on strictly potential and fit and how they may fit.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, the two most famous examples for the Saints, come from the 2006 draft. When Zach Strief and Marcus Colston, went only a couple of picks away from each other, but they were each drafted by the Saints. Now, Strief came from Northwestern. Was looked at as a guard or a tackle with too short an arm length, too short a wingspan, probably move inside the guard. It's tweeners like that drop. Colston comes from a tiny, college, university at Hofstra. Was a tight end there. Is he a bulked up wide receiver, or can we bulk him up and make him a tight end? So, tweeners, with some developmental traits who might fit a system. I'd say Zach Strief and Marcus Colston did pretty darn well fitting that system.
I think they did. Hofstra no longer has a football team. It's one of my favorite
right
things. It's like he was one of the last Hofstra University.
Mm-hmm.
He might have been the last one drafted, honestly. Yeah. How about that? Guys, throw us some stuff in the chat. I know Libby's been pretty active. Fear's been pretty active here. Fear says they need to draft a quarterback every year until they get it right. In my opinion, I think they're okay with Rattler for years. They've been depending on a vet, but this needed to be the start of a new era. So saying that, Rattler probably would have been okay, but they needed to start a new era under coach. Yeah, sure, I get it. I understand. Drafting one every year until they get it right. I mean, like I kind of jokingly said, I do partially believe it, is that you got to find out pretty damn quick if Shuck's the guy.
Yeah.
One, because for job security for Kellen Moore. Two, because Shuck is going to be 26 in September. And three, because right now you have three guys on your roster that are 24, 25 years old.
Right.
And it's well, which one are you keeping? Which two are you keeping? So you got to find out pretty quick, who's your guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the obvious answer, it's going to be Shuck and Rattler, the guys that get kept, and Hayner's probably the guy who gets let go.
Yeah.
But you got to know quick, because the other thing too is, I don't know what kind of trade value Spencer Rattler would have, but if Shuck is clearly your guy, you could use it to improve your roster somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they do that necessarily year one, but you got to find out quick, ultimately, whether or not this was the guy or not.
Yeah. Yeah, as a second round pick, I don't think Kellen Moore's job status depends on whether Shuck is a success or not. I don't think it would have. He would have been on the hot seat if they drafted Shuck at 9 and it didn't work out. But certainly that raises some eyebrows when you do that. Doesn't raise as many eyebrows when you do so in the second round. A lot of I told you so's. Maybe even within the building, if anybody in the Saints facility didn't like Tyler Shuck, but Kellen Moore overruled them. But it's a shot to your credibility if you swing and miss on a quarterback high in the first round. In the second round, it's okay. Well, we needed a quarterback. We knew we had to pick a quarterback. We just got this one wrong. Back to the drawing board type of situation. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would say so. Sorry, I had to look at this real quick. I don't know how we missed this at the end of the 6th, but the Raiders drafted 2 FCS players nearly back-to-back. And Tommy Mellott from Montana State, a quarterback, and then 2 picks later, Cam Miller, the quarterback from North Dakota State.
I saw that. And I apologize. I didn't see or retain the names when I saw it, but I did say even 2 FCS quarterbacks came off the board. I just couldn't remember who they were or who they went to.
No,
I didn't know the Raiders picked both of them.
Like almost back to back. Is like, wait. So they passed on Shedeur Sanders about 27 times. And they said, "Oh, dang it! I really thought he'd be here in the 7th round. Let's just grab 2 quarterbacks." And just to throw that out there too, one of them, Tommy Mellott from Montana State, is projected to convert to receiver. So little less than just, oh my God, they drafted 2 quarterbacks almost back to back. One of them is projected to make a positional change. But going back to your question, like I'm with you. Is if it doesn't work out, like you're gonna know pretty quick.
Yep.
Let's say 2 years, they're like, yep, okay, didn't work out. I don't think that's going to be like, all right, well, it didn't work, so Kellen, come on down. You're the next contestant on Get Out. But I do think it would be kind of like chalk it up and try again. That would also set the franchise back tremendously. But I don't think that necessarily would.
Well, it would set it back. I don't know about tremendously, but definitely would set them back because like Tyrone said, like Alan said with us, nights 1 and night 2, and like you and I have said ourselves, this team has a lot of holes, whether they admit it or not. They're in some phase of rebuilding. It might not be a full-fledged rebuild, but they're trying to rebuild at some phase. And when you have pick number 40. Overall, a fairly early 2nd round pick, you need to get an impact player with it. If you miss with that pick, that's bad enough. If it's a quarterback and you miss with it, A, you didn't take advantage of the opportunity to get an impact player, and B, you still need a quarterback. So that's strike 1, strike 2. Man, the 49ers picked quarterback Curtis Rourke. I don't even know who that is. 227 overall. Quinn Ewers ain't getting drafted.
Who did they pick?
I don't even remember the name. Hold on, bear with me. I want to see where we are on our tracker anyway. Curtis Rourke from Indiana goes to the San Francisco 49ers.
Ohio transfer. Okay.
Yeah, I actually remember that name now that I mention it out loud. Being in the transfer portal. We are the Detroit Lions at 230 overall are now on the clock. So we are 18 picks away from the Saints' next selection.
I got to ask you this. Mel Kiper's got a lot of media attention the last couple of weeks.
Sure.
Rightfully so. So the question has been posed, like, can Mel Kiper recover from the tyrants he has been on? 1. 2, this, just to throw this out there because I just think it's funny. This isn't the first time Mel Kiper has just gone way off on a prospect.
Not at all.
One that comes to mind is Jimmy Clausen, where he vowed that Jimmy Clausen was going to be a successful NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
In his defense, all the tools in the world for Jimmy Clausen didn't work out. But do you think Mel Kiper can recover from this? And where does this rank on your all-time TV tyrants? Because this wasn't a one-time thing. This spanned for days.
Yeah. And I think because it spanned for so long, I mean, Kiper's reaction, during I believe it was the 94 draft, when the Indianapolis Colts passed on Trent Dilfer and, Kiper and Bill Tobin got in a verbal sparring match on live TV. That's the most famous Mel Kiper moment. I think that the second most famous Mel Kiper moment are going to be this 3-day or 2.5-day stretch, where he was just on the Shedeur Sanders bandwagon. Yeah, that's certainly what it feels like. Can Mel Kiper recover from it? Yeah, to a certain extent, because he is just a famous talking head for ESPN, and ESPN has taken a lot of PR hits, for their personnel moves. Getting rid of longtime favorites, retaining absolute incompetence. And Mel Kiper is one of their guys from way back in the day. So I think Kiper will be safe. As far as credit, will he emotionally recover himself? That I don't know, because he seemed to have some legitimate heartbreak during this draft fiasco.
That is true. Well, ESPN's made a lot of questionable moves over the years, to your point, on who they've kept and who they've let go. I don't want to. You know what? Screw it. It's silly season. We'll go there. Two guys that I think they probably got right. Letting Skip Bayless go.
Yeah.
The other one I guess they kind of got wrong was replacing Skip Bayless with Shannon Sharp, because that looks like an absolute disaster right now.
Yeah, a little bit, which is a shame, because Shannon Sharp has such a good analytical view of sports in general, but especially football. But even before the recent PR nightmare, Shannon, once he made the jump in networks, he almost seemed like he was trying to overcompensate. And almost had very obviously an axe to grind, with Skip, with that network in general. And just with a lot of people. So even the current PR nightmare that Shannon Sharp is going through, even shoving that aside, it still didn't turn out to be a great hire.
No. I think sidebar, I think a lot should be said about Skip Bayless, for multiple reasons. But the fact that you now have like Stephen A., Max Kellerman, and Shannon Sharp that have all essentially in some degree came out and been like, no, he was a nightmare to work with.
Yeah.
I think that says a lot, because two of those guys very outspoken, right? Like Shannon and Stephen A. are on top of the world of like outspoken analysts. And you have Max Kellerman, who, was in boxing for a long time, but wasn't like this super outspoken, like loud guy. So you have multiple different personalities from multiple different scenes, right? Former NFL player, boxing analyst, and Stephen A., who did the NBA for a long time. And it's like, you can't get along with any of these guys, like at all. Couldn't make it happen. Okay. That's just weird. I don't know. Because then you have like, pardon the interruption, those guys have been together for years. It's like, why can't everybody just get along? I don't understand. But yeah, no, I think ESPN has made some questionable decisions over the years, and watching the amount of people that have got fired and the amount of people that have let go and when they've been let go and the amount of money some of those guys got to go other places, it's like, well, they're clearly valued. Like, I remember when they let go of Colin Cowherd and Michelle Beadle in Sports Nation, they canceled the show and they cut them both from their contracts. And Cowherd went immediately to Fox and signed this massive deal. And Beadle bounced around a little bit. Like, I always thought, like, what are you doing? Like, that was a good show. Like, you had like very highly rated show. What are you doing? They cut Zach Lowe this year from the NBA, and he just got on with the ringer. And it's like, what are you doing? Like, you're talking about guys that have been here a long time.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's the sidebar. But ESPN's going to keep their guys, right? And they always have, and they always will.
Mm-hmm. Quinn Ewers goes to the Miami Dolphins at 7th round, pick 231 overall.
15th pick of the round.
Yeah.
Quinn Ewers. Do you know what's funny about Quinn Ewers? Let's have that conversation. We were talking about this guy being like a Heisman candidate at one point. We're talking about this guy being like not a sure thing, but like anticipated to be like top end, like potential of a second, third round pick.
Mm-hmm.
And then he just had an awful year this year.
He really did.
Even though Texas had a good year, Like, imagine if Quinn Ewers was like half as good as he was the year before.
Yeah.
Now, some of that has to do with the fact that he had, Xavier Worthy the year before, and this year he didn't. And it was like one of those cases of like the product. You are a product of your surroundings.
Yep.
And he looked a lot better because he had NFL talent around him. And then this year there was a real lack of it, of like top tier NFL talent.
Well, I mean, we say that, yet Isaiah Bond, a receiver that we all have loved, who by the way is still on the board. Marcus Golden, who was a first round pick. One of his tackles was Calvin Banks, who was a first round pick. So I mean, I don't know.
I had Bijan a couple years before that.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I think at some point you do have to go and look and go, okay, like you were surrounded by guys that were first round picks consistently, and you were good, and then you took a drop your senior year. But to your point, you still had some talent around you. So like, what was it?
Mm-hmm.
And I also for him, and we'll never know. I wonder how much mentally the Arch Manning hype got to him.
Oh, it had to be exhausting.
It had to. And the roar of the stadium when Arch Manning would check in for 3rd and goal.
Yeah.
Like, okay, Arch. I drove us all the way down here, but you can get that touchdown, buddy.
You're right.
And highlights today, buddy. That's tough. Like, it really is. I couldn't imagine sharing a quarterback room
With a Manning. Yeah.
A Manning, or a little different because the hype wasn't there his freshman year, and Chris Leak was never a guy who was going to be a top pick. But like Chris Leak, wins a national championship for Florida, but everybody wants to know about Tim Tebow.
Right.
That's got to be exhausting. You're like, I just won a national championship. Nobody wants to come interview me. Nobody wants to come interview me. Like, I couldn't imagine having that, like having the famous backup behind you, and just being, I guess I just got it. And for Texas, like Texas had a good year. So I don't know. That's got to be the most exhausting thing in the world. I'm sure it mentally affects you.
Well, if you don't mind, I'm going to leave you to your own devices for a couple minutes. I have to go to the bathroom myself, and then I have dogs that needs to go to the bathroom. So,
double duty.
Yeah, but I come first. But yeah, I will just shut my camera and my mic off, but I will be back.
All right. All right, guys, let's chat. Libby threw in there Quinn Ewers. Yeah, Quinn Ewers finally off the board. I think this quarterback class is going to be interesting to go back in 10 years and look at who was selected where, right? I mean, a lot of attention on Shedeur, obviously, but like the order in which these guys were drafted is a little baffling, right? Like nobody thought Shuck was going to be the 3rd quarterback off the board. For a while, Jackson Dart wasn't supposed to be the 2nd quarterback off the board. Quinn Ewers goes late. Riley Leonard selected in the 6th round, 5th round, 6th round, something like that. I think it's going to be interesting to look at here down the road. So that's kind of my takeaway, at least from day 3. We've seen some quarterbacks, but maybe not the quarterbacks we thought we'd see. All right, so we're on pick 234. Saints select at 248. We still got a little bit of a ways to go. Is there any prospects on the board that you guys want to see the Saints select? I know it's the 7th round. I know for the most part, there's a lot of people that get to round 6 and 7, and they're like, who? Who do they just take? Because you legitimately have no idea who it is. But I know that there are some guys, maybe from some smaller schools, where we keep bringing up Isaiah Bond as a guy that we like. Is there anybody, or even from your favorite school, that is still on the board that you want to see the Saints take? Zy Alexander from LSU, the corner, still on the board, as an example for some of those people down in the Bayou that are tuning in. So yeah, let us know. I think realistically, there are some big size receivers rather that are on the board still. You look at guys like Brew McCoy from Tennessee, Daquan Felton from Virginia Tech. I know that Nick Nash has been a name that has been thrown around by us a little bit, or actually a lot of it today. So you have guys like that I think the Saints could target with one of their 2 picks here in the 7th round. I always think it's good, 7th round guys that are offensive linemen. We already talked about Zach Strief and how he could be a guy that, or he was a guy rather that projected as a tweener and was able to kind of find a home. I think you could look at some guys like that as well. I look at a guy maybe like Joshua Gray from Oregon State, who started, I want to say his first 3 years at left tackle before bumping into left guard last year. So, maybe a guy like that you think could end up being like your 6th offensive lineman. I think that would be an intriguing pick. Libby says all I can say now is wide receiver. We also still need that edge. I have a feeling that they're, I don't want to say content at edge, but I don't think edge is going to happen at this point. I think that they'll look to maybe free agency. We talked about that probably an hour and a half ago about some decent names still in free agency, but they're all veterans. They're all older guys, but how they could look there. Let's see. Mark says, were you surprised Telsa went in the 3rd round? He was projected for the 6th or the 7th. I think this draft has been really unique, and I knew it was really true for picks. Let's say like 10 to maybe even a little further than that, maybe like 12 to like 35. And we talked about this a lot on night 1. Like, it was a super hard draft to mock because I think there was like a lot of equal grades on guys. You didn't really get a feel for where people viewed these guys. And I think that was true for majority of the draft, is that there wasn't that much discrepancy and difference in how some guys were getting graded. It's like, no, Tyler Shuck was a guy who, like 2-3 weeks ago, at least from a national media standpoint, was like a day 3 pick. And there he goes, going pick 40, right? So I don't think anything from this draft has necessarily surprised me. So no, I don't think there's anything that has really. I think the only thing that really surprised me was Gabriel getting selected by the Browns in the 3rd round. I think that was one that, because they needed a quarterback, and I figured, well, if they're going to get a quarterback, it's going to be Shedeur, and they ended up getting Shedeur in the 5th round. But that was the only time I was like, whoa. And I think Bob even said that was the first time that in the draft where there was like an absolute shock. Libby says Bucks take Tez Johnson from Oregon. That's a name that I was surprised to see was still available. A little bit of a smaller guy, right? He's like 5'10", 5'11". But he had an average 40. I think that hurt him a lot. But he's a good route runner. He's also like puny, skinny, like needs to put on a lot of weight. He's a project guy, but he was really fun in college, and I think a lot of people will recognize that name right off the jump. We'll see how the Bucks use him. The Bucks could be really creative with him, but he's got to put on some weight. He's listed at like $155, so that means he's probably $155 soaking wet. So Tampa's got some good restaurants. Tampa's got some good food. Go eat some. That would be the advice I have for Tez Johnson. A little surprised by his 40 time, right? It was like a 4.54, 4.57, somewhere in there. A little surprised that he didn't have a good 40 time. It was a little slower than people wanted it to be. But like I said, he's a good route runner. So it's going to be one of those things where, can you put on the weight, continue to get in and out of cuts really well? And, is your 40 time a little bit of a fluke? Like, are you faster than your 40 time? Which, some of you may agree with this, some of you may not. There's a big difference in running a 40 time and getting down in the 3-point stance and doing all that, and then just game speed. Like, some guys are so much faster in game speed than they are their 40, and vice versa. Some guys run their 40s a lot faster than they run the game. So, that would be the thing with Tez Johnson is like, well, how fast are you actually? Are you your 40 time fast, or is there another gear that you get into in game? And can you add weight without really affecting that? And can you add weight without affecting how you get in and out of your cuts and in and out of your routes? Because that is probably his biggest strength. LaQuint Allen, Syracuse running back, off the board. Libby, Mark, thank you guys for tuning in all 3 days, hanging out with us. Bob and I know that can be exhausting hearing us talk for as long as we have. Hopefully we've made it entertaining for you. Hopefully Alan made it entertaining for you. And hopefully, Tyrone was entertaining for you guys as well and insightful. I think we learned a lot today with Tyrone and hearing some of his insights, hearing about his draft story and things like that. So hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. I know we're almost at the end here of our 5th annual draft-a-thon. So not just Libby and Mark, but Jerry, all of you guys that have hung out with us multiple days. I know Fear's been here. I know DJ's been here, as he always is. Sonny, I know you've been in here. So just thank you guys. Calvin, for hanging out over the last however many days, 3 days. What did Bob say? Like 14, 15 hours worth of draft coverage and just hearing us talk. You guys have been real troopers, real soldiers. So we appreciate it. We really do. We really do. We appreciate each and one of you guys supporting us throughout, not just this time, but the season, the off season. I know Bob's going to have a lot of write-ups. I'll have a couple because Bob's the warrior when it comes to that, putting out articles and putting out work. But I'll have a couple pieces for sure in the next couple days as well. And look forward to you guys getting the chance to read those and giving us your feedback and your thoughts. Mark says, love the show. I always watch you guys at work Wednesday night, but I always watch later on YouTube. We appreciate it, Mark. Really do. Really do. Libby said, I had fun. I'm sitting here with Sonny. We've laughed a good bit at you guys. Look, I mean, we try to be entertaining, right? I say that day 3 is silly. Always is. I mean, our show is always a little silly, but day 3 gets silly because we're sleep deprived. There's a lot going on. So yeah, no, we really try to just be our natural selves when we're on camera with you guys. There's no hiding anything for the most part. Like I said, Mark, I appreciate it. Appreciate you going back and watching on YouTube and subscribing and all that good stuff. It's crazy. And I think Bob will say it too. And Bob definitely said it when he was on the cruise. Recently sorry, I had my allergies, but it's incredible to be guys that, look, like Bob's a track coach, a former track coach. I'm a guy who was a journalist, was a play-by-play commentator for a long time, but to know that we have people that are watching, supporting, and like look forward to our shows every week, like it's still mind-blowing to us. And like Bob met a lot of people on the cruise that came by, said hello, and all that stuff. So we really cherish and appreciate every single one of you guys. Really do. Libby said Bob's frustrations at some things make us laugh too. Yeah, angry Bob. It's. I won't even say it's been better, but there have been some moments over the years, and I haven't been on air, but like just in group chats and stuff for sure. Angry Bob is. Angry Bob's one of my favorites, and you haven't really seen like a true Angry Bob in a while, but Angry Bob's a good one. So Mark, Brendan, what hat is that you got on? This is La France, the clothing brand. I like the design. I like the butterflies. I like the yellow. I have a pink one too that you guys have probably seen. So yeah. Mark says, I'm a season ticket holder for the Saints and I live in Las Vegas, Nevada. That's insane. Like, how do you do that? Like, how are you a season ticket holder for the Saints, but you live multiple states away, Mark? That's insane. That's great. That's true commitment. But I was just, spreading love to everybody that's joined us. And, not just today.
It sounded like you were doing a tell-all to me.
Oh, I know. It's great. Oh, Angry Bob. Oh, yeah. Angry Bob for sure. We haven't seen like a true Angry Bob in a while. But no, I was saying how much we appreciate those guys and how incredible it was for you, to be on the cruise and get stopped and, oh, we love the show and this, that, and the other. And I was saying, for us being pretty normal dudes, right? Like you're a former track coach and, and I'm a guy who got into journalism out of college and did some play-by-play stuff and this and that, but to be told constantly, "Oh, I love your show," or like, "Look forward to watching you guys every Wednesday," like that's still something that never gets old, and it's pretty amazing. So we definitely appreciate you guys.
Yeah, for sure we do. We talk about you Warriors during the draft-a-thon, and more than a few of you have been absolutely that. But a lot of you are consistently following our work, week to week, month to month, year to year, and it's just it's amazing. You guys are amazing, and we do love you for it. We don't use the term Bayou Blitz family lightly. We do consider you guys part of our day-to-day and week-to-week life, and the opportunity to get to meet several of you on the cruise was just tremendous. A few of you outside of the cruise, a few of you have I've met, however briefly, in person when I've been to New Orleans. A couple more of you have made the trip out of your way to the Pittsburgh area. Cliff, if you're keeping track, if you're still watching, you've come out of your way twice, to visit me in Pittsburgh. Tried to get together with me in Charlotte and New Orleans once or twice too. It shows how much you guys appreciate the work that we do. And that does mean the absolute world to us. It truly does.
I'm not going to speak for you because it's your travel plans, but whenever the schedule comes out, which is soon, right?
2 or 3 weeks. I have a date, but I forgot what it is off the top of my head.
I think it's the 14th. I think the draft lottery for the NBA is on the 12th, and the schedule release is on the 14th. I think that's right because they're like back to back every year. So I think it would be fun. The last 2 years we've been in Charlotte. Is that right? Or was it just last year? Anyway, if we can get you down to Charlotte again, I think it would be fun if we just posted up somewhere. Maybe didn't do a show, but we just had dinner at a local spot, and just any of you that wanted to stop by, we'll just be hanging out. My immediate thought is Pinky's. Which I don't know if I've ever taken you to Pinky's. I've definitely taken John to Pinky's. It's a Guy Fieri triple D spot. And there's one that's a little bit outside the city that has a patio. You can sit out on the patio and just, hey, if you guys want to come up and hang out, grab a seat, just hang out. Yeah, Mark said tailgate meetup. I haven't been in you guys are going to be shocked. I haven't been in New Orleans since 2014. So it's been a long time. It's overdue. I definitely need to take my wife to New Orleans, even though she's allergic to seafood, so I don't know how that's going to go. But we'll have a good time for sure. Mark said it's May 14th. See, I knew it. Draft lottery's on the 12th. 14th's the schedule release. Look, it would be fun. It'd be fun. I think it would also be fun to do a live show somewhere. It would have to be somewhere probably in New Orleans, not Charlotte. I don't think I could call up any of my Charlotte friends and be like, "Can I do a stage show at your restaurant?" I think they'd be like, no. Maybe if it was a Panthers show, I can't do that. Beep, done. No, it'd be great. It'd be great to actually be able to meet some of you guys. And offer always stands. If you guys are in Charlotte, just give me a call. I know the offer stands for Bob.
Yeah.
Up that way too. I have to come up that way sooner than later, so I probably will be seeing you within the next couple of months.
Well, and Brendan folks have been to our area and went out of his way to see us a few different times now. I haven't taken you to Purgatory yet, but I know you've had the Permanis experience.
Yeah, that was great.
But John Hendricks, the last time he was in Pittsburgh, I took him to Purgatory. He must have liked it because he took pictures of the food and posted it on Instagram. And when people do that, is either pretty good food or some sort of pretty good experience. But like Brendan said, any of you are in or close to the Pittsburgh area, let me know. I would love for a bunch of us, you and Katie included, Brendan, One of the times that I come down to New Orleans this coming year to cover a game, the one hotel, that we stay in when we come down, has like a very big and public lobby area with sort of a bar set up. That would be a perfect location to do like a quick like 30-minute show where we're not necessarily asking permission because the area is just so big we could do it off to the side.
Yeah, true. No, that'd be cool. Mark says Katie could eat roast beef po' boy sandwiches. She'd probably like that.
Yeah.
I would love to try to get her to try alligator without her knowing, because I know she wouldn't just do it and she'd be like, "Oh, it's just chicken," or something like that. It's a chicken stick. But yeah, I gotta give her props. Since we met, she's been a lot more adventurous with food. Because anybody that knows, like me personally, knows my mother personally, anything, you gotta try it at least once. But at least you try it.
And you mentioned the show or the cruise, and from here on forward, at least until I'm told we're not allowed to do it anymore, the Bayou Blitz is going to continue promoting the site called Get Checked or Check Out, and it's at the bottom of our new logo, and we'll be going forward as well as the website. Get Checked or Check Out was specifically founded by Shireen DeWalt to help improve lives by building community awareness with mental health and physical well-being, advocating especially for the early diagnosis for cancer, diabetes, and heart-related ailments. Their mission is to also focus on the total person, body, mind, and spirit, as well as to link families up with the resources they need in such trying times when you or your loved ones get diagnosed with a nightmare scenario, cancer, diabetes, heart-related ailment, any medical hardship. And one of the annual fundraisers, that Get Checked or Check Out does is the original Go Black and Gold Celebrity Fan Cruise. This past year, my family and I were fortunate enough to be on it. This past year was the 11th annual cruise that they've done. Sailed into Cozumel, sailed out of the port of New Orleans, a couple days, a nice beach day in Cozumel, and then the trip back. And there's all kinds of events, beach Olympic events, a very, very competitive putt contest, may I say, your trivia contest, dining with Saints players, and Q&A sessions with said players. This year's Saints greats that were on it were Delvin Breaux. Tyrone Hughes has joined us several times, as has Delvin. Michael Lewis, Lance Moore was unfortunately not able to make it this year. I had to cancel at the last minute. But Delvin, Tyrone, Michael Lewis, Courtney Roby, Pierre Thomas were all on this year's cruise. This was Pierre's first time. The other guys have been on it for multiple years, and they just keep coming. And one of the many things that made this such a unique event was that at a lot of events with current or former, not just Saints players, but goes for any professional athlete, there's only certain periods of time that you have access to these guys, to these players, during autograph sessions or Q&A. These guys were intermixed with us, and their families were intermixed with us the entire trip. It was such a pleasure to legitimately get to know Delvin, Tyrone, Mike, Courtney, Pierre, and the family members that they brought along. It made Will's trip, my son, made Lauren's trip, and it was really cool to hang out with these guys. And we didn't just talk football. I pepper with these guys with enough football questions all year round. When we have them on the show, or just when the camera's off, but just to get to know them, and the fact that they were intermixed with us during the entire trip, again, Get Checked or Check Out. It's such a good cause, and the fact that they're there to help set resources up, for family members and people that just receive what is probably the worst possible medical news that they could get. you don't know where to turn. You think your world is ending, and you feel lost. Well, they're there to help. And the reason why we're going to continue to post their website on our link as well, and promote different health awareness issues that they're going to have every month going forward. Because it is such a good cause, and they need help with as with any charity, they need help with donations. They do the yearly cruise. They're going to do other fundraisers, but they need your help. They need our help, to do it. So make sure you jot down that website. It promotes Saints players events for sure. And we know all of our Saints friends that we've had on the show. They're such busy people, and they do so many things for kids and for the public in general in the Gulf Coast region and the Louisiana region, as well as the areas where they live outside of the Gulf Coast. But Get Checked or Check Out is such a vital part of their lives as well. They believe very strongly in the cause, and the charity and the events. That they're constantly involved with it. So let's help them out, guys. And if you have any questions, about the site, or about how to get involved, how to help promote, how to help donate, feel free to reach out to me. Shireen DeWalt and I have become very, very close as well. They're there to help us, but they need our help to do it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well said. Well said. Bob, one of your Pittsburgh guys came off the board. I'm not going to try to Mumpfield, wide receiver from Pittsburgh.
Katona Mumpfield goes to the LA Rams.
Yes, Phil Maffa, who we talked about a little bit earlier today, he goes to the Dallas Cowboys after a career with the Clemson Tigers. I also got called out, so I'll throw this up here. Katie said she popped in to see what's up and no, she will not eat alligator. She's not going to trust me when it comes to food anymore. So, there we go. That's there's your entertainment for day 3. I get called out on my own show by my wife. That's a first. So, how about that?
I'm still with you. I'm just updating a couple things.
Oh, you're good. Getting close to the Saints pick. I know you probably had something ready for the Mumpfield selection because you do work for Pitt Athletics on Athlon as well. Always got to shout you out. But no, I'm really excited to get on the cruise next year. I'm going to try to make it a priority. I think that'll be another great opportunity to meet a bunch of you. Bob and I be together to be able to do that. I think is going to be awesome. So looking forward to making that happen and hanging out with you guys, meeting you guys. Libby said she caught me. Yeah, she caught me. Now I can't say she doesn't watch, because that was always the thing. Well, you don't listen to me anyway, or you don't watch our show anyway. So the one time I say something, she knows I wouldn't do that. I'm not that evil. I wouldn't tell her like, oh, this is chicken, and end up being something like she might borderline be allergic to. Like, that's evil. I'm not going to do that.
Well, Katie, if you're still tuning in, Will, 7-year-old Will, he polished off an entire order of gator bites at walk-ons himself.
Nice.
When we were down, because the night before we flew into New Orleans the day before the cruise. Didn't have enough time to explore the city that much with Will. I mean, I've done it certainly. Lauren's done it a little bit. But Will at least got to have gator at walk-ons, and that was one of the many highlights of his trip. I have a pic. I can't remember whether I posted it or not, but one of the dinners on the cruise was a Mardi Gras theme, and leave it to Tyrone Hughes to come dressed like a Mardi Gras float.
Nice.
And he got his picture taken with Will. Will also got to Mike Lewis tried to get him to come up and sit with all those players on the panel for one of the Q&A sessions, but he was a little bit shy. he did. He was given the microphone and asked the players, the panel, a question about their playing career. So he got to do that. Delvin Bro showed Will how to play cornhole, which admittedly I didn't know that there were so many specific rules to. But Delvin helped him along with that. Will, wife Lauren, myself, we were all on Courtney Roby's putt team. So Courtney, if you're tuning in, I'm sorry again. And if you're stuck with us again next year, I promise you we will do better. Will and Delvin were comparing soccer moves. With our good friend Reham too, former soccer coach, current soccer coach, former soccer player. So she was all about that. And by the end of the cruise, I felt like I mentioned the Saints players, but you fans too, and you veteran cruise goers, you helped us along with the cruise experience because it was all of our first time on a boat at all, let alone for days at a time. And you're inviting Lauren and Will. Well, hey, if Bob's going to be in the press box covering a game, here's my phone number, here's my Facebook Messenger. You can sit with us at the stadium, because we all sit together. And Saints family, Bayou Blitz family, it felt like a family experience, and it was just the coolest thing in the world.
That's awesome. Looking forward to it. Katie jumped back in and said she'll just live off beignets, which is cool. That's cool. That's cool. I used to. When we were in college, I used to get the Cafe Du Monde mix. We make them in the dorms. That was good. But we're also Disney people, so going to Port Orleans and getting some Mickey shaped beignets is the bomb too. Let's see. Libby says a few receivers been coming off the board. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
We've seen what? We've seen Tez Johnson. We've seen Ricky White III. We've seen Caden Prather. We've seen Monthfield. We've seen Dominic Lovett out of the University of Georgia. We are just a few picks away from the Saints, right? Three picks away.
Yeah, and still no Isaiah Bond. Still no Nick Nash. Still no Will Shepherd.
I was surprised. That Tez Johnson fell as far as he did. I know he is super duper small.
Yeah.
But I was surprised. I was also surprised by his 40 time. Which was
Did he run slow?
Yeah, it was 4.5, 7. But what I said while you were gone was what's funny is a lot of people put so much investment into a 40 time, but getting down in a 3-point stance running a 40 is so much different than running in a game. Yeah. Sometimes your game speed is faster, and sometimes your 40 time is faster. It just depends on the athlete.
Well, and I talk about the combine sprints and the pro day sprints a lot as a track coach, and from that aspect, it entertains me. But when I'm evaluating a football player, how often are you left completely alone for a 40-yard stretch during a football game where you have to outrun someone? Not a lot. So the speed is great, but as far as the drills itself, I'm paying more attention to linebackers, defensive backs, wide receivers, running backs. I'm paying more attention to the 10-yard shuttle and the 10-yard split and the 20-yard shuttle, because that shows me quickness, that shows me explosion, that shows me agility. Those are the numbers, those are the workout numbers that are more important to me. And as I said last night, the bottom line is when I turn on the tape or when I watch you in person during a football, can you play football? It's great that you're a sprinter. I had pretty darn good 40 time back in the day, but nobody is going to put a pair of shoulder pads and a helmet on me anytime soon to play football. So just because you're fast, just because you can jump high, doesn't mean that you can play football, or vice versa.
The Saints are officially on the clock, the first time in a while. So we'll see what direction they decide to go. There are some prospects that I know Bob likes, certainly, that are still on the board. I'm going to go ahead and just throw it out there. I don't know the pick. I'm looking at Joshua Gray with one of these picks. He's a tweener. offensive lineman for Morgan State. Started 3 years at tackle before bumping into guard.
Mm.
That is a perfect example of what you're looking for in the 7th round. So that is my guess for one of these last 2 picks for the Saints. We'll see if I'm right.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you. I have no guess. I'd like to see a Nick Nash or a Will Shepard, and Isaiah Nayor. Hell, give me an Isaiah Bond. Let's see if they can strike gold with another wide receiver, running back type of player. In the 7th round, as an undrafted guy. But as far as my guess, Brennan, I've published 48 draft profiles this year, plus 2.5 mock drafts. I did 2 full mocks and a 3-round mock. So all in all, 69 prospects
Nice.
were profiled by me on Athlon Sports or the previous site. A couple on the previous site. That's not even counting the previous site. So I'm well into the 70s as far as the prospects that I published something on this off season. And watched film on probably 20 to 25 more. Not one of them and what are we looking? 7 Saints picks. Not one of their draft picks was a guy that I watched extensive film on outside of the quarterback. So
you're calling it the previous site at this point.
LordVoldemort.com.
That got me. That was good. Lord
Right. Well, I mean, I was talking to Courtney during the putt contest, and he asked me. Well, we were talking about our show, but we were talking about the Bayou Blitz. But then he asked me about some of the written works too, about the publication. And by that point, we had already moved on to Athlon. And what I said about the other site was, and I'll use my exact quote: "I will never even open another magazine of that unless my son ends up on the cover somehow."
All right. There you have it. So you used to write for DerekCarr.com?
No, we can't call him Lord Voldemort because we have to mention his name too often.
I know. The one who shall not be named.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's going to stop, now that they drafted a quarterback. Wouldn't that be something?
Man, I don't think it stops until he's off the team.
That's fair. Jordan also just tweeted out 11 minutes ago. What about Isaiah Bond?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'd love Isaiah Bond. Yeah, because no, he doesn't fill the need of a big-bodied wideout. But again, this is a 7th round pick. You're looking for value, best fit, and maybe hopefully striking gold. And you never know. Again, last year we know what the Saints offense became when Rashid Shaheed and Chris Olave went down for the year in back-to-back weeks before the midseason point. So, we have a tight end.
No way.
Maliki Matavo from UCLA.
You want to try that name one more time?
No, I don't. Maliki Mataveo, Moliki Matavao.
Matavo. That's definitely. I think you got the. I think you definitely got the last name right.
Yeah, I mean it could. Yeah, the first name could be Molokai.
Oh, that's true. How do they announce it on TV, guys? Somebody give me the pronunciation guide. All right. Well, just one more Saints pick. What do we know about? Matavo?
Absolutely nothing.
Okay. Well, I guess that's my job. Un momento, por favor. Let's see. He's 6'6", 263 pounds. He had 41 catches for 500 yards and 2 touchdowns last year.
Those aren't bad numbers.
No, and it looks like he had a shortened season.
And those really aren't bad numbers. What'd you say his height and weight was?
6'6", 263.
Wow. Yeah, that's another big physical player.
Yeah, so November 30th against Fresno State, he had 8 catches for 120. He had a game at Rutgers, 6 catches for 104. At Washington, 7 catches for 68 and a touchdown. That's a big dude.
Well, in my Lindy Sports Guide, which I typically every year I purchase it, but I end up purchasing it only like 2 weeks before the draft because by that point the majority of my own film work has been done. But in Lindy Sports Guide, it has one line: became more consistent as a receiver in breakout 2024 season. That's it.
Led the Bruins in catches and receiving yards in 2024.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty significant.
A smooth route runner who's quicker than fast and gets to his spots. Can separate with size and strength at the top of routes, squares to the quarterback and boxes out defenders, catches passes in traffic, gets north to south, and breaks tackles after the catch. He's strong enough to cover defenders in space. That's not the right sentence. But anyway, he has the ability to develop into an inline blocker. So he's definitely a receiving tight end. And seems to be, a pretty fast receiving tight end as well.
Well, it fits with the profile that Kellen Moore and company have almost lived by this entire draft. As whatever position they've targeted, it's been a bigger guy, a bigger, more physical guy. Really, the only position that doesn't check off that big physical box is the Quincy Riley, the 4th-round cornerback. 5'10", 196. The other guys, Devin Neal, the running back, 215. Danny Stutzman, one of, if not the biggest linebacker in the draft. Sanker, big physical safety. We know about the offensive and defensive linemen from Texas, Banks and Broughton on the big side, and even Shuck, 6'5", 224. That's big boy for a quarterback.
Oh yeah. I just got some word on Isaiah Bond that I completely forgot about. Bond turned himself in to police on April the 10th for a sexual assault warrant issued.
That's right.
In Frisco, Texas.
Right. Allegedly. We're on live air. Allegedly.
All I said is he turned himself in for a
warrant. Well, okay, yeah.
Okay, that's all I said. I totally forgot about that.
Me too.
You want to talk about a reason he's slipping as well? That doesn't give you a lot of time to figure out what happened.
No, and that's the kind of thing that will make you fall out of the draft completely. I mean, we saw it with Granderson back in 2018.
Yeah, I totally forgot about that. Libby said every time she opened Twitter, she saw a new article from Bob about a player.
Yeah.
Well, I joked while you were gone, too. I said, Bob's going to have some articles ready over the next couple of days talking about the picks. I might have 1 or 2 because Bob's the worker here and I'm not.
Well, yeah, the thing about this Saints draft that pisses me off from a personal level is I just named all the amount of the number of prospects that I did extensive film study on and/or published profile pieces. And since none of the Saints draft choices, 8 of 9, have been on a prospect that I published a piece on, I've got to go back and watch film on all these guys now. So my film work is not done.
Yeah. That's
but yeah, I mean, like you said, over the next couple of days, I'm probably not going to publish anything tonight, but over the next couple of days, once I get my film work done, we are going to publish pieces on why the pick made sense, why it didn't fit for the Saints. Scouting profile, coming into the draft. So yeah, I'm gonna check off all those boxes, and I'll do it for the undrafted guys too. Because I assume we're getting off the air after pick 254 with the Saints, Brendan.
Yeah.
But immediately after the draft, the Saints and the other 31 teams are going to quickly start to be signing guys that haven't been drafted. So we're going to do a scouting reports and get to know you type pieces on them as well.
Yeah, you know, a guy who I don't think is going to get drafted that I think is going to be a really interesting player as an undrafted free agent. Seth McLaughlin, the center from Ohio State, transferred from Alabama, ruptured his Achilles, and missed the end of the year. But you're talking about a guy who was a starting center for 2 national powerhouses over the course of the last 3 years.
Man, can we talk about the Buckeyes' depth? The Buckeyes won the national championship with 2 top tier linemen, McLaughlin and Josh Simmons, out for the year because of injuries.
Yeah, I know. Well, remember, we're not that far. Yeah, actually, I said this earlier. Yeah, we are. We're about 10 years removed. But one of the greatest tweets of all time came from, the fact that the Buckeyes had depth, and that's, Cardell don't play school, Cardell play football.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So like it's always been a school that's just got an immense depth. I mean, look, Joe Burrow was buried on that roster.
Yeah.
So it's just it's the Ohio State University for a reason. The Saints like to pull from them historically.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen anything tonight, but I'm sure you'll get an undrafted free agent out of Ohio State. That wouldn't surprise me at all. No, and you just about you've worked with me a long time, so if I don't do this, either you or John always have. The very recent and very busy history of the Saints drafting Ohio State players, and I think none of us said the words to each other this year, but we didn't do any pieces like that, probably because you do have a new head coach, you do have a new staff, so we weren't sure of the draft philosophy going forward. Yeah, Ohio State, and I'd kind of joked about it. I think night 1 was like there was a while there where there was a Georgia pipeline as well.
Yeah.
And if they didn't take them, they certainly interviewed and worked out a lot of Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
Which, naturally, like when you have teams that are good, that's what's going to happen. I saw a stat today going into today. The Philadelphia Eagles had 15 guys that either were from Alabama or Georgia on the roster.
Yeah.
And it's like,
and I know I don't have the full Eagles draft in front of me, but the Eagles did draft the Georgia linebacker Mondon, Shmuel Mondon, sometime today. I think it was in the 5th round. So yeah, they had another Georgia, at least one more Georgia guy.
Yeah, you wonder why they went why they would want to like they're getting the best players from the best school.
Mm-hmm.
The rich get richer. We already talked about that a little bit. Mark says, "Thank you guys for your time and your great work on draft coverage. Thank you for hanging out all 3 days."
Yeah,
Mark.
thank you.
You said you're in Vegas, so next time I'm in Vegas, I'll hit you up. And if we're in New Orleans for a game, you said you have season tickets and you live in Vegas, which is insane, but we'll make sure we link up or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you can get a cheap flight from Vegas to New Orleans and back. I can get a cheap flight to Vegas from Charlotte, so I don't know. And the Saints are on the.
Oh yeah, listen, I'm all about cheap flights, so.
You and me both. All right, Saints are on the clock for the final time today.
We think.
Bob, look, I'm going to personally jump through the screen if they trade back for one of the last 3 picks of the draft. I will jump through the screen and Superman punch you because that would be the dumbest thing. Because you already know these guys are on the phone with guys like, hey, what you doing, man? So you already know. That's already started. So, and if there's a guy that is like hung up on you because he got a better offer from somebody else, you take him right now.
Yeah.
That's just how it goes.
No word yet. Assuming that we sign off pretty much immediately after the pick, thank all you guys again, for following us, not only through today, and the first 2 days of our draft-a-thon. It's been fun. I hope it's been fun for you guys too. Thank you guys for all your support. Thank you, Tyrone Hughes, taking a few hours out of your day, today. Thank you, Alan Ulrich, who took pretty much your entire evening, both Thursday and Friday, to join us. It was a blast hanging out with you guys. Blast hanging out with all you guys in the views and in the comments as well.
Absolutely. You guys already got my well wishes.
All right, Brendan, we finally have an edge rusher.
Oh my lord!
But Dio Diggs from Syracuse.
I just got it too. All right. If the one of the biggest areas of need, they get it in the 7th round. Hell yeah, brother. Let's read up on Diggs real quick. Diggs is 6'4", 257. He is a Texas A&M transfer who led Syracuse in sacks and tackles for loss in 2024. This analyst says his tape is not as good as his production, but has the ability to win with his hands, rushing the passer, and can stack tight ends when defending the run. Ran the 3rd fastest 40-yard dash for defensive ends at the combine, 3-time team captain. So a team that takes him late is betting on his traits and intangibles. I will say that's another thing the Saints, even in this new regime you've seen today, they like taking guys that are like team captains.
Yeah.
So,
most of their picks, if not all, have been multiple-year starters. We keep harping on, the bigger, the physical, the bigger and more physical prospects, each one of them at their respective positions, but all of them come in with a lot of collegiate experience too. Multiple year starters, most of them 3-year starters at the least. So again, if you're looking for trends out of Kellen Moore's first draft as a head coach, that's it.
Yeah. Multi-year starters, team captains, that type of thing. Absolutely. Absolutely. Sonny with the little emoji. I don't know what to call that emoji. Daniel Ulrich says, thank you, gentlemen. Who dat? Thank all of you guys for hanging out with us. Once again, we really appreciate it. I think Bob and I will be back on Wednesday.
Well, I hope so, because Courtney Roby is. I got to verify with him, because I know Courtney would have joined us for the draft, but he's getting some house remodeling done. So he's like, I'm not going to be able to watch the draft anyway. So he agreed to come on with us this coming week for a recap of all the picks. So if we aren't going to go on Wednesday night, let me know ASAP so I can let Courtney know.
No, we will be going on Wednesday. I just, we might be super zombified, but that's okay. Like, that's fine. So we will be back Wednesday. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. Okay, official stop time. We're going to call it 6 hours and 50 minutes today. So I don't know what that brings our total to. Bob, how many cups of coffee? I had 3 today, 1 yesterday, and 1 the day before. So that's 5 cups for 3 days for Brendan. We got to get these totals out before we get off. It's a tradition.
I've had 10 cups of coffee. None on round 1. So all my 10 have come in 2 days.
Okay.
13 cigarettes.
All right.
We've invented the word confuzzled, contentified. So we got stuck on the C's there.
That's all right. I feel like there have been years where, like, day 3, we're not even speaking English, so we did pretty good today. You made a handful of references to current and former employers. I don't know if you had a Commissioner Roger Goodell reference.
I don't believe I did.
Which is incredible. So congratulations, you have passed your rehab class of hatred.
We're not going to say I'm matured, though, are we?
Matured? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
No, absolutely not. You and I are both not mature. We were talking about all sorts of random stuff. They've been laughing all day because of us.
We've had several I have had several Aaron Rodgers hate references. We've each had our rage picks. Yours was Shuck, mine was Sanker. I think Allen's Sanker too, or was his Broughton?
I think it was Broughton.
I think so. I think it's safe to say that all of day 2 was Tyrone Hughes' rage picks.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah. I only referenced Eno Benjamin like twice. So
You did.
I'm doing better. That is that will be the one that got away for sure. Forever. I had such high hopes for that one. But all right, guys, thank you again so much for tuning in for however many hours we're at this point. 15, 16 hours, something like that. We really appreciate it. Bob and I will be back on Wednesday night to break it all down, hopefully with Saints great and Super Bowl 44 champion, Courtney Roby. In the meantime, just take a breath, whether you love the draft or you hated the draft. Wake up knowing that the season does not start on Monday. We have a long way to go, and this is the first in many steps of a new era, and we should all be excited about that. So until Wednesday night, that's Bob Rose. I'm Brendan Boylan. We'll see you on Wednesday night. Who dat?
Do that.